data, conversion ratio and hit ratios, number of visitors to your website, number of application to your website, number of submission to your website, or your application, gadget application, or your other alternative channels, and your conversion. How many visitors to your website or your application submitted, number of application versus converted to real customer and transaction. Growth versus penetration in your market, whether you are growing in your digital journey. If your penetration to the market is higher base than yours, then your digital journey need to be adjusted and go up to the growth in your market digital penetration. I will also use this opportunity to highlight and emphasize on how advanced the financial sector, especially in the kingdom, and the work done by central bank to ensure security of the customer data, plus a growth. Every insurance company, finance company, and banking institution have a special direction and mandate from central bank to provide a digital customer experience where it is safe and provide 100% of their face-to-face or manual work experience. So for me, I would say certain KPI on engagement with customer, conversion, growth, and last but not least, decreasing number of not zero complaint or dissatisfactory report from the customers.
Yes, MoRE.
Thank you. Generally speaking, when it comes to making sure that your digital strategy is actually successful or going and completing the correct milestones, there are a lot of indicators and metrics that you can measure. But at the end of the day, what you really require is that, do you get access to the data that you actually want? Does it reach to the correct people? And more importantly, is it getting everybody motivated to take the next step so that your business and your enterprise and your projects continue to succeed? And I think we live in a unique age today, specifically speaking about the last 12 months, where basically it's not just the IT departments that have become empowered, but the entire enterprise. So it's become a world where any individual within a corporation can actually add real value to the way things are being built within the company. You don't need to invest in very complicated software or very complicated solutions. You just need to empower AI-powered tools that are readily available. And to give you a concrete example so you understand what I'm talking about and begin to visualize what I'm talking about, a lot of financial departments depend on things like Excel. Excel is a powerful tool, very nice, gives them a lot of flexibility if they want it. But the reality is that there are tools right now like rose.com, which is literally Excel, AI-powered in your browser, that can take your data within seconds and create interactive reports that look into insights that you might not see yourself. There are tools like adalo.com, bubble.io, make.com that allow any department to create an automated workflow just by literally drag and dropping the boxes of what they want to happen. So if an email arrives from this person, literally take the information, so it reads the content of the email, takes what's urgent, puts it into a task list, sends it to the right people, follows up with an SLA if they don't respond in 2 days. All of these are things that are available today with drag and drop tools that are literally just a few dollars a month per user. So what I'm saying is that, like with digital strategy, unlike any other time before, right now you can dig deeper into new revenue streams, into new data patterns that you've never noticed before, so you can grow your business. So it's about engaging every single employee in your company and giving them the ability to create the tools that they want, things that you might not see, IT might not see, a consultant might not see. If you empower your teams, today the tools exist, and that's how you make sure that whatever digital strategy you have actually gets implemented.
So can we say that the data is actually help us to deliver, to ensure that we can deliver client first digital strategy then,
Correct.
and we focus on what our customer want, the value that we are delivering to them, things like that, right? So we actually keep the promise, what they actually want. But for my learnings, there's something that sometimes customer didn't say it about that. They don't really know what they want. Because like most of the time, especially with the new technology, it's not existing yet. Maybe a new kind of finance. In Thailand, we say like a reverse mortgage or something like that. So something that they don't really know is existing in another side of the world, another part of the world. So they don't really have demand and never say that they really want it. So how actually we deliver all this in like to think about what they actually want, actually delivers to solve that pain point or something like that. Is that what you say, right, Musa?
Well, correct, but you have to add that the major difference today is that there are tools where you can have a conversation with a system and tell it that I want an app that works in such a way, that looks in such a way, that actually does A, B, C. And if your description, and this is where you learn prompt engineering, if you learn how to write the right description, these apps can actually be ready in front of you, ready to go for production within 5 minutes. Of course, there are considerations when it comes to security, when it comes, have you built the right architecture? But that is where all of these tools actually help IT to create the boundaries of what can be created and can't be created, but at least they allow the individual employee in their world of expertise, finance, HR, to create automated processes. And this used to be quite a complicated thing. This visual building was a dream, but I am saying from experience that in the last 12 months, we are living in the midst of a revolution that never existed before, and it is available for everybody.
Yeah, thank you. And for me, to answer this question, to ensure that we actually delivered the sustainable experience to our customer, what we think is we keep listening to them. We do a lot of research. It's not just primary research, but also secondary research. We use social listenings and all other IT tools to listen to them and to learn about their behavior, what they actually want, and we define whatever they want, and think about our bottom line as well. How much that we have to, what we can spend it on. Is it actually give our return on investment? Is it worth investment or not? And also feasibility of the technology. Whether the technology is actually existing or the law and regulation is actually allow us to do it or not. So those kind of things that what I'm actually doing for my business. But in all, it's like more or less the human, we never satisfy. Can I say that? Once we satisfy with a cup of coffee today, tomorrow we think of something else. We expect to have more things, better things always, more convenience, easier, faster. You remember, it's like if you observe about our children's behavior, in Thailand we say that they can't really wait in the queue anymore because they actually using or shopping over the internet, like mobile first thing. Like they always use mobile and applications, so they can get into like shoppings and everything very fast. So this kind of behavior actually affected all the change in strategy. And that come into maybe anyone would like to add to the answer?
I'll just add what we did in our case, because most of the customers, as you said,
Yeah.
they are not satisfied. So what we did was we asked them, what do they want? What other things do they want apart from our services? So we got a survey and they gave us what they wanted. So we started asking our strategic partners, like the lawyers, like the mortgage brokers, like the financiers. So we partnered with those people. And then we said, everything that you want, we have it in our system or in our company. So don't go anywhere else, come to us. We shall help you to connect with either the lawyer, if you want the lawyer to transfer your money from bank A to bank B, we have got a broker. If you want anything to do with financials, to check your financial status, we have got the financial here. And if you want a real estate agent or somebody who can manage your property, we have got a manager with us in our company. So that at least helped to retain most of our clients for a sustainability, to remain with us for us. One concept that my late father told me was this: Charles, if you want to keep your dog at home, feed it. Otherwise, it will go to your neighbor. So in that concept helped me to bring that, to feed my clients with everything that they want, so that they don't have to go somewhere else. That is one way of getting sustainability for our clients to remain with us, because we don't want to lose our customers. We want them to remain with us. So by providing the services that they also need on top. On top of that, we also engaged software developers to come into our company. We said, okay, because most of people now, these days, they are using the mobile. Wherever they go, they want to do mobile. They want to shop mobile. They want to bank mobile. So we brought in a software company to join us, so that those services can be provided to our clients. And that's how we have managed to, as a small company, I started as an individual without a large capital from my only earnings. But I've survived, even through COVID, I've survived. I'm still around. And many people, many clients from either UK or America, they are contacting me because I've survived through that, because of having joint ventures with other professionals or other marketers on the platform. Thank you.
So actually, like, you do like a co-creation between your partners, your customers, and also like collaborate with your vendor as well to actually deliver values added to your customer, right?
Yes, thank you.
Can I say something?
Yes.
I agree with you all, but the key point to this discussion is that we have to make our clients, our customers, our investors' life easier in order to trust us and in order to buy from us. On the other hand, we have also not to adjust, of course, to adjust to their needs, their ambition, preference, etc. But we also have to be to show them that we are expert and we can guide them to some special option. This is very crucial because everybody wants this help from us. So yes, we have to adjust to them, but we also have to be focused, to be like an expert to them in order to guide them to make the right decision.
Yeah, it seems like education marketing is all around, right? So we have to educate our customers as well as keeping them happy. Customer experience we deliver to them is like actually we work with them, together with them until the end of the days. And then they are actually our loyal customers, stay with us, like we actually keep feeding them with their happiness and what will be delivered. So for the third question, so we actually have about 20 minutes left, so I will continue to the next questions. Well, where is it? I lost actually. Okay, one moment. The third question is, how can your company stay ahead of your competition, and how often we should adjust our digital strategy? I think everyone like to know, is it changing every day or like every week, every month or something like that? Shall we start with Panos then?
Yes, staying ahead of the competition when adjusting our digital strategy requires to be proactive, innovative, and strategic. By staying up to date on the latest technology trends, being agile and adaptable, focus on user experience, and continuously innovative, we can stay ahead of the competition and meet our client needs. People's acceptance in our message and competitors' new proposition, potential new proposition, will define the adjustment that we have to do in our digital strategy.
Yep. Charles, please.
For us, what we did was one of my main problem was my website was not all that good, so I had to adjust to make sure that the website was okay, was nice. They can go through without difficulties. Very simple to understand. The message is there clear, and the videos are there. They can watch, they can listen, they can get educated. And also we had also another problem was people were running away. So we had to develop a loyalty, to give them an incentive. Those who stay with us, they'll have such things, some discounts every month or every year whenever they buy something else. So that created the loyalty so that they are always with us, so that they don't go anywhere else. Then the other thing was also you have to make sure that my CEO or so that the keywords and the subjects, the contents are very rich, and they are supporting their development, their processes, and also we developed the customer care, because most of the companies, even big companies, when customers buy, they forget about them. They only remember when the customer comes back. But for us, we had to follow them up. Even if they are not buying from us, we ask them, how was the experience? How did you manage? How did you buy your product? How is the product? How is the service? Is it working for you? Every day, just every month, we send them a newsletter, to tell them what is coming on our market. That way, you beat the competition. People don't follow. Many companies, they don't follow. So we have developed a customer service which follows people when they come to us, or when they just maybe visit our website. What interaction is there, okay? Do they respond? Like yesterday, one client called me. She bought a book last year, but she didn't read it. But after reading my book, she called me yesterday. Charles, I'm inspired. I didn't know that you are like this from the grassroots, from where you started up to this time. The message was very clear. I will share it with my friends. The contents helps us to remain more competitive with others. So we have to follow them up. We have to engage with them on the website, maybe on the blog or on your videos. Are they consuming your product that you are telling them or you are sharing with them? Are they responding back to you? That's where you can measure your product or your services that is good. People are happy with your services. Thank you.
Okay, so Jasim, so how do you keep your company stay ahead of your competitions, and also how you adjust? How often you adjust your digital strategy?
I agree with both of gentlemen. I would also like to add that keeping up with digital experience and transformation and a new invention is like looking after a very hyper baby. It's a hard job. It's 24/7 to keep your customer satisfied and happy and secure in the same time. So we usually review our digital experience report and KPIs and customer satisfaction and surveys every week as a committee. However, we have dedicated team who review every experience, every glitch, every day and every hour. I would also share some experience from the past 2 years. To be ahead of the market is to be innovative and to understand where do you want, not where the customer end or the competition end. 2 years ago, we started a small consumer finance fintech company with 150 million capital. Our consumer and client can obtain a small ticket loan in 3 days. Within 3 months, these 3 days became 1 day. Within less than 6 months, this 1 day became less than 60 minutes, end to end, from the customer login to our website, putting the data, verification, authentication, reviewing their customer, their credit capabilities and histories and eligibilities, and also checking with the regulation and matching some sort of very strict consumer finance regulation in terms of responsible lending to customers. We managed to achieve less than 60 minutes end to end from application to money in the customer account with full security and satisfactory, and the customer been able to go and check and review his liability, his account, his installment, his credibility, and verify all this online. Happen in less than 6 months, where banking were still taking weeks to issue loans. So how to stay ahead of the market is to think ahead of the market, to think from customer perspective. Everyone would like to do his home loan or mortgage loan or auto loan from home, from the back of his couch, watching TV and playing with his gadget. And so putting yourself in the customer shoes, visualizing what would the customer would like to have in the next few months, not the next few years, because with AI, customer expectation is changing every day.
Thank you. So we go for Musa. Sorry for keep you waiting.
Thank you. For me, the entire concept focuses on the phrase itself, digital strategy. And strategy literally means that you have to adapt, you have to change, and you have to accept any new parameters that come your way. So if you're not learning from what's happening around you, then the strategy is absolutely wrong. Nothing is set in stone, always be flexible. But I think the most important part in that phrase is the digital part. We live in a part of the world that is continuously catching up to what the rest of the world is achieving with technology. And to say it harshly or maybe a little bit bluntly, if you still have a lot of people in your call centers, in your customer support lines, in your HR departments, or a lot of people in your finance team doing a lot of manual entry, just typing in data that should actually be already available and the system's moving it automatically, then you're doing something wrong. You're wasting a lot of money on the wrong resources. We live in an age right now where you can actually integrate a lot of amazing services and automate a lot of that work. If you're doing the entire world of your operations in a very human-centric way right now, and I'm not advocating to get rid of humans, I'm advocating to take human interaction or participation in this entire cycle to the next level. Make humans decision makers, make humans the people that basically correct mistakes. But when it comes fundamentally how your business is operating, you need to automate. Because if you don't do that, you will never catch up with your competition. Your competition can literally be even small startups, and they will destroy even the biggest of companies. The cycle for adoption for new technology has to become way more nimble, and you can't just depend on huge, massive projects when it comes to your digital transformation. It begins at the smallest level. It begins at making sure your computers work, your Word, Excel, PowerPoint are readily available to your employees, that the connectivity of data between all of your channels, WhatsApp, websites, whatever it is, readily comes down into a unified CRM system where everybody has the visibility about understanding what is their interaction with the customer. So it's that digital part where most of us forget in this region. We still have a lot of paper, we still have a lot of manual processes. These are easy, low-hanging fruit for any company to really revitalize itself that we are dropping in the phrase digital strategy.
Thank you. So the answers from all of us, I agree with all of you actually. So actually it depends on what our customer wants and the dynamic of the market. How fast we have to adopt or adjust our strategy, it depends on the market. What they actually happen or what our customer actually want, and not just only our customer, but also our partner and vendors as well. As today, in the digital as usual world, after COVID-19, everyone access to the internet. Almost like 95% of the people in the world have access to internet using mobile phones or iPad or tablet or even computers itself. So with those stuff, if we keep monitoring our customer or our users on our digital platform, so we know that what their behavior, how they're browsing our product or service, how do they actually using it, they share, or how they engage with our platform. And with those data, it will help us to formulate or adjust our digital strategy to actually deliver the value to them. Sometimes we may have the users on our platform who never pay, who never be our customer, but they actually are the one who advocate for us. That most of the time we find out, like, especially for the real estate. In a lifetime, how many houses you buy? How many properties you buy? Maybe one in one province or one in one country, or maybe just one house for one life, right? But once you using our product or you buy our house, then you can recommend it to other people, friends, family to buy it. So those kind of things, sometimes it's not just actually like they have to be our customer, but it can be also thinking of human-centered design. So with the website, the human-centric, customer-centric, user-centric, it's all the same thing. Just thinking about who actually going to influence on decision-making to buy our product or service. So those are my ideas and my experience with that. So the data actually help us to keep us stay ahead of our competitors. Like yesterday, one person said on the stage here, saying that data is never be new oil. It's not a new oil anymore. It should be infrastructured, right? So if we actually have a digital platform or digital website, so we can start with that, collect all those data and build it as our infrastructure and utilize it, maximize utilities out of it. So the next question, so we actually have 5 minutes left. I will try to squeeze 2 questions together. Shall we? Well, the last question will be, the fourth question we have with when company thinking about to adopt the client-first digital strategy, what is the one thing you need to consider? And the last question we have is about AI. The rise of AI in like today's world, how we actually using it, is it threat or opportunities to yourself? Can we ask Jasim to answer it first? Both of Jasim. Can you answer the question first?
For us in KSA, it is very simple, is to be ahead of our government digital capabilities. They are pushing every entities who have ambitious to go on digital experience to compete with them. They provide the best platform for every national in KSA to do every possible transaction from back of home, from registering your baby to buying a house and selling a house, applying for school, buying a car, traveling, getting your education, your finance, your credit. So to be ahead from our government digital experience is our ambitious.
If about AI, do you have any ideas of it? Jasim? AI.
AI, in terms of my experience with AI is about ChatGPT, and it has transformed my experience. And some of our entities start to adopt ChatGPT and AI in our, let's say, after-sales experience, especially our call center and online assistant to customers. Yet the main impact on my line of business when it comes to finance is our pricing, which is very complex, and with AI it became very simple to understand and to react with over 2 million rating every hour generated by our AI and actuarial team. So it is changing our industry significantly. It is improving our efficiency, and the expected return is huge.
Yep, Pablos?
Yes, as far as concerned, what is one thing to consider about adopting clients first digital strategy? For us in BBF, in my company, a client first digital strategy means putting the customers at the center of everything we do, and using technology and our innovative message to enhance their experience. The one thing we need to consider is to find the right balance between technology and human interaction. We have lots of customers that decided to buy from us a lot of residencies because the sales journey we did in our company, in our offices, and in our plots, when we visit them with our customers, made them excited and created a trustworthy relationship between us. Sometimes, as you all know, first we have to sell yourself in order to gain the trust, and then you will sell the product. Now, on the second part, as far as AI like ChatGPT, how we see it, overall luxury and premium real estate businesses like BBF, like our business, should view IA chatbot as a tool to enhance their customer service rather than a replacement of human factor, of human staff. By combining the efficiency of AI and the personal touch of human interaction, businesses could provide the best of both worlds to their clients.
Thank you. Charles, would you like to add it? But I think it's time up, so we can have like maybe 5 minutes more, please.
I think I'll just summarize that with this AI, every company has to adjust to the new development, and you have to educate your members or your clients how the change in digital is making progress, and it is also helping us to be effective as a company, because you want to match with the AI. So you teach your people, your company members, so that they also adapt to that. Because some people, they are very hard to make changes when there are changes. They want to remain in the old system. So we have to help our members, our team, so that we work together, we match with the AI. Thank you.
Okay, Musa, would you like to sum up?
Yes, very quickly, AI is not a huge solution. AI is supposed to be small. So give AI to your HR, give AI to your IT, give AI to your salespeople, give AI to your contracts people. Each domain has a unique set of solutions that can make their life easier, their productivity much better, their efficiency go through the roof. So don't think that AI is a huge thing. AI should be literally to every department, to every individual specific that can help them do their job faster. That would be an ideal first step right now. Don't think that it's a huge thing to take. Be brave. It's the next tool. You're literally leaving money on the table if you don't engage with these new tools right now.
So thank you very much for everyone. And just to sum up the session, to ensure that we can deliver the client-first digital strategy, so we just think about our customer, but we have to balance our bottom lines as well, whether it is viable to our project, our business, and also feasible in terms of technology as well. AI could be seen as a threat or opportunities, but more or less is a tool, and it will be advanced. If we think about what actually happened, if, as Musa and Panov says, and everyone said here, it's a tool. Technology, we take it as tool to support our business. So it will help our business to run more and more effective and also sustainable as well. So thank you everyone for listening to us. And if you have any chance to catch up with our panelists here, just be there. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Yeah. Thank you, panelists, for that very insightful presentation. We're going to move on next to our keynote speaker. We are about to navigate the stormy seas of uncertainty as our keynote speaker unravels the strategies and insights that can turn crisis into opportunity. Responsible for driving growth and success, building and leading a high-performing sales team at Hedge & Sachs, as its founder and board member, Adil Akar will be sharing his views on the topic, Investing in Crisis, a high-risk, high-reward strategy. Let's have a warm welcome to our keynote speaker.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Adil Akhtar. I'm the founder and a board member of Hedge & Sachs. I'm extremely overwhelmed to be a part of MoRE 2.0. My topic of discussion today is gonna be about investing in crisis. But before I do so, I would like to take a minute to introduce a little about my company, that is Hedge & Sachs. We are an asset management firm that was introduced in the year 2021 with a clear vision of making investments in real estate simpler for our clients across the globe. We have our branches in Dubai, Mumbai, and even in London now, but we are majorly based out of Luxembourg. We are 4 friends who started this company with lots of love and respect for each other. Now, I have Abhishek Jha. He's the company's Chief Administration Officer. If you can please raise your hand, Abhishek, and show a pretty face to everyone. And there is Rachit Pant. He's the CEO of Hedge & Sachs. He's going to be amongst the panelists today. There is one more person who is very important, I would say the most significant one. His name is Shivansh Rachit. He is the founder of the company and also our very first customer. So my founder was ideally the first customer of mine. I'll tell you the story behind it. So Shivansh Rachit has always been my friend, but moreover a client also. I remember in the year 2020 when COVID had taken over the world. I had proposed Shivansh to buy an investment in Dubai, but he was a little reluctant about investing during the crisis because of the obvious reasons. S&P 500, Dow Jones were down, tech stocks, were not doing pretty well, were hanging anything in between 22 to 66%. At that point of time, Shivansh did tell me that, I am not going to invest during COVID. I literally had to brainstorm to persuade him to invest during that time. But I really did that by making him an offer that he just couldn't refuse at that point of time. So what's your name? Hi, Subhash. Where are you from? India, Bangalore. Fantastic. Just want to understand, if your friend, did you make any sort of an investment during COVID? I mean, any real estate investment in your back home? No. Did anyone here make any sort of an investment? Fantastic. What's your name, ma'am? Rebecca, I love your hairstyle, by the way.
Thank you. I
Yeah.
bought land. I thought it's a good time to buy land.
You bought a land.
Yeah.
Where exactly? Where are you from?
In Switzerland.
Switzerland.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Who convinced you to buy land? You yourself or some friend of yours?
No one.
You bought
Actually.
it by yourself?
Yeah, yeah.
Fantastic. That was your entire decision.
Yeah.
You also raise your hand. What's your name, sir? Jayan Sonamni. You're from Maharashtra, it seems like.
Yes, I live in Dubai, but I'm from India, Nasik.
Indian Nasik. Fantastic.
So I did an investment a couple of years back in Pune in real estate.
Did you by any chance do it during the pandemic time?
Yes, second wave, yeah.
Fantastic. And what made you to invest at that point of time? I'm sure a lot of people at that point of time would have told you not to go ahead with any sort of an investment, either in financial sector or in real estate, right?
Yeah, the major reason during that time, I mean, it was an advantage for everyone because the prices had got down. And when you right, the pandemic is going to get over. It's not like everlasting. And when we are above it, so prices are definitely going to go up. So it's in the favor of investor.
Mr. Sonamne did mention that he invested during pandemic because the property prices had completely gone down, okay? So that is what had happened even here in Dubai. We had a lot of distressed deals. And that is what I pitched Shivansh, the founder of the company. Yes, you did raise your hand.
Yeah, there you go. We also bought one investment property, but it was in the U.S.
I am sorry, what's your name, sir?
Stephen T. Keys.
Okay. That's in Caribbean by any chance, if I'm not mistaken?
Say that again.
Is that in Caribbean by any chance?
Oh, no.
I'm really sorry then.
No, Chicago.
Chicago,
I'm from
fantastic.
Chicago, yes.
Yeah.
And it was one of those trying times where you didn't know how the renter was going to be at the time, and it was a tough decision for us to make.
Certainly. As Mr. Sonamne and others here who have invested during the pandemic, they did mention that the property prices had gone down, which is why they did make an investment. That is what I did with my partner, Shivansh. At that point of time, I did tell him that there are a lot of distressed deals. A property that earlier costed around 550,000 dirham was costing at that point of time only 400,000 dirham. And I did tell him that he doesn't even have to pay 400,000 entirely. What he has to only pay to me is 37,000 dirham only and nothing else. And that 37,000 dirham also he can get back after a few years. So the property is absolutely gonna be for free. This doesn't make any sense, and Shivansh at that point of time was also ready to hit me, but since I was very good friend of his. He did not, but he did believe in me. He believed in my expertise that I carry in real estate and finance both. Now, guys, tell me one thing. If anybody tells you that you can actually buy a property for absolutely free, everyone would buy it, right? I understand it is very difficult to digest that, how can anyone give a property for free? Absolutely. It is not indeed free, but I'm going to illustrate on the board by the help of my partner Abhishek Jha. If we can please have a big round of applause for him to come on the stage and he can put the numbers on the board. So right now what I'm gonna make all of you understand is, how did I convince Shivansh Rachit, my friend, my partner, the founder of the company, to buy an investment from me? Wherein what I did simply is I added a financial instrument to his real estate investment, and that is where the magic happened. And with that one product, so our first client was Shivansh Rachit. Right after that, we started with our firm. So right after that, we started with our firm, that's Hedge & Sachs. And we have been able to help thousands of such clients who have been looking to buy property, with such investment plans. So can we take the board a little forward? Can you write anything, and let's see if the audience are able to see it. So guys, he has mentioned studio on the board. Are you able to see it by any chance? Is it yes? Perfect, thank you. Okay, so I pitched him a property that's worth at, before COVID, and at this point of time, the same property that was bought by Shivansh at 400,000 dirham is now for a price of 600,000 also. That is the capital appreciation that has been added to the properties here in Dubai. Indeed, that was a distressed deal, but UAE government, they have done an amazing job by introducing the residency visa, owing to which a lot of investors from across the globe. So, what we know about Dubai is that Dubai is open to all the customers across the globe. People from different parts of the world, they do come here. Like Mr. Sonamne is here, he's from India, and he has made his investment here in Dubai. I am myself from India. I think, hi. What's your name, sir? Sorry? Akshay, fantastic. You seem to be Indian too? Lovely. So a lot of Indian and other country people have invested here in Dubai because there are some amazing benefits. No tax. Any property that you buy here, you do not have to pay any tax. You get the residency visa. You get the world-class infrastructure. That is what Dubai is up to. Now, the property that was bought at a price of 400,000 at that point of time, here, if you have to buy a property, there are two ways. Either you pay the entire cash to the developer and get the ownership on your name, or what you can do is you can just pay 20% as the down payment to the developer, and the remainder amount can actually be taken, by the mortgage. Does everyone know this here in Dubai? There is a bank mortgage that you get for your property. So when I take 20% of 400,000 is nothing but 80,000 dirham, right? Yes, sir? So 20% of 400,000 is gonna be 80,000 dirham. So this becomes the down payment here. Can anyone help me with the calculation, because there is gonna be a little, calculation. Sir, are you free by any chance? Can you please open your calculator and help me? Yeah. Akshay, right? Lovely. Akshay, you'll have to help me with the calculations here. Perfect. So the 20% of the property cost, that's 400,000, is 80,000 dirham. That, what I did is, I took a personal loan on Shivansh's name. So I did not ask him, as I promised him, the only amount that I'm going to ask him to pay, for this property is going to be 35 to 40,000 dirham and nothing else. So this amount was taken from the bank as a personal loan. Can anyone tell me or raise their hands if they know the answer? If you take a personal loan, what's the maximum tenuity that you get behind the personal loan? And what's the average interest? Can anyone raise their hands, please? If they know the answer? Yes, Akshay, right? Yes, sir. Absolutely right. By any chance, are you also into real estate or into mortgages? Fantastic, fantastic. So if you take a personal loan here in Dubai, what happens is the maximum tenuity that you can get in personal loan is for 4 years, and the interest rate varies from profile to profile, but I would take, an average interest rate that has been quoted by Mr. Akshay, that is 4.5%. So do we have an EMI calculator? You're from mortgage, I'm sure you would have the EMI calculator too, right? Fantastic, if you can. So guys, now when we start calculating the EMIs, what we are going to do is we are absolutely gonna make this property for free, and that is what we tell our customers to invest by adding the financial instrument, and that is when you use the investment plan to the most in your favor, and that is what I'm gonna do here on the board, and that would actually look like a magic. So Abhishek is here. Abhishek, if you can calculate on the EMI calculator, what would be the EMI for the personal loan, that is 80,000 dirham, and the tenuity is 4 years. Yes, you have got anything to say, sir? Yes, sir, tell me. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so the EMI for 80,000 dirham personal loan for 4 years is 1878, okay? The amount is 1,878 dirham. Now, we have cleared the personal loan here, but there is a remainder amount, right? Hi, ma'am. Can you tell me what's the balance amount here after I have paid 80,000 dirham? You, ma'am. Yes, hi.
Yeah.
What's your name, ma'am?
Arisha.
Arisha.
Yeah.
Fantastic. My sister's name is Arisha too.
Wow, I've never come across another Arisha.
Where are you from?
I'm from Bombay.
Bombay, fantastic. Even I'm from Mumbai. Which part?
Andheri, Lokhandwala.
Andheri. Lovely.
Yeah.
Ma'am, a very basic question.
Yeah.
400,000 was the property's cost. 80,000 dirham is paid already through the personal loan. Can you tell me what's the balance amount that I'm still supposed to pay to the developer?
3,20,000.
320,000. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay, just one thing I missed. What is the rate of interest that you have taken
For the home loan or personal loan?
for the personal loan?
For the personal loan, ma'am, at that point of time during COVID, my friend, because he has, a good profile, he got it at 4.5. Yeah.
Okay, for 4 years, right?
So he took for 6%, but he had got it for 4.5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So we are considering today's interest rate, even for a good profile. So the remainder balance here is 320,000 dirham that is yet supposed to be paid to the developer. What did we do at that point of time is we took a home loan, right? We took a home loan, and the beauty of this land is that whenever you go for any sort of a loan, especially home loan here in Dubai, the interest is very low. The interest is so low that at times you're able to compensate it by the rentals that you earn from your property, right? Now, what happened is this 320,000 dirham was taken as a mortgage from the bank, and the tenuity there was counted as 25 years, and the interest. Can anyone tell me here what's the interest behind the home loan here in Dubai? Any idea? Anyone like to add any point here? The interest rate here in Dubai for the home loan? Okay, I'll help myself. That's maximum for even a good profile would not go more than 5%. Would not go more than 5%. So at that point of time, Shivansh was able to get it for 4%, but I would still consider here for 5%. So if we consider the 5% as the interest rate on the amount 320,000 that we have taken as a mortgage from the bank, the EMI is gonna be 1870 dirham. Okay, so at this point of time, Shivansh hasn't paid even a single penny, but he has got EMI liabilities. The first EMI here is of the personal loan, that is for 4 years, 1878 dirham. Then the EMI of the home loan, that is 1870 dirham. Now, when we add both the amounts, that sums to, if you can please, Abhishek. $3,748 dirham was the amount that Shivansh at that point of time was supposed to pay every month. Every month. But you know what? I did not let him pay even a single penny. Yes, sir. For 25 years. Yes. Okay. Now, if anyone has a doubt, what they can do is they can let me know right after I've completed my presentation, because we are working on the calculation right now. I want everybody to understand this model. So the total amount that Shivansh at that point of time was supposed to pay is 3748. Now, what did I do is, we know this pretty well that in Dubai, majority of the people invest for the ROI. When we compare it with other countries, the ROI that any person, any investor that can get is absolutely incomparable. And that is what happened even during COVID. I'm not considering 7% or 8% that easily one can make here in Dubai, but I'm only considering 5% ROI that every investor was still able to make during the COVID. I considered 5% ROI, and at that point of time, Shivansh for his studio was able to get 5% ROI on his property. So when I count 5% of 400,000, it's 20,000 dirham annually. If we see monthly, then that amount is gonna be precisely 1,666 dirham. That is what the rental yield was, even during COVID. At this point of time, the ROI has already increased even for Shivan's studio, but I'm gonna consider this amount as the income from the property. Now, 24. Yeah. Now, as I told you at the start that I had to get a financial instrument added to the real estate property. How did I bring this essence? I asked Shivansh to invest. What's the amount, Abhishek? So, the amount that I asked Shivansh to invest with me was anything around 47,000 dirham. The precise figure here is 46,050 dirham. I asked Shivansh to only remove this amount from his pocket. He neither paid this EMI. He only gave me this amount to further invest elsewhere. I further invested this amount in the financial instrument that I have fully control on. So for Shivansh, he has been a finance guy, very learned personality. He himself knew that this can be done, but he was a little hesitant. I carry an experience of 10 years in finance, and even in real estate, I've got plenty of experience. What did I do is, I then invested this amount in commodities, currencies. I further invested in the other line of financial instruments where we can get maximum returns to compensate the EMI. So what happened is, I was able to take out every month from this amount on a financial platform. If you can please write down the number. So now, what we are going to do is, we had two liabilities. One was 1870, that was personal loan EMI. Another was 1878. So the total liability that Shivansh at that point of time had was 3748. And now talking about the incomings as in the profit, he had a rental from his property that was 1,666 dirham. And the returns that we were able to take out from the financial instrument was 1870. So if you would see here, we were able to take out 3,536 dirham from the property and even from the financial instrument, the money that we had invested in. At this point of time, the only balance that he had to pay was 212 dirham. What I did is, I asked him not to pay that amount. I would take care of this amount for 4 years, because it's very obvious that since I sold him a property, I was supposed to get a commission, so I had to compensate somewhere, since he is a very good friend of mine. Now, but guys, we have to realize, only the home loan was for 25 years. The personal loan was for only 4 years. So personal loan has to get over in just a year, I suppose. So what is going to happen after 4 years is what we are going to illustrate on the board now. So after 4 years, Shivansh is only going to be liable to pay the mortgage EMI, that is the home loan EMI. By then, his personal loan is going to get over. So the only EMI that he has to pay is 1870 dirham, and he is going to have a steady income from his property and even from the financial instrument that we have invested in. So the amount is going to be, if you can please write on the board. So 2,536 is the amount that Abhishek has just mentioned, that is gonna be his incoming. Everybody understands here the ROI, right? What I'm gonna do is, I'm just gonna calculate the ROI, annual return divided by the total investment multiplied by 100. So if we do that, Abhishek, if you can, I'm so sorry if I'm bothering you so much, even you have got a lot to talk during your panel, but what we'll do is, the monthly income that Shivansh has is 2536 dirham. 2536 into 12 divided by the only investment that was done by Shivansh at that point of time was not this amount, because he did not pay even a single penny. He only paid 46,750 dirham. That was the only amount that was paid by him. Into 100, so the ROI, you won't believe, some of the people would throw me out from the stage, but it is 66% ROI. I can show you the details, how we did it, but this is how Hedge & Sachs, took a birth. And this is how we have become an asset management firm in just a few years' time. Because we have absolute control on the financial instruments that we invest in. We give the expert advice in real estate. We talk about numbers. We talk about extreme numbers, how you can actually, use, or I would rather say take the full advantage of financial instruments. So, once it was mentioned by Mr. Warren Buffett also in the year around to 2020 itself, that whenever you invest in real estate, it is very much mandatory to invest further even in financial instrument, because that is how you play with numbers. So this was the greatest ROI of that time, I suppose. This was an idea. You talk about majority of the startups. What they do is they understand a pain in a marketplace and they bring out a solution. So the pain here across the globe, what I suppose is that real estate is very expensive. And our company, and as far as my understanding is concerned, we are the only company doing this. We want to make real estate affordable for our investors. And that is what we do. And guys, this is it. Thank you so much. I would request if there is any question, they can please raise their hands and they can ask me right now. Yeah, thank you so much. A big round of applause for Abhishek Jha. Yeah. Yes, sir.
You are assuming very high returns on the financial instrument. Both the cases, though distressed will be it's not been like a systemic kind of the investment on. You need to wait for the opportunities. But if you take the high risk and high reward as a strategy, it works, but not as a continuing investment strategy where you can make in all your investment 65% ROI to the investors.
I'm sorry, could you please tell me your name all over again?
Subhash.
Subhash, fantastic. Subhash, that's a lovely question. So what you mentioned is, this model works usually in the time of distressed deals. And the kind of financial returns that I was supposed to yield, that was only because there was a lot of movements in the financial market. Understand? Certainly the point is taken. But understand one thing. Even if you buy any property through me, it doesn't have to be in distressed. That is absolutely fine. Even if you buy a property that's worth in million, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to ask you to invest only 400,000 or 300,000 max with me. And what I'm going to do is, I am going to make that property a recession proof, because what's happening is, you are only paying the financial money here to me. And what I'm doing is, I'm compensating that amount to your EMIs. So at the end, you're not paying even a single EMI. After 4 years, if you would see, you have already paid the EMI to the bank. And if you have taken your home loan for 5 years, after 5 years of time, you have also completed the EMIs of the bank, even for the home loan. So your property is paid already, but you haven't paid anything from your pocket. So now what happens is, your property indeed becomes recession proof. So any other question, guys? Yes, sir. I'm sorry, what's your name? Can anyone please help him with the mic?
Yeah, sorry,
Hi,
my name is Venki, and I'm still a little confused about your model here. So what you're saying is that you're going to take that 46,750 money and then get a return by your investment at a rate of about 65-70%. And
I'm sorry, could you repeat the last one?
So you are taking the 46,000 that your friend gave you.
Yes.
And you're going to invest it in your financial instrument.
Yes.
And you're going to make 65 to 70% in return. Because that's the one
that's 4% approximately every month, and is what we are actually making even now. I even have my dashboard. What I can do is I can come there and show you what sort of percentage that I usually make every month.
No, I'm not questioning that.
You should be highly interested in that because I'll tell you why. Until unless I do not make that much of returns, I will not be able to pay off the EMIs.
Well, I understand that. Exactly what my next question is.
Yes.
If you are so successful in getting that kind of return on investment, why even go buy a property? I'll just give you $1 million, make me 60%.
So that is something that we already do, which is why I mentioned at a very early stage, we are not just a real estate broker. We are an asset management firm based out of Luxembourg. We are regulated by and in that country also. What I can do is I can show you the brochure and I can help you with the details too. So this is gonna take another half an hour to make you understand what all businesses we are into. So what I can do is, sir, I'm seated there. We can sit there and I can actually show my dashboard also to you to make you understand what sort of returns we make every month.
Exactly, because that
if you are, if you're so keen to invest with us, I have got the booking forms also there. We can start. But thank you so much.
That's a return on investment that's
absolutely.
Very
this
unique.
is something. So, to be honest with you, it's not just 4%. We at times when the market gives us good movement, we make more than that. I understand it's very difficult to digest, which is why I'm carrying my dashboards with me. I can show you at the end. Yeah, right after I'm over. Seems like we are good here, and thank you so much, guys, for being such a lovely audience. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We do have about 10 minutes at this point, so we're going to do a short networking session where we'd like to ask you to please stay in the room and get to know some of your colleagues, trade information. If you'd like to ask any of the panelists or speakers you've seen today, and you have any questions for them, you can meet up with them here, and then we'll get started in a few moments. Thanks. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be moving forward at this point. From seamless loan applications to personalized lending experiences, our upcoming speaker session on the open banking revolution, how it's changing the lending industry, will immerse you in the exciting realm of open banking and unveil how it is revolutionizing the lending industry. Get ready to embrace the wave of change and discover how open banking is empowering a new era of financial accessibility. The opportunity with our speaker, Madhu Kiran, CEO of My Finance Wellness. They're getting him set up with the microphones, so he'll be coming up momentarily.
No. Yeah, now it's fine? Yeah. Good morning. Sorry, I was a bit late. My apologies for that. My name is Madhu. I'll be your speaker for next half an hour, 45 minutes. So we'll talk more about how open banking has. I think this is Neobank, the other one. You'll have to put the other one. This is the Neobank one. While the slides look similar, the content are different. While that gets sorted out, any of us from the banking domain here? Fintech, banking, open bank? Okay. So usually, we start this session pretty much with understanding of fintech domain and what it brings to the table. However, in this case, what I'll do is I'll just straight away jump into how the open banking has changed the whole lending ecosystem. So I happen to be the first-hand, the person to experience it firsthand back in India. So I lead a company which is mostly doing what open banking is all about. So it's even more interesting for me to talk about what we are doing here. So as a matter of fact, the open banking, it's not a new concept per se. In the global market, if you see, it's not new at all. It's been there since 1980s. I think Germans were the first to try it out. German post office, they were the first to try it out in terms of how this ecosystem can work. Now, across the world, we have multiple companies or multiple government agencies have given the permission to start the open banking ecosystem. So as a matter of fact, in India, we have multiple open banking channels. The companies like some of them focus only on the credit part of it, some on the lending side of it, some just give the credit rating, some work on the personal finance. There are multiple opportunities available there. So I'll just wait for quickly a minute. Is the slide coming up? it's no, the other one. Kashif, there were two presentations, right? So this one and the other one.
While we're getting that sorted out, I would say modern technology, when it works, it's great, but when it doesn't,
Indeed.
yeah. So we'll get it sorted for you in a few moments.
Sure, no worries. No worries.
Just to remind you all again about where the lunch is, it's down the hallway, it's to the left. Today, right before lunchtime, they will be asking everyone to gather for a photograph of the entire conference. So we'd like to have as many people in the photo as possible. And a reminder also that when you get the opportunities, please, please, please go and visit the exhibitors that are here. I think that there's a lot of really good connecting that can go on as far as getting clients and that sort of thing if you visit the booths that are out here. Some people have had a lot of success with that already. So just a reminder about that. And then also, as always, with the social media, if you will hashtag us in anything that you post, that would be really appreciated. So are we good?
Yeah, that'd be good.
Excellent. Go ahead.
Thank you. So as you rightly said, the modern technology can also be boon and bane both. So in open banking, I assume so far it has been boon for all of us. So we'll just look at how it works so far. So this is a market segment which will grow into $160 billion business right by the end of 2032. That's what we are saying. And we are also looking at close to 50% of the world would be using open banks by 2024. So this is what the premise with which most of us are working towards ensuring that there is a better lending platforms for people tomorrow. So why do these do exist at all? Open banking is actually to help companies to give innovative solutions to the end customer. So typically, if you see the regular banking sector, there is a lot of rigidity in terms of the change of ecosystem, especially the IT space. A lot of banks, I can vouch for that in India as well as in the Middle East, where I spent almost 15 years working with different industries here. The IT sector, IT infrastructure is very, very legacy. It's based on legacy. So that has to change, and then once that happens, a lot of newer the innovations can happen here. So this is what we are helping open banks so far. It has been in terms of the big data. So that is something which all of us are betting heavily on it. Especially when it comes to using big data for alternate credit risk model, or even for that matter using to figure out what kind of spending habits, what kind of usage, what is the customer doing. So the big data really helps us, especially my company, we are working on machine learning and AI to figure out what could be the possibility of the default or the credit worthiness of a customer. So that's what we do. And also what is helping across the world is the user base, which is mostly to do with the millennials and Gen Z adoption. So that is what is helping. A lot of the population is less than 25 years or 30 years of age. So that's actually helping the revolution of open banks. Also, it is the cost effectiveness to the core banking, what we have seen so far. Typical banks spend a lot of money and time on customer acquisition, whereas for the open banks or the neobanks or the alternate fintech model what we have, the cost of acquisition is very, very minimal for us. So that's where it is helping us to set it up as quickly as possible and also make profitable as quickly as possible. So also what is helping the open banks is also about the microservices, which is helping us focus on a very specializations. Like in our case, it is specializing in tiny, nano, and unorganized industry. So similarly, this is what is happening across the world. We see. So also the alternate credit risk model, as I just mentioned. So usually what happens in an SME bank segment, this is what we have noticed, not just in India, but across Europe as well as Middle East, is time to say yes to a loan is usually 2 to 3 weeks. The times have, the turnaround times is coming down, but still, as a matter of fact, it is between 2 to 3 weeks in a traditional bank. And time to money, as we call, from the application to the money reaches the end customer, it's usually, taking somewhere between 3 to 4 months. This is what is happening even in Middle East, as well as we see back in India also. And this is true even in Europe. Okay. So why is it taking so much time? It is because of the fact that there is so much background, the regulations, be it, the bank's regulations or the, central agencies regulations, or the understanding of customer, understanding the customer's ability to do a business, or, do a kind of, the reason why the person is even taking a loan in first place. So these things are taking time. So that has impacted a lot of SME businesses across the world. So what we have seen in the last few years, especially I would rather say post-COVID, back where I come from, we have ensured, the industry so far has ensured the time to yes has come down to anywhere between 24 hours to 6 hours to 8 hours, in some cases 5 minutes, as they claim, the eligibility for loan per se. Even time to money has been reduced from whatever the time 2-3 weeks to 2-3 days now. So as a matter of fact, my mandate, what I am personally working on, is to ensure that the time to say yes is real time. Okay, so that is what the business wants. SME business or micro business or small businesses. That's what they are looking at. Time to say yes to a loan, if it can be a real time, and if the money can reach them in a few minutes. So that is where the whole, the ecosystem or the game changer is going to happen. And so for that alternate credit risk model, as we call, that is going to play a very vital role. Okay. So towards the end, I will also show some of these things, how we are doing, so that, it helps to understand in a much more real-time way. So what lending revolution or the open banks have provided us is greater transparency in terms of the whole loan process, the lending process. So what we have seen so far in the ecosystem, especially if you go to the traditional bank, perhaps the whole, I'm talking from a first person point of view here, because when we started our business 3 years ago, we went to the banks for loan, business loan. So how we were actually rejected, or how we were made to go through a process of, all the documentation. So we said, when we become a bank ourselves, we'll not make our customer go through. So that's one of the reasons, the transparency becomes very, very important. And open banks is providing that transparency. So innovation, in terms of the minutest detail, what customer wants, that is where this innovation is coming. I'll give you a simple example. Many a times, what we have noticed is the EMI or the monthly installments, what customers are paying. Many times in the segment, like, the bottom of the pyramid, if you look at the whole, the ecosystem of the lend tech market, there is some majority of the people, I would rather say 40-50% of them don't get access to credit. And that's because, they don't have the credit history. That is where the alternate credit model, which comes into picture. One is in a way of innovation. And the other thing, what we have also seen is the EMI, monthly installment schemes, where instead of monthly installment, sometimes people would prefer daily, weekly, bi-weekly, once in 10 days. So all those things are possible through open bank rather than a traditional bank. So that's another way of reaching out to the customer, giving the whole control to the customer, what he wants and how he wants. Okay. So it also offers a better range of services. More than the service, what I would also feel is the financial awareness. Many banks globally have tried becoming more customer friendly by providing financial literacy. While it's happening in pockets, That is where a neobank or a Opal bank comes into picture, and make sure that the customer awareness is created because of the hyper-local or the pockets of which they serve. Very specialized customer segment. That is where it helps them. Some of the innovations, what we just spoke about, the customer centricity, which is where a lot of product creation is happening. For example, we work in a micro space, so where we have created micro insurance, micro pensions, the micro loans, just to cater to the current the existing customer base. Looking at what those people are into, and that's how the whole ecosystem of innovation in open banks happening for us. Some of the tools, using ML and AI for us. What we have also seen, in the global market, this usage of machine learning is helping to understand the customer better. It is also helping us internally. We have seen that, and also in the market, what we have seen. One of the classic example I would give from the Middle East, where I worked personally, was STC, a Saudi telecom company, where they have STC Pay, so which is online payment. Like in India, we have Paytm or the Bharat Pay. So STC Pay also is one of those tool which has learnt through the customer data, over a period of time, using machine learning and what they are doing there. So the low cost is helping, as well as agility in terms of the speed at which the products gets released, the speed at which the process changes happen. It is helping the customer. At the end of the day, keeping customer as the whole epicenter of what we're doing. So I see there is a huge scope here in the Middle East, especially looking at what open banks can provide here. The whole ecosystem, just changing. The lending space, especially if you look at in the Middle East, I feel very excited, to look and work on what can happen here, because we have almost like 90% of the population, having internet connectivity across length and breadth of Middle East, and also more than 50% of the people are less than 30 years, or even I would say 25 years. That's a young population which would definitely look at banking, especially the lend space, more in a realistic as well as in a more creative way than typical of us who would have probably seen in the Gen Z and Y. So what I'm also told is by 2026, the 2/3 of the population here would have a 5G. So that would also ensure that the faster connectivity, and also ensure that the technology reaches to the right hands, please. So I'm just going to pause for a while and see if any of you have any questions, or should we do it at the end? So like yesterday, somebody said, the speaker, either I've confused you so much or I've convinced you so much that I don't have to answer questions. Yeah, as I said right at the beginning, the market size, what we are looking at by 2032 is around $160 billion globally. So in my view, I think it is completely underrated, because where I come from, we are already looking at $220 billion by 2030. So highest growth potential, as I would see, is in the developing countries, especially I would say where we are working currently, this Indian subcontinent. I would also see Latin America. I would say a lot of Africa. So that is where this would have a huge impact. While it is also in UK and US, we have already seen this revolution happening for the last few years. So the bigger potential, because the mass market, if you ask me, mass market is in Middle East and in Africa, in Asia. So that is where you have larger population, as well as the the first to credit, that is a market segment which would be very, very lucrative for open banks, the first to credit. So that you will find the bigger chunk in this geography. No, I think the consolidation is, it's an ongoing process. It's not, like I always say that, back home, we have a $220 billion loan market, the lendtech space. There are already traditional players. There are also open banks. I also exist in that ecosystem. But I always say that, there is huge scope for many new entrants to come in, because it's not a saturated market per se. It is not a saturated competition yet. There are so many people. For me, it is like, how creative and how innovative you can be, you can exist and coexist in this model. So that's what I believe in. Yeah. So just to add back to what you said and also to get back there, what helps in this kind of geographies is also the deeper risk assessment, what we do through, alternate credit risk. Traditional banks, what we have seen in what we call, know your customer, KYC. It's all about your banking history. It's all about your credit history from, the bureaus, what we have. So what we have done and what this alternate credit risk model helps people is to understand deeper in terms of their, spending habits, their, saving habits. We are capturing that through our application. I can also show you towards the end how we do it. So it helps us in understanding what a customer would do at a particular week or a particular day in a month or in a week or in a space of 5-10 days, initial 10 days, towards the end of 10 days. How would he react? When would he take loan, or when would he wants a certain amount of money in his account? All these things we can, we are capturing using this model. And also it helps in, as we say that, faster and efficient loan process. Why we say that is, as we said, time to say yes and time to credit, or time to the money has come down from days to hours. So, I personally will be more happy if it comes down to real time. So, which is what, makes all the more difference to customer. So, the model which we are also, trying to explore is how soon the customer can have access to money. So, that is where the whole ecosystem in the, the emerging market has played out. So, this is what we are doing so far, as I just mentioned out. As a company, we are focusing on something called two-click micro accounting, which helps customers of this size, especially when it comes to alternate credit modeling or alternate loan system ecosystem. This helps us to understand the customer deeper and to make sure that whatever we are giving them as credit options are real time. It's what we are doing there. So this particular product caters to a industry segment which is completely non-bankable so far as the traditional banks are concerned. So there is no credit history, there is no loan history, financially no data is available. Completely unaware of their financial knowledge is completely, I would say, very, very limited. So that's the kind of segment we are working on, and that is where our open banking system is coming into greater picture here. Can we go to the other slide, Ashif? Can we go to the other one? Yeah. So I'll just quickly run through that very briefly before we take some questions. While the slide pop up, is there, no, not this one, the white color one. You should put the white background one. Okay. While the slides pop up, is there any questions which I can answer? Any thoughts? Any of you want to add to what we are talking here? I think at the end of the day, we all learn by each other. So is there anything you want to add to it? Please feel free to add to it. Straight away, if you can jump to a slide, keep running through this. I'll just go to one particular slide. Not here, not. Yeah, you can go back to that last one. Previous one, yeah. So this is what we are doing, as far as the open banking is concerned, which is what, we feel a kind of market segment, especially in the emerging markets, I would rather say India, Middle East, or even Africa and Latin America. It plays a huge importance, not leaving everything at the mercy of technology. We also included the human element to it. So that's why we call it as business to humans and phygital. Physical as well as digital is what we have done when it comes to the micro lending to the customers. So that has helped us to capture and make sure the biggest challenge in the lending space has always been the recovery. So for us, the bigger it became like not a challenge, but in terms of how we could have perhaps addressed it. And what we have done is to have the hyper-local people on the ground, to help us to recover faster. So that is another of the innovation which open banking system provides us. So can we move on? Can you just go to the next few slides? I'll just show them. Move on, please. Next one, please. Next one, next one, next one. Go back. Yeah. So this is how typical, the open banking system, what we have created looks like for us. We have so many value differentiators, which is what I assume that many open banks in across the world are currently working on. So what helps us is to understand them by providing financial health assessment, which is free for them. So similarly, we have seen many other players in the different geographies are doing this. So thereby it helps them to understand their customer base better, and that helps in a better time to say yes to the customer. So what we are also working, as you see on the other side, financial assessment. So that says, people are this person is 93% ready to get loan. So this is how we are trying to make it a real time. So moment it crosses certain number, what we have put there, he can click a button for apply for loan. So that automatically gets enabled. So that way we are, the time to say yes has come down to as close to as real time as it is possible. So that is something which we are particularly working on. So we're also looking at how this can be taken as an innovation, where all that he has to do is, if he has got that kind of a rating, how this money can be integrated there. So the bigger challenge here is the regulatory systems. So how that regulatory plays out for us is how we are going to look at it. So next, please. No, go back. I've done. You can just go back to the last slide and say thank you. No, finish. I'm last. Yeah, thanks. So with this, I think I'm, it says time's up for me. So any questions, please feel free to ask me, or any thought process. Yeah. Please do ask some questions, because I prepared for questions. Sorry? This is in multilingual. Almost all Indian languages are available, and the app is built in such a way that any language you want to have Arabic in here, it can be added here, or you want to add Latin American or anything for that matter. So that is the beauty of this app. So it's completely, as I said, cost effective, what we had done previously. So that's how it works.
Yeah. But this may be a very confidential question for you to answer. How this pricing mechanism for if they have to subscribe, or it's a free?
What we have done is it's free. We've kept the app free. So only when they take loan is when we charge them. So that's another innovation, right? You can say customer acquisition, but that's how we do it. And the best part for us is, even good for us is it's a B2B2C. We don't work with the customers directly. We work with different NGOs. We work with government bodies and agencies. So that is helping. Again, it's another innovative way of looking at the market segment. Sorry, I think you had, he has a mic there back. Yeah.
Yeah, hi. My name is Venki.
Hi.
I'm just, so you're also giving loans to like consumers, right?
Yeah.
So how do you manage the collateral? Like, is it homes? Is it, what is it? It's personal loans?
No, it's a completely collateral-free model, what we are working. And again, that is why I said the whole ecosystem of open banking has given us that option where how do I ensure my customer gives me back my money is by using my application. So the platform what we have, that platform tells me I'm not going to loan anybody on the day one. They have to stay on my platform for some time. Usually we say between 30 to 45 days to understand their credit worthiness. Most of us, most importantly for me, it is about how serious are you when it comes to your business. Okay, so based on that business transaction, based on the history of what we are seeing, is what a loan is provided here. So we have a different models, back home, if you see in India. So we have collateral-based loans and collateral-free loans. So collateral-free loans are also based on various other parameters. I'm just not giving them money just like that. So we also use a lot of what we call it as India Stack KYC. There is so many things which are as per our the RBI, which is Reserve Bank of India, has asked us to do it. So we do it. And most importantly, this collateral, the loan is also for us guaranteed as a group loans. We don't provide, as I said, we don't acquire customers individually. We acquire them in bulks. So that helps when an NGO guarantees or an industry body guarantees us. These people would be providing it back.
So are you actually funding those loans, or you work with other banks and stuff to fund the loan?
It's a multiple model. We work with different banks. As I speak to you, I just had a conversation with a couple of banks back in India, and also we also have our own funds to lend it. So we do multiple models. So that's another beauty of having it as an open bank and keeping it good. Yeah, thank you. You had some question, yeah.
How are you doing, sir?
Good.
Quick question. I wanted to find out what's the main target audience for the financial wellness app?
Sorry, it was not very clear.
Main target audience, target market, age group, demographics.
So I'm not able to comprehend your question. Sorry. Okay. Okay. So you're talking about the market, as you said.
Yeah, that's just like the first question, and then I'll move on to the second question.
Okay.
So I just wanted,
Sorry, the first question first would be the market segment for me, as I mentioned right from the beginning, as an organization. So we are focusing on tiny, nano, and micro entrepreneurs, the unorganized sector, what we call. So it's close to 29 million people back home for me. So that's a huge market segment in itself. But that's just at the bottom of the pyramid. So as we grow, what we have is a graduation model, so which helps me to graduate my customer to the next levels. That's how we work with.
Okay. Another thing that I don't know what you think about this, but since the world is moving to a different direction in terms of finance and in terms of position of money and all of that stuff, and education about finance, we're moving into a different direction in terms of blockchain, cryptocurrencies, trading, stock market, and the education part of it as well. Does the open bank incorporate that in the education and in the serving the platform to the audience?
Yeah, I mean, the open banks are not just restricted only in one space, right? It's happening in multiple financial spaces. If you ask, there are so many wealth tech companies who are in the open banking segment, open bank companies who are there in the wealth tech center, or even for that matter, if you ask cryptocurrencies, yes, there are so many players in the market available there. Okay, so they all work with that's the beauty, isn't it? It gives you an opportunity to micro at a micro level, create your service. And unlike a traditional bank, which would perhaps be a one-stop solution, so the open banks or the neobanks are helping you to concentrate on a one particular segment or one particular, the product, which gives them much better control and, specialization.
Okay, so what you're saying is that the finance wellness doesn't incorporate that part of
yeah.
It doesn't incorporate.
Yeah.
But like other companies also that you merge with or collaborate with, do they
Yes.
offer some services in that sense?
Yes. You're talking about collaboration, right?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
And then I'm asking that my finance wellness doesn't
Yeah.
have that.
No,
type
we do that. As an organization, when you said, we focus on a particular product.
Yeah.
And we also have tie-ups, which is what we use for cross-sell and upsell. With other, certain banks provide insurance for us, certain bank provide, the mutual fund options for us, somebody else provide gold loan. There are different players. So at the end of the day, it's the collaboration which we work with. Yeah.
All right. Sorry, I just have so many questions, and I'm interested in this type of industry and the education of finance to people, considering what's happening in the world, and many lower and middle classes are struggling to make ends meet, and they need more financial education.
True.
With my finance wellness, how long has it been operating?
We've been in the market for last 3 years.
Last 3 years.
With over close to 40,000 plus customer base as of now in just few states back in India. So we have not even gone pan-India yet. So that's the kind of, the requirement what the market has.
All right. Last question.
Sure.
In less than 10 words, what is the unique selling point of my finance wellness?
Well, the organization is a unique selling point. I would not rather just restrict it to my finance wellness, but there are many players like me in the market. Our unique selling proposition has always been our agility and the continuous innovation. Not just me, every other open bank or neobank which exists everywhere. The USP has always been putting customer at the very center of everything. So that's the design thinking what we all believe in. As an industry, we believe in design thinking, which puts customer at the very heart of the whole the innovation or the kind of products which we would want to. I'll give you a small example, right? Back home when I went back from Middle East to India, so every time I deal with one particular bank, huge bank. So I went back and I said, look, I had some savings I want to put in. So the person was only selling his bank product, right? Which typically happens in any banking domain, right? But whereas if I look at a wealth tech company which was helping me, narrow it down from 3 different options available. So how did that happen is because, again, keeping me in the center of it, or as a customer, I was in the center of whole the product evaluation. So I would rather say, it is the flexibility, agility, as well as how creative and how you keep your customer at the center of it is what helping all open banks and neobanks across the world. So that's my take on it. So,
Thanks a lot.
My name is Giri Shankar. Even after you do all the pre-credit checks, etc., there could be slippages in it. So how do you manage the slippages? Which leads to my second question. You said it's collateral free right now. Do you see a future which going forward maybe you incorporate some collateralized loans as well?
Yeah, the first question first. The data security is a very, very important when it comes to the open banking, because it's a third-party information which certain banks do share, and we also have our own customer bases, right? So the highest of the order when it comes to the data security, be it, there are certain guidelines, PSD2, as well as, the Australian guidelines, and back home for us, it is very, very stringent. So I just cannot emphasize on the fact that how stringent when it comes to data security. Of course, the C pages do happen. I would rather. Oh, good loans and the bad loans, what you're talking. Yeah, I mean, so far, by the grace of God, I would say that thankfully, so our recovery rates from the customer has been close to 100%. So that's because of the, the kind of market we are playing in. And why did that also happen is, as we said, though it is collateral free, it is multi-layered. We have our own people on the ground, and we have channel partners, people on the ground who would be seeing them on a daily basis or weekly basis. This is all those, the self-help groups or, the joint liability groups, what they would have already formed. So those people are always monitoring them on a real-time basis, one. And also the partner organizations, we don't just provide loans to everybody. So my target is to have, out of my customer base, 30% gets loan. So that 30% goes through that rigor of the maintaining their books of accounts on our platform, and based on that only they get loan. So otherwise, it's not, see, my logic, which I've always emphasized with my team, has always been responsible lending. Just don't go, sales is not my target. Recovery is my target. Okay? Because when you say you will give loan, you have 100 capacity, you will have 1,000 people asking for loan. But for me, what is very important as the person in the industry is how soon I recover my loan without having too many bad debts. That's where our whole team's focus is. So that has helped us. We are not trying to sell, rather we are trying to see if the person really requires the loan or not. So that helps us. Yeah, we are looking at it. That is again, it's a market space crowded already. So we are trying to see how I graduate my existing customer to that level. Okay, somebody who has no credit history, we are building credit history using my particular app and also by providing them loan. So over a period of time, they graduate and they stay with me. That's a customer retention, what we are looking at. So yes, for the existing base, we are targeting to have close to, by the end of this financial year, which is by April, March 31st, 2024, our target is to have 500,000 customer base. Okay. So base, I'm not saying I'll be loaning them all, that's the base. And based on that, we'll see based on their usage and the ability to repay what number it turns out to be. Okay. So, anything else?
I think we're actually out of time.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Thank you very much. A big hand for our speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to our next presenter. We're going to explore the ascent of neobanks and their impact on the dominance of big banks. Delve into the innovative strategies employed by neobanks, the distinctive customer service experiences they offer, and the significant threats they pose to established financial institutions. Witness the transformative force reshaping the banking industry. Here to speak on that is going to be Vinod Kataria, Head in Treasury and Credit Risk Management at PDS Limited, and they will share their thoughts on the rise of neobanks challenging the dominance of big banks.
A very good morning to everybody. Well, this was supposed to be a fireside chat on the subject matter, but it seems now I'm on my own. So let's make it a very interactive session on this subject matter, right? So a very brief introduction about myself. I'm Vinod Kantharia, living and working in Hong Kong. I basically hold group CFO positions and currently working as the head of treasury, banking, and the credit risk management for an apparel industry. So by profession, I'm a qualified cost accountant, certified management accountant, and a certified lean manager. So as a certified lean manager, it's my responsibility to ensure that exactly in the next 23 minutes, we end the session. But at the same time, we need to basically discuss a couple of critical points on the subject matter whereby we have a complete knowledge sharing on what neobanks is all about, whether it is really dominating the existence of the traditional banks, and what do we feel whether neobanks will take over the traditional banks in the few years to come. So I have been basically working in corporates dealing with the banks on the corporate side for the last 15 years, and I'm basically sharing my perspective of what I think about neobanks have emerged into, and why I believe that neobanks cannot replace traditional banks in the coming years. Well, the concept of neobanks basically evolved maybe just a decade ago. So yes, they have disrupted the entire traditional banking industry, but again, what they have done, they have basically digitized, they have done a lot more digital transformation in terms of how the customers want to deal with the bank. So for me, neobank is anything but is basically not a bank at all, but it provides you the services which in a way you would not like to go to any physical bank, but just at the click of a button on your mobile or on your app, you are able to do the transaction. So coming back to the emergence of neobanks, yes, in the last a decade or so, they have emerged a lot. I would say in the last few years, they have exploded, especially in the COVID times, and that has changed the way we all basically want to deal with our banking system, whether it is on an individual level or at a corporate level. Now, I would just share my perspective in less than 10 minutes and then keep the discussion very open to make a very interactive session. Now, I don't have any presentation as such, but see, the difference between, again, I'm just sharing my own perspective, that how these neobanks are so different from the traditional banks, primarily because they don't exist physically anywhere. They are all digital. You have so many apps that in the last 10 years, we have more than 400 neobanks and over 1 billion customers. But then what next? What are they basically doing exactly to challenge the dominance of the traditional banks? Now, apart from the digital transformation, apart from having this digital journey, which basically changes so very frequently as per the customer needs, this is where they have an edge. If you basically think about any big traditional bank, they have a legacy. They have certain policies which was written maybe 30, 40, 50 years ago. They have been regulated by their own countries. They have been regulated by transactions that we do cross-border. Unlike traditional banks, neobanks have enjoyed, the soft regulations. I think we discussed the difference between soft and hard regulations yesterday. So, you really cannot compare neobanks with the traditional banks, because at the end of the day, they both have different perspectives. They have the same priority to satisfy the customer needs, but how do you satisfy the customer need is something, a biggest challenging part. So when it comes to neobanks, you basically sitting over here, a couple of people I have seen doing certain transactions on certain apps, which it wouldn't have been possible if you have to really go to a traditional bank, where you have to queue up, you have to take your ticket, you have to wait for half an hour, 1 hour, and then, maybe it's a matter of 5 minutes, but then the amount of time that you spend from your house to go to a physical place and get your job done. And again, it's very uncertain that your job will be done on the same day, especially how the process is run in the traditional banks. So this is the amount of time that you save. This is the amount of time which you save and you have more thoughts on how to reinvest your time better, that can give you more productivity. So this is where neobanks have emerged largely. But again, I would say that neobanks have definitely shattered the dominance of the big banks. But again, it will take them a lot more to go ahead of them, or or to even replace them. Well, one last point before I just open up this particular discussion as part of Q&A or as part of our knowledge sharing. See, the traditional banks, what I would say is more on the securing the digital data of the customer. At the end of the day, the priority of the traditional banks is to satisfy the customer's needs, but not at the expense of sharing your digital data to anybody. In case of neobanks, yes, unfortunately, the issue is their digital data breach has been huge in the last couple of years. In fact, if we look at the claims that have been made in the cyber security industry, neobanks basically are topping the list. So it's very important that on one side, they have 1 billion plus customers, but then are we just looking at number of customers going ahead, or are we trying to scale up, or are we trying to make this industry more profitable? Making this industry more profitable, you need to have a lot of trust. That trust, when somebody is using a particular app, is 100% sure that, yes, all my data is going to be completely secure, and I or my data under any circumstances will not be breached. Whatever transactions you do, believe me or not, based on my experience, my perspective, and my interaction with various big banks over the last 15 years, at least the digital security that these traditional banks have in place, they have, based on this one important aspect, been able to rule, at least for now. So in the last 10 years, if the emergence of neobanks have gone up, we never know that in the next 10 years, what it would basically look like. So again, my perspective is, yes, neobanks have shattered the dominance of the big banks, or the traditional banks, I would say, but it will take a lot more for them to at least be near to what traditional banks have achieved in the last maybe 5, 6, 7 decades or even centuries. So again, this is just my perspective. This is just what I believe in this era of digitization, that neobanks has an edge, but again, only to some extent. So if I would basically have to ask a question to you, because you all come from industry belonging to real estate, banking, from finance, if I have to ask whether, because all these days you have been asking questions to the person who is on stage, so basically let me just ask you a question, that do you really believe that neobanks will take over traditional banks in the next 10 to 15 years? If yes, then why? Anyone? Do you actually believe that neobanks will take over the traditional banks? Either yes or no? You are absolutely right. Who else? Exactly. I completely agree. And one of the reasons why you feel that they will not take over the traditional banks is it about the data security? Is it about the data breach? What do you think?
I believe neobanks will not overtake the big banks because the way that the system is created and it's operated with their strategic, with their strategy. But I do believe that we should be open for a change, because, if something happens again and we're not able to do things the traditional way, maybe there is a room for Neo to show us some things.
Well, okay, I agree. We should be basically keeping our minds open. We should be open to any new strategies. We should be flexible in terms of getting any new processes into the system. So my belief is, instead of being a competitor to a traditional bank, neobank can be a collaborator or a facilitator with the existing traditional banks. Why? Because so far what we have seen or heard about neobanks is about number of customer base, is about number of transactions that they have handled, whether it is in space of payments or lending or savings or checking accounts. What next? How do they scale up? How do they make themselves more profitable? One of the most important strategies that these neobanks should adopt is the banking as a service, which they should be the one who will be facing the customers. Banking as a service, they know how well to interact with the customers. They know what the customer needs is. They know how the customer has interacted, reacted, how many times the customer have filed the complaint, how many times the customer has gave them a thumbs up on all the data or all the transactions that they have done with the bank. So this entire data system, entire artificial intelligence that these neobanks have, they need to basically make the most use of it, get out of these transactional matters and go more into the relationship matter. So they need to be the face of the customer. They need to interface with the customer. They need to give more satisfaction to the customer in terms of their needs, their requirements, because the customer needs basically changes every now and then. But at the same time, they need to partner with the traditional banks where they know all the complex processes that is in place. Now again, this complex process, we can say it's a disadvantage, but I think we are blessed to be living in a more regulated world where we know for sure that these traditional banks, they have the history, they know well how to manage the entire complex system and the complex processes, although we may not like it, but at the end of the day, this is what it matters if we are more concerned about our data, if we are more concerned about the security. So neobanks, for them to emerge further, they need to scale up, they need to be the interface of the customer, they need to collaborate with the traditional banks rather than just be a mere competitor and just increase the number of customers into the tally. You agree? Or anybody who does not agree? Yes, please. Yeah.
I believe that it's going to be very difficult for new banks to replace traditional banks, but also you need to understand that people like to deal with people. When you have a traditional bank, you can go to the bank officer, you have a loan officer, you can sit down and discuss terms and conditions for a particular investment or a particular loan or whatever. In new banks, you don't even, it's basically virtual. You have no idea who you're talking to, who you are, who to discuss certain terms or to complain. It's basically either an automated message or somebody behind a vague person. It could be somewhere else in the world where you have language barriers that could interfere. So I think, and also traditional banks are going into a transformation right now as well, because they see what new banks are doing, and I think you see more and more services, similar facilitations of traditional banks, but by neobanks, but they have the infrastructure within the communities. The relationship bankers, let's say if you're a city in Florida, let's say in Vero Beach, you have a bank there, you have officers that live there, they know the people, you can go and know that person, and you can discuss many different things, whether it's a complaint or whether it is something new you want to do, and so on. So I think this is a very important part in doing this. And actually, I see neobanks, just like Amazon. Amazon, their original business model was basically online. But now, if you go, there's our Amazon supermarkets that are popping up because that human interaction, that ability is quite important. So they're moving actually into that space. And I've seen neobanks moving into this traditional space because they will soon realize the importance of communities and importance of relationship bankers. So I see actually the opposite rather than and so on.
Agree. In fact, I am the one who completely agrees with you. See, we feel the importance of the traditional banks only when we are into a trouble, right? If everything goes well at the click of your mobile app, everything looks fine. But the moment you are in a problem, you don't know, to whom you should be reaching to. Again, the advantage of traditional bank is the physical presence, the interaction with the people in the bank, where you can discuss your problems. Your problems may get resolved in few days, few weeks, but at least you know to whom you are basically approaching to. You gave an example of Amazon. In fact, Alibaba is also into the same space where it disrupted the entire online retail industry. But what is happening is still there are so many, means when I say so many, I would say yes, hundreds and thousands and a couple of million of people still would like to feel the particular product before they buy. So I come from a fashion and apparel industry, although I'm not on the business side, but I have been hearing that how the customers buy all things online. They are so happy. But yes, that's only for a certain period of time. At the end of the day, they need to feel the touch of the product, that it's not just how it looks on them, it basically how it feels, the touch of the body that it has on the product. So this, people do realize that how important it is to touch and feel the product before you buy. The same thing happens with the neobanks. So again, neobanks need to be a collaborator with the traditional banks rather than be just a mere competitor and increase the number of customers. Yes.
I agree. I really appreciate this direct contact because you're just able to build trust when you have this personal contact. What I have a problem with is too big to fail. We've seen it with UBS recently in Switzerland with CS, and of course we won't let them fail because we would have a crisis. But who is paying it at the end? We with our taxes. With that, I'm personally having a problem. Too big to fail. Where else do you have that? If you fail with your company, that all the people around you in your country pays for it. And we have now a lot to pay in Switzerland for CS. And UBS, they stopped with some investing, and CS, they just continued, and you just could see it that they will fail. You just had to open your eyes and to see it. And that's personal a problem that I have with the too big banks.
Yes, a bigger bank has the larger process. They are basically regulated with, as I just mentioned, maybe 30, 40, 50 years, somebody has laid down the policies, and the people who are joining the banks, their job is to ensure that nobody overrules the existing policy. Whereas for neobanks, they just need to develop the software, they just need to add new data points, or they just need to upgrade the software every now and then and roll out. So the people who work in the traditional banks, their job is to protect the processes and ensure that nothing gets bypassed through the technology. Whereas in neobanks, every now and then there is an upgrade in the system, and you will see maybe not in weeks, but maybe after a couple of months, a new software or a new upgrade comes up. That's a bigger challenge. But again, does this help neobanks to basically go up, or does this basically pull down the traditional banks and they might not come up to the space of neobanks?
Okay, so I started my career as a banker. I'm here, okay. And then I moved to the technology side of the business. One thing I have seen, and I interact with most of the banks on a day-to-day basis, while the neobanks may not replace the traditional banks, but they provide a modern experience to the end customer. More and more, if you see the millennial, Gen Z, and all the new, when there is also going to be a great wealth transfer from baby boomers to millennial, these people want the experience that is similar to like social media, right? You access your portfolio, you access your bank account on your fingertips. While they cannot replace the traditional banks, and I am very much in, basically I agree with that, there has to be a human touch when it comes to a engagement and when it is related to money, right? Money is always emotive. Now, but the problem we see in most of the traditional banks, they are running on platforms that are not modernized and that are too old, or you can call it as monolithic architecture. And they are not even going in a direction to give that a modern experience. So I'll give you an example. There are 4 systems working within the bank, and each of these systems don't interact with each other. So what they do, they manually pull out the data from one of the system, they upload it in system 2, then they do the manual reconciliation. Think of the tedious process when there are millions of customers doing transaction on a daily basis. Now, that is where we always say, while the human touch is important, neobanks are threat. But having said that, traditional banks have to lay down clearly a strategy to progressively modernize.
Agree. So the traditional banks need to digitize themselves, need to upgrade, but the pace at which they will have to upgrade themselves is a big question mark, right? So for these all big traditional banks, let's say just to put down a strategy, it might take 8, 9, 10 months. And this 10 months, they might be spending a couple of millions of dollars. What if after the end of these 8, 9 months, they develop a particular software if it goes wrong? You know, that's a big challenge that these traditional banks have. Hence, as I just mentioned, that why not these neobanks collaborate with the traditional banks? Neobanks are expert in maintaining the data. They have the entire AI at their finger point. They have the people who can develop and upgrade the software. They can act as banking as a service, as a front end, and provide all the customer service satisfaction that myself, you, and everybody here wants. And let the traditional banks deal with the hard regulations, let them deal with the processes, let them, because they are not just dealing in one specific country. They are dealing in cross currencies, they are dealing in multiple countries, they are dealing with multiple businesses, and every business has certain restrictions and a lot of processes in line. So if neobanks and traditional banks join hands, I believe that is something we should see, that we are emerging in a banking industry. We are emerging as a success factor rather than just running into a rat race.
Yeah, only 2 things I would want to add. One is, see, while development of software used to be earlier when the banks used to go to the IT vendor, services vendor, and then they used to ask to build a system from grounds up. Now, if you see, there are more and more IT product companies like Edgeworth, Intellect, then you will see more and more of these companies are coming into where they have platform off the shelf. It can be implemented real fast within 3-4 months. And that brings agility. While the progressive modernization can happen step by step, that is where most of the banks are focusing now. Now, second thing, as you mentioned, that neobanks and traditional banks have to come together. That is where I think the embedded finance is picking up. More and more banks are bringing that power or augmenting the power of some of these neobanks to offer that to their customers. Yeah, thank you.
The other thing, with new banks, also they operate under very similar rules, because if big banks are failing from underlying processes of their investments and what they do, and even new banks have to do that. So having a small bank, or maybe somewhat with higher technologies and so on, they're also prone to failures. The difference is one, you can knock on somebody's door and talk to, and another one, there's nobody to talk to. It's just service interrupt, thank you very much, bye-bye, we're not there anymore. So I wouldn't take the premise that neobanks are not prone to failures. They are. for whatever reason, and because the underlying profit-making and money generation in banking system is very similar. The only difference is one offers a particular service, more traditional service, like that's being said, and the other one is maybe a little bit more traditional. Banking industry, in my experience, has been quite conservative industry, very traditional industry, takes a lot of time at least to implement IT projects. And what they do, and I agree with him, because they build layers upon layers. You know, anytime you have something new, they will build a layer that will extract from the older layer. Then they will build another layer and extract. And at one point in time, I was involved in this particular setup many years ago. But I think what will happen is, even if they collaborate with neobanks or new platforms, somehow they have to integrate. Okay, they still have to do that. So traditional banks are realizing this. Their path to modernization is a bit longer because they have different rules and maybe much more conservative executives that needs to really validate than you would have in a traditional neo. And eventually they will all come together, but I wouldn't go on the premise, well, it's a smaller bank that it's not going to be prone to failure, because they are just as prone to failure than big banks. The only thing, sometimes big banks have higher risk in terms of if they stretch themselves out, or they can balance that risk as well. So,
agree. In fact, my time's up, but just one last point on what you mentioned, that at the end of the day, it's basically people. People satisfaction is what neobanks have emerged into the dominance. The layer of number of people we have in the traditional banks, you know, even to change a process, you have let's say a development stage, then it goes into the QA stage, it goes into the user acceptance stage, then it goes into the deployment stage. And then every stage has multiple layer of people. And every person under that particular stage needs to be happy, needs to tick the box, and only then the process goes ahead. So how we can improvise on this process, right from deployment, from development to deployment. You know, if we are able to reduce the time, if we are able to reduce the amount that is basically spent into, and if traditional banks, if at all they do realize that they have been shaken by neobanks and they have to walk or run at a much faster pace, that is the only way for them, just to get a very high acceptance from the customers. Well, I just basically put my perspective around. Again, this was just purely based on my experience, my interaction with the corporate banks, as well as the employees who work in corporate banks and their perspective on the neobanks, which is completely contradicting. But this means that in the years to come, there is a huge chance for both neobanks and traditional banks to join hands, and yes, to ensure that whatever processes are there to implement a particular strategy, you reduce the number of people that they are into each layer, and you deploy that process ASAP to give a better customer experience and to gain the trust of the customer, which is the most important part. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Just took 5 minutes more.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are going to now take time to present awards for this afternoon. Our award presenter is going to be Shireen Galal, Chairperson of Consulting Group of International Education. So a big hand for Shireen. Thank you. And if you just want to say a few words first.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I come from an educational background. I enjoyed this session very much because there was a lot of talk about the human element versus this era of digitalization. So it really, we were talking about the same thing yesterday next door in the Education Conference 2.0. My name is Shireen Galel, and I'm the chairperson of the Consultancy Group for International Education. What we do is actually we establish schools from scratch, revamping schools. My background is literature, nothing to do with the numbers, so your finance and real estate here, nothing to do with numbers, but collaboration is also in investing in education from your side. We are the gold sponsors for this conference, and we have a booth. So if you'd like to visit us, I'm honored to be awarding you this for your great work, and thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, our first award goes to the managing partner at Grover and Company, England Limited, overseeing wealth and capital marketing operations with 14 plus years of expertise in wealth management and product formulation. He has provided consulting services to top-tier banks, guiding them in adopting innovative technologies for their wealth management businesses. He is a certified data science and wealth management professional and sought-after speaker, sharing his insight with the future of wealth management at industry forums. The Money 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Anand Raj.
Okay, so thanks for this award and having me here. And as I was talking about the new bank, and I was presenting my views. So I work with most of the banks, and I help them to lay down their digital transformation strategy. But I have a great interest in wealth management domain itself, and I'm also doing my doctoral. I'm a doctoral scholar, doing a lot of research on AI in wealth management. Thank you for having me here.
Our next awardee is the founder of Certus Capital and Earnest.me. He is a seasoned professional with over 20 years of experience in real estate, investing, and lending. He established Certus Capital in 2018, aiming to create a comprehensive real estate investment management platform. Certus Capital quickly made its mark by structuring India's pioneering securitization and wholesale real estate loans and ranking among the top 5 advisors in the BFSI sector. Realty 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Ashish Kandelia.
Thank you so much for having me here and presenting me with this recognition and award. My core experience has been in the real estate sector, which is actually one of the most traditional sectors. But what we're really trying to do is make it very transparent and adding a lot of technology to it. So whatever institutions have always done to date can be brought into a much wider audience. That's where our endeavor has been with Earnest.me, which we started last year, and I think we're looking to grow that, hopefully creating a mutually beneficial product for people to participate. Thank you so much.
Our next award goes to the CFO and board member of Estrema Bureau, where she spearheads innovation, digitalization, fast closing, and scenario analysis in the finance sector, leading to the redesign of business processes with over 25 plus years experience in managing and organizing administration, finance, and control of family-owned and managerial SMEs. She is also a certified auditor, innovation manager, and a member of various prestigious associations and advisory boards. She has an executive master's degree in finance and international accounting, and obtained the certification of innovation manager in 2021. Realty 2.0 Conference of Outstanding Leadership Award to Christina Cercato.
Thank you, and I'm very honored to receive this award because I think that I'm in the right way, and so I think that my vision and my purpose for the finance in the company is in the right way. It's not always simple because when we want to innovate, we are a sort of disruptor, and disruption is not simple. But thank you.
Our next award goes to the president and CEO of Kala Ledesma Group, a family office in the Philippines. He also serves as the digital CFO of Philpax, a financial technology firm with 30 plus years of experience. He has held leadership positions in renowned Southeast Asian companies and holds degrees from Georgetown University and Thunderbird School of Global Management. Realty 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Jose Josie Ledesma Mabilga. I'll share it with you. We'll accept the award on his behalf and thank everybody for this acknowledgement. Our next award goes to, as a chartered accountant with 2 decades of cross-industry experience in technology, pharma, real estate, and education, this individual has honed their financial leadership skills in various corporate environments, including public listed and private equity funded companies. The Money 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Pramod Nambiar. Pramod Nambiar.
Thank you, Money 2.0, for this recognition, as well as having a wonderful conference here with some amazing sessions. I would like to take a moment and share this honor with all those organizations which has allowed me to work with them, and people who have worked with me in the past and taken me up to this point. Thank you so much.
Our next awardee, their company is a one-stop shop for steel projects with passion, commitment, and unparalleled dedication to each and every project. In all our own projects, they start with 3D modeling with their team of experts, with a winning combination of veteran experience and innovative tools. They supercharge each project with complete accuracy and efficiency. Realty 2.0 Outstanding Organization Award goes to Sami Najami Group. Sami Najami.
Thank you for this honor. Sami Najami will keep working hard for a brighter future. Wish you all the best and thank you.
Thank you so much.
Our next awardee is the CFO of Dayar Al Marak, Bahrain. He brings over 25 years of experience in real estate investment, capital structuring, and treasury management. With executive education from Harvard and London business schools, he oversees multi-billion investments in directs finance and accounting functions. He previously worked with renowned organizations like Al Ritaj Holding, Majid Al Fatam Group, and Lafarge Group in Qatar. The Realty 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Subhash Chandra.
Thank you, Realty 2.0, for this excellent award, recognition award. And I dedicate this award to my ex-boss and ex-CEO, Dr. Mahar Al-Shar, and the current CEO, Ahmed Al-Mahdi of my company. And for me, the leadership is all about making a quick decision and with a lot of conviction and confidence. And also, leadership is all about learning from every experience and become wise. Thank you.
Our next awardee is the head of Treasury and Credit Risk Management at PDS Limited, a senior finance executive and business partner with 24 plus years of experience. He excels in establishing cross-functional partnerships, possesses strong technical and analytical competence, and can communicate strategically as a key advisor to the CEO and board of directors. His expertise in global growth optimization and collaborative leaderships in diverse teams makes him a valuable asset in marketing, sales, analytics, and business development. Money 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Vinod Kantaria.
This makes me believe that as a leader, I have been able to influence people in positive ways, of course. And I will continue to influence them with my learning, with knowledge sharing. And at the end of the day, it's a teamwork. So this is not an individual award. This basically goes to the entire team over the past so many years that I have worked with. But last but not the least, we all say that we all learn from the home, right? Everything starts from home. So I should be congratulating, or I should be thankful to my family for giving me an environment where I could excel and have this at this moment. Thank you very much.
Our next awardee is an ex-Indian officer and managing director of Colonel Properties. He is an experienced international consultant with over 20 plus years of experience in the real estate industry with a military background and a deep understanding of the global real estate market and the various investment opportunities available. He has a solid track record of helping clients make informed decisions regarding their real estate investments. The Realty 2.0 Leadership Award goes to Anari Trivedi.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Colonel Anurag Trivedi, retired Army officer. Around 10 years back, after taking retirement from Army, Indian Army, I've started my career in basically real estate. Today we are basically in construction field, basically specializing in commercial construction. But this award doesn't mean that it's for me only, it's for my complete team. The two of the members who are accompanying me, I'd like to call them on stage. Professor Partho Srivastav, please do come. He is basically special civil engineer. And Manya, please do come. These two people are accompanying me. They are part of my team, the backbone of my team. So I'd like to share the awards with them. Especially Delhi NCR, National Capital Region is a upcoming and very fast growing real estate economy. In case any one of you feel that what are the prospects like, I am ready to share. You people may contact. I am Colonel Anurag Trivedi. Regards. Jai Hind.
And our final award for this afternoon goes to a seasoned visionary and strategic thinker, serving as the chief creative strategist at Live Place Gesellschaft für Bazaar, or MBH. With a profound belief in the power of purpose-driven initiatives, he seamlessly combines his expertise in real estate and sustainable investment to share innovative solutions for creating better communities. The Realty 2.0 award goes to Sebastian Bueller. So one for you and one for me. We will accept this on behalf of Sebastian. With that, we'd like to take a moment to give one final hand to all of our awardees for this afternoon. Congratulations. And we are about to head down to lunch, but they would like for everyone to participate in a conference-wide photograph. So, yes. Who did? Who did? She already did. Did you want to say a few more words? Sorry. Did you want to say a few more words? She already did. Okay, sorry. So they want everyone to gather for a group photograph before you head to lunch. So if you could do that, that would be great. I believe it's going to be taken as you're heading down towards the lunch area. Thank you again. We'll see you all in about an hour, and enjoy your lunch. And I hope you do a lot of happy networking. Thanks, everyone. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. I hope you enjoyed it. As always, after lunch, people kind of trickle in, so not to worry, people will be here. We are going to move forward. Our next speaker, I'm very proud to announce, is an international channel partner from Sobha Realty, and he will address the topic, A Guide to Dubai's Booming Luxury Real Estate Market. With that, I am proud to present Mr. Sakil Samu Montabo. A big hand.
Yeah. How's everyone doing? Hi, Maya. How's everyone doing? Good? Amazing, amazing. I hope everyone's full. Too much in the stomach can make you feel a bit sleepy, but that's okay. I don't know if it's going to be running or... Cool stuff, cool stuff. So, for you guys, okay, there's 2 people coming in. All right, great. Ladies and gentlemen, the audience, the event organizers, the speakers that I share the stage with, I'm absolutely honored to be standing in front of you, such amazing, amazing people. I met like many people and I'm astonished, you know. I go by the name of Samu and I'm originally from South Africa. I came here like 4 or 5 years ago, and I haven't went back to South Africa because I just feel like Dubai is my home now. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a short exercise for us. If you do not mind, I'd really appreciate it if you guys just closed your eyes for like 60 seconds, you know? Don't worry, I'm not gonna snatch anyone's chain or watch or go through your bags or whatever. No, I don't do that. So can we please just like close our eyes for like 60 seconds? Breathe, because many people don't breathe. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Right, ladies and gentlemen, while your eyes closed, please do not open your eyes just yet. While your eyes closed, I have a few questions to ask you guys. Can I ask them? All right, sweet. How many of you guys, this is your first time being in Dubai? By the show of your hands. Eyes closed, please. Yes, hands. Okay. All right, cool. How many of you guys love it here? You know, love it here. Sweet stuff. Cool. Last question. How many of you guys know anyone that is interested in the Dubai real estate or knows anyone that's interested in the Dubai real estate? Nice. Love it, love it, love it. Okay, guys, you can open up your eyes now. Well, my name is Samu once again. Came here in, I forgot the year, but it's been like 4 or 5 years. And absolutely, I'm loving it here. And I work for Shoba, which it's like you could say it's one of the best real estate brokers or developers here in Dubai. Ever since I got here, I've been working with them, and it's been amazing ever since. So, guys, sorry about that.
So guys, the luxury real estate market in Dubai is very dynamic and very open and diverse, right? It offers a new opportunity for the citizens of the world, for everyone that's looking for a nice place to live in, you know. How many of you guys love the weather here? Like, how's the weather? Is it too hot for you? Is it, you compare it like me? Like, for me, like, it's just too hot, but I love it, yes. I love it here. Anyway, I work for Shoba as an international channel partner. Basically, we sell off-plans, right? So an off-plan is basically buying in a construction phase apartment, villa, or a house. It's very prestigious, very high quality. Can you please open the next slide? Yeah. So another one also. Another one. Another one. Yeah, this one. Okay, cool. So about me, I have years in this real estate industry in Dubai, and for some reason my words are just jumbled up today for no reason. But years of experience in the Dubai luxury estate. I have developed an in-depth understanding and nuances of this industry. I possess a wealth of knowledge about the prestigious real estate places here in Dubai. Right. So now look, Dubai is a city of growth. You grow with the city, right? It's either you grow with it or you go against it. Right now, according to the studies with the UBS is like a bank in Switzerland that manages funds for billionaires around the world, right? We all know Switzerland is like the top places for funds and banks and all of that stuff. So the UBS report came last year saying that Dubai is very undervalued in the sense that you get much higher square feet than the rest of the other countries in the world, like Hong Kong and United States and Europe, right? So right now is a perfect time to look into the real estate in Dubai and not be left out. Last year alone, Dubai made sales of 528 billion dirhams. That's like $500 billion sales alone, you know, of which it came from 128 millionaires from all over the world, right? So this place opens up a lot of doors for you, a lot of opportunities for you. So I highly suggest that people should move to Dubai for safer tax, tax-free, of course, my apologies, tax-free, safety, zero crime rate, ladies and gentlemen. There's literally no crime at all. You can leave your keys for the car, like, and just disappear the whole day. You'll still find them where you left them. Funny, I have another friend that owns a Rolls Royce. He literally left his car keys in the car with the windows rolled down, and it was still there, you know, of which that is astonishing. You cannot definitely do that in South Africa. But yeah, I work for Shoba, ladies and gentlemen, and Shoba offers off-plan investments. So you purchase investments. This is strictly for investment. The real estate is not open to move in immediately. You'll find that many of the developments, they're going to be ready after 2 years. The past development that we had completed got finished 6 months prior to the deadline, of which that made a ton of positive impact from the investors. They were very, very happy. They wanted to buy more, you know. So hence why I'm here. to take any questions from you regarding any real estate questions you may have. So if you guys don't mind, just let me know what kind of questions do you have regarding the real estate here. Do I have any questions? Stephen, I know you have, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so, oh, thank you. Yes, so what would be the process for someone who, well, two scenarios.
Yeah.
If you want to purchase the property,
yeah,
cash,
yeah,
and then another side is if you want to take out a mortgage on the property.
A mortgage. Well, I deal with specifically for off plans. You know, I do not deal with many ready market. You know, so with cash, you can just literally come down with your cash at Shoba at the sales gallery. We've got like an array of different projects that are on the way. Extremely, I've never seen this kind of luxury before. The quality is absolutely amazing. So while you're here, we can go to the sales gallery and check it out. But with just $1 million, you can get, and what's nice about it is that the payment plans are very flexible. So you do not have to put all your funds at the same time, at the same, you know, you literally wait just to gain your trust with the Shoba and, you know, vice versa. For mortgage, it is absolutely available. Of course, with your credit record and all of that stuff needs to be in place, of course, you know. Yes, another question? Essence? Sorry? Oh, it's a good question. All right, cool. Sashi, did you have? Okay. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, many people move to Dubai because of the tax-free advantages. They move to Dubai because of the tax-free, like literally you do not have to pay any tax for anything, you know, you don't have, which really amazes me, you know. But anyway, that's a topic for another day. Another reason why it's crime rate. The crime rate is really low. I've went into detail with that because it still astonishes me, you know. Can we go to a different slide, please? Okay. So with Shoba, it's a backward integrated, forward-thinking type of development. So what that basically means is that Shoba does everything themselves, you know, the construction, the interior, they literally don't have to go to a different company to get the materials and all of that stuff. They already produce everything just to make sure that the developments and the handover date to the clients is on time and no other delays with delivering the projects to the customers and the high net worth individuals, you know. Can we go to another slide? Another one, please. Another one. Cool. All right, cool. So, ladies and gentlemen, making it the best place to invest and put your money is literally with real estate here in Dubai. I've met, literally I have another client that we just closed a deal. He's from Hong Kong, and he was caught in between investing in Canada and in Dubai. And then we did research, because literally what I do with my clients is just like we sit down and offer possibilities that don't just go straight to let you know that, yo, listen, Shoba, and that's the only thing I talk about, you know. This thing is very loose. So yeah, we literally sat down and we discussed like the possibilities of investing in Canada and investing in Dubai. And then we found out that the rental yields in Canada it's just like 2% per annum. And then in Dubai, it's literally 7 to 8% rental yields. And he was astonished by that, and which made him go through with the investment in Dubai. So My slides are literally, if you guys agree, they're literally the dopest. Yeah. So with the Dubai real estate, with $1 million, you can break it down to 4, right? And purchase off plan. With off plan, with the flexible payment plans, you get to just put in like $100,000 or $200,000 dollars just for the booking fee to set yourself up for success in the near future. Of course, like some developers take more than 3 years to finish the developments of that apartment or the villa or that house. You know, with Shoba, we take less than 2 years, or very often than not, less than 2 years. You know, and I've shared with the success that we had with the previous, of which we finished like 6 months prior. You know, right now, Dubai offers the best serenity. Many people move to Dubai because of the economic challenges happening in the world, political, and, you know, just like economically, you know, it's just like really bad in some places. So they come to Dubai for that serenity, and some other client of mine was just telling me straight that he wants to hide his money. He doesn't want any footprints of where, you know, and I was like, okay, I respect your privacy or whatever. But yeah, it's an amazing place for investments. So, yes, ladies and gentlemen, is there another question that you guys may have? All right, sweet. So, the location. For Shoba Reserve, the location is very, very strategic the way it's placed. It's placed by the Mohammed Sheikh bin Street. So you can see the Burj Khalifa in a very, very short distance, and that's literally the reason why people just want to buy property this side, you know. This place, these are the type of townhouses and villas that we have. As you can see, this is the epitome of luxury, you know. The inside, before we hand over to our clients, Mr. PNC Menon, the main author of Shoba Realty, literally goes to each and every apartment that has been developed and checks it out himself. And if it's not up to standard, he literally fires or does something. So everyone just get that they don't want to be fired by such a great man, you know, that gave him this opportunity. So yeah, on this side, we have a townhouse. It's done already, needs people to move in. So one of you may be my potential clients, right? This is the inside. The main thing that Mr. Pinsi Menon always tells us is that simplicity is key. And many people have heard that, but somehow they don't really understand or how to put it into action. Hence why we have this beautiful living room in Shoba Reserve. This is like a 3-bedroom room for your kids and for the entire family, basically. So it starts from 4,900 square feet. With $1 million, I bet you cannot find that in the United States. You cannot find that, especially for houses. You can maybe get it for an apartment or whatever. But for $1 million, you can secure yourself such an amazing, exquisite, luxurious villa and an apartment also. All right. Shoba always encourages to have a community for their clients, right? So they offer amazing greenery for kids, because most of our clients are people with families and people with, the families. They move in with their grandma, their kids, and many people. So they want many amenities like a swimming pool with with the ridiculous requirements, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to go into detail with that, but the amenities, yes, of course. The amenities literally are there's many kids areas, basketball courts for the dads and the little guys, gym for ladies and for everyone basically, right? This is one of our clubhouses that's in Shoba Reserve. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, this is currently standing and it is selling like hotcakes, right? This is Waves, it's also in Shoba Reserve, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, the luxury in real estate in Dubai is very, very, very strategically pleasing for the eye. It was placed for a reason, where the attention to detail has been placed for a reason, a specific reason, right? This is one of the amenities that we have, of course, but yes. So, guys, I was telling you about my client that I have from Hong Kong. This guy, we were literally talking for 2 months, trying to find him a better place. And he was really not pleased with Shoba in terms of the distance from Burj Khalifa. Many people come here and just want to go to Burj Khalifa straight, of which that's very understandable. It's really one of the tallest buildings in the world, So this is one of our villas, a 4-bedroom villa. I know it doesn't come with a car, with a Rolls Royce and a Bentley. No, it's just like a freestanding villa, right? This goes for 2.4 million dirhams, not dollars. So I'm guessing that is like $865,000. Yes, yeah. The residents in Dubai often stress privacy. Privacy from workers that are working in the street or working for a different company, Hence why you could see the greenery, you can see the secludedness. However, you can still see the Burj Khalifa in one of the Shoba reserves, Excuse me. This is a 5-bedroom, absolutely amazing, and it goes for 4 million dirhams. So that's like $1.2 million, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm standing here before you humbly. I'm really, really grateful for this opportunity. This is one of the master plans also, to be honest, sorry. The master plans, right? The clusters that we have is 1 up to 8. So literally there's space for different kinds of ethnicities, different kinds of type of people. North-facing, east-facing, literally, we offer many different types of areas, right? And the main reason why people move to Dubai again is because of the beachfront living. There's a lagoon going around by the Shoba residence. So literally you can just go outside and then you could see the beach and everyone having fun, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, the reason why I'm actually standing here before you is to take your questions and not go on and blab about real estate and, you know, and make sure that you guys are interested in this type of investment, you know. So once again, do you guys have any more questions for me? No? All right, sweet. See. So, ladies and gentlemen, the floor plans for Shoba. As you can see, there's a small detail that I really would like to share with you regarding the square feet also. In Hong Kong, United States, Europe, as I had previously mentioned, you get, for $1 million, you get less than 500 square feet just for an apartment, right? And then for Dubai real estate, you get 1,100 square feet, right? For a house, as I previously mentioned. So with this one, we have a 5-bedroom villa. It's a 3-story house. And I met one of the clients, and the kid literally grabbed me on my knees, and he was so happy to be in this type of environment. You know, he was coming from the United States. I think it was in Florida, I think. Yeah, it was in Florida. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Shoba Realty, the epitome of luxury, and I am grateful once again to be standing here before you. Thank you so much. Cool.
Okay, and then moving forward, our next speaker is going to be Mr. Stephen Keys. If we could have a big round of applause for Stephen Keys.
Testing. Okay, thank you everybody for being so patient. We got a lovely crowd out there tonight. Oh my God, can you guys give the other speakers a round of applause? The MoRE 2.0 conference is going very, very good. Oh my gosh. I'm not going to take a lot of time because I know you guys just came from eating and everybody is still getting digested, and then we're going to keep everything moving. Okay, so I have exactly 28 minutes and 43 seconds left to go over some things with you guys. First, I want to start off by introducing myself. My name is Stephen T. Keys. I am the founder of Expedient Tax Service. I own and operate the income tax service with my lovely wife, Essence Keys, and we run the business with our two lovely sons, Stephen Keys Jr. and Jeremiah Keys, which is, by the way, 3 years old and 6 years old, okay? My wife, so Expedient Tax Service was established in 2012, and one of the reasons why I decided to create Expedient Tax Service, it wasn't because of something that I've had a passion to do. It kind of just happened. And the way that it happened was I was working for a company and I ended up getting audited, okay? At the time I was single, I didn't have any kids, no dependents. So how do you get audited with just a simple W-2, right? So the company that I went to said they couldn't help me. And I was like, you know what? I was motivated to take a course, a tax course. And I said to myself, if I can take this tax course and complete this education, then I'm going to get myself out this audit. And that's exactly what I did. I ended up getting myself out of the audit, all right? I was actually in the healthcare field. I was in the finance field of healthcare. And one of the doctors actually was like, Steve, you've taken one of these courses before, these tax class. I actually need help. Me and my wife need help with our taxes. So I helped the doctor with his taxes. He spreaded the word, and the word got around that I was able to help people fix their taxes. So what I decided to do was take it serious, and I knew what I wanted to do, so I just got certified in everything that it was with tax and finance, and I took it to the next level. So there was Expedient Tax Service was born. All right, so some fun facts about me. Let's see. I am a chess player. I love chess. I also love ping pong, okay, on my spare time. And my wife is also, she's the queen of karaoke, okay? So we just love to have fun on our downtime because, you know, in our business, it's something that we do that, you know, you have to have some type of outlet. And I believe that's, you know, one of our outlets, okay? Now, this is our two sons, Stephen and Jeremiah. The services that we offer at Expedient is tax preparation. We do corporate taxes, LLC, C Corps, everything. Business startup, of course, life insurance, credit repair. We have our audit protection. We also do IRS representation. We also have our notary services, and then we set up any type of entity. So remember, my passion became, I love to help. So the way that I was to be able to help someone was I needed to solve a problem, okay? And that was one of the great things that made me who I am today, all right? Now, let's go ahead and get right into this. One of the things that the global importance of guaranteed mortgage and finances. Okay, so as an analysis may say, one of the great guys, David Meehan, was talking about in details there's several ways that the U.S. government guarantee on residential mortgages works and then compares those processes with the very different but equally important government role in guaranteeing home mortgages across Europe, right? Now check this out, guys. Critics of federal government role in mortgages markets often claim the United States is unique among development of countries and providing significant guarantees for home financing, okay? Now, those who believe the United States is unique in supporting its mortgage finance system focus on government backing of mortgage, okay? So, 90% since then of 2008, we all know what happened with the financial crisis when all of the banks had failed, okay? And everybody needed to be lended out. It was coming. It was a time where the market, it had to reset itself, okay? And we just knew something was gonna happen, but we just didn't know exactly what, all right? So, and this not only affected the United States, but it also affected us globally, all over. Then we had a second round of effect, which became a pandemic. And the pandemic that came around, it affected us to the point where we couldn't even go outside of our own homes. Okay, so it's like, how are we gonna pay our rent? How are our mortgages gonna get paid? So that was the second wave, and guess what came about? AI was born. Throughout something that happened to us, and we failed to learn from that mistake. All right? We're gonna go to the next one. I wanna go a little bit more into, we're gonna talk about, so the role of guarantees in mortgage finance is highly important and can provide several benefits to both borrowers and lenders. As you guys may know, this is a new product that is out now. It has not been proven to be 100%. Now, anything that we do or any type of product that does come out for the first time is usually not 100%. Okay? So, here's some key reasons why guarantees are significant. And this is something I believe they needed to come up with that can be a mediator between the buyer and the lender. So, what is it about the role of guarantees in mortgage? What is it about this? What is so significant that they had to launch a new product and they couldn't get it right for the past decade? So, let's go into number one. This is what it said. Risk mitigation. Guarantees serve as a crucial risk mitigation tool for lenders. Mortgage lending inherently carries a level of risk as borrowers may default on their payments. Wow. So you mean to tell me that borrowers can default on their payments? Right? Now, for the criteria of when you're lending money, whether it's to a friend or to a family member, could somebody give me an example? And I want you to think outside of the box, right? Give me an example, just one example, of what would be your criteria for lending a percentage of money to this person. And let's do a scenario. This person came to you. They say, hey, I have this opportunity investment. I want to get this property, and I don't have the amount of funds to get this property with. So can I borrow it from you? I want to get an example from someone that would tell me what would be one stipulation that you would put in your clause for this person to borrow money from you, for you to invest in them? Any show of hands? Okay. Yes.
I would want to know what kind of investment it is, of course, and what can you literally correlate with the type of investment, this type of security? I mean, you know, the type of security. What security can you give me for this type of investment? You know, and how sure are you? I just want to know the report and the paperwork and all of this stuff. You know.
Okay, awesome. Okay, absolutely. Okay, anyone else? Oh, you in front. What's your name, ma'am? Can you say your name?
Thanks. It's Hanan. So it's as simple as I need an assurance that that will be repaid. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Assurance that she could be paid.
Yeah.
Okay. What would be your assurance?
I must hold something from him. That's it. I mean, but basically, I'm definitely gonna have a look through the track record, the income streams, where would be the dynamics of his own income. But that would be a longer answer. But as simple as I need to hold something that in case he defaults, I'm gonna refer that to it. I've had to recourse on that.
Okay, absolutely. You in the back. Collateral.
Yeah.
Okay, now this is a friend or a family member. So what we want to know, since you brought up collateral, what type of collateral?
Probably their car.
Okay. Okay, the car. Okay, I like that. Anybody else? You in the back?
I will ask for the share in that investments.
Oh, okay. A piece of the pie.
So that will be my collateral, basically.
I love it. Okay, then guess what, guys? That's exactly what this is. They're trying to figure out the role of guarantee, right, of this product. How, if this borrower defaults, how can we guarantee we can get our money back? Okay? That's all. That's basically all it is. Let's go a little bit further. Okay? So, number 2, increase access to credit. So, guarantees help expand access to credit for expiring homeowners. In traditional mortgage lending, lenders assesses various factors like credit, okay, history, income. Everybody familiar with that, right? Down payment amount to determine the borrower's credit worthiness, okay? So we got to have some type of collateral, right? However, individuals with limited financial resources or lower credit scores may face difficulties in qualifying for a mortgage. So this is why they're trying to come up with this product. Because it's like, okay, how can we open it up for the person to actually invest? Because if it was so easy, everybody would be doing it. So evidently, it's something that everybody's not actually doing, okay? So now, guarantees mitigate some of these concerns by providing additional security for lenders. We just talked about that. Thus, enabling them to offer loans to borrowers who might not meet the conventional criteria. Oh my gosh. Now, number 3, check this out. Lower interest rates and fees. The presence of a guarantee can lead to more favorable loan terms for borrowers, right? Lenders perceive guaranteed loans as less risky since they have an assurance of repayment from the guarantor. As a result, they may offer lower interest rates on mortgages that carry a guarantee compared to loans without such protection, right? Additionally, lenders may also reduce certain fees or provide more flexible repayment options, making home ownership more affordable and manageable for the borrower. So, the question is, would this product actually work? Because, think about it, we got to think about it in two ways. When we have the criteria to give the borrower access to capital, and they fail to meet those requirements in that way, the question is, will they fail to meet those requirements another way? So if I was to give, just like he said, I would need some type of collateral, right? So this product is going to become, it's so experimental and it's so much left out on it that we don't know. And where is this going? But because the way that the market is, they had to come up with something to take a chance on somebody that they say is not worthy to give money to. Okay? Now, number 4, market stability. Guarantees also contribute to market stability in the mortgage industry. So during economic downturns or periods of financial instability, lenders may become more cautious in extending credit due to heightened risk, right? However, the ability for guarantees can help mitigate the risk aversion. So guarantees provide a safety net for lenders, assuring them of repayment even in challenging economic conditions. The stability encourages lenders to continue lending, supporting the housing market and preventing excessive fluctuations. Now, number 5, this is very interesting. So, investor confidence. So now investors say, okay, I can do this with confidence. But the problem with this is, who really wins? Is it the investor or is it the borrower? That's the question we have to ask ourselves. Now, guarantees have a significant impact on investor confidence. So particularly in the mortgage backing security, which is the MBS market, the MBSs are the investment products that bundle together. So it's multiple mortgages and are sold to investors. The presence of guarantees often provided by the government-sponsored enterprises or private mortgage insurances enhances investor confidence in these securities. So guarantees ensure that if the borrowers default on their mortgage payments, investors will still receive their expected return. And how that's going to happen, right? So that means somewhere in this contract, somewhere along the dotted lines before you signed, you should have read those terms. Now, this is a product that is experimental because they want to lend the money because they need to dish out these properties. But the point is, the problem is, we need to lend it to people who can't afford it. And, or not only can't afford it, maybe you can afford it, but according to them, you're not worthy. And the way that they look at you not being worthy, as he said in the back, no collateral. Credit is not up to par. When we go and get our credit run, it's a picture of how we are in life, how we are with our finances, how we are with if we pay anybody on time. You know, the great Robert Kiyosaki said, if you want to look at someone and you want to know how they really are, just take a projection, just take a look at their financial statement. It'll tell you everything you need to know. So these guys want to create a product that who actually really wins? Is it the borrower or is it the investor? Okay, so this confidence attracts capital, enhances liquidity in the mortgage market, and supports the overall functioning of the housing finance system. This product is the next future if it's properly used in the system. So, my advice to you, when investing in properties, and whenever something is new, someone would always profit more than the other person. So, I was taught, never lend out more, and you guys probably already know this, than you can afford to what? Come on. Oh my gosh. Lose. Yes. Never lend out more than you can afford to lose. So, with that being said, what I'm going to do for you guys is we're going to move on to the next thing. I really appreciate everything. I appreciate the conference. If you guys have any questions on this new product, the floor is open. Is there anybody got any questions? Sure, David. Absolutely. That's correct. Yes, absolutely. Oh my, he hit it. He nailed it right on the head. Oh my gosh. Yes. And does anybody have any other questions? Okay, so we're going to adjourn there. Thank you guys so much. That is my time. I wanted to stay on task. And yeah, have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Key. So, moving on to our next speaker, we have, the next session is all about empowering yourself to achieve the goals by understanding the power of your own thoughts and actions. Your own thoughts and actions. Our presenter is a personal leadership coach, the director of EOLA Coach Solutions at Intelligent Leadership Online Academy and Leadership Demystified, respectively. Our speaker will share their insights on the topic, Activate your inner compass, the mindset, personal transformation, and excellence. Please welcome to the stage Pooja Talasari Pandari.
Good afternoon. How are we doing now? I'm going to move around here and I'm going to keep this session very conversational. It's not going to be a keynote. It's going to be for you, by you all. I'm going to just be usher here. Are we okay? Yeah? Sounds great? All right. I love the energy. Superb. Awesome. I think Shobhat has been very kind with me. This morning he gave me the key start of the session, and this afternoon I have to keep up the momentum what my colleague Stephen has said it. So let's try to do that. All right, I want to ask all of you, what do we desire in life? What do we want in life? Some responses? Yeah, beautiful. Lovely, $100 million, wow. Some more responses. What do we want in life? No? Nothing? We all are very content? Yep, coming there. And superb.
And happiness and abundance.
Lovely, lot of responses. Awesome, awesome. Yes?
The contentment in life.
Contentment, wow, it's flowing, absolutely. I told it, I love the MoRE conference.
Or babysitter so I could travel more.
All right, lovely. Now, what is the thread? What is the common thread? I heard so many different responses. But what is the common thread? What is the starting point? MoRE? All right, the starting point here is everything in life, whatever you want to do, everything requires us to take actions, isn't it? Now, from where do we take this action? It all starts with the mindset. It all starts with the mindset. It is the mindset which leads. The thoughts leads to the feelings leads into the action, and that results into excellence. Oops. Oh, I need some help here. Please stuck. Some help, please. While you help me, I will continue. No, I'm trying to move the next one. So anyway, let him help. We'll keep up the energy. So, what I'm trying to say is there are many, many experiments which have been done, which actually proves in that it is the mindset which results into everything. There's a beautiful experiment which was been done by Alan Langford, who actually tells us the reverse aging starts So there was a beautiful experiment which was been done by Alan Langford, who actually said that if you want to actually try out on reverse aging, you can actually condition the surroundings around it, and it can help. There was another experiment which was been done, which was all about the happiness. We all want to be happy, and it was like happiness is 50% genetic, 40% of happiness. It's all about your mindset towards that, and 10%, only 10% is about the actual circumstances. Now, I'm going to do one experiment with all of you. All right? Yeah? Because I know some of you would be like, well, I don't believe in those studies. Neither do I. So let's try and see what comes up here. So let's get on a journey. I want all of you to close your eyes just for a moment. All right? Close your eyes. Imagine you are all set to be traveling to a destination where you really wanted to go. And you are late for your flight. You are really rushing through. Somehow you have really made it. You have cleared the immigration and everything. As you enter the flight, there is a pilot who smiles at you. And then there's a flight attendant, air hostess, who actually guide you towards where to sit. You exchange the pleasantry with your co-passenger, and then you start on the flight. As you start on, you land, you're into your destination where you want it to be. You're sipping a cup of coffee, and besides you, you're a couple who's celebrating their anniversary. You turn around, you smile. Now, I want all of you to open your eyes. Anyone would like to share what was the age of the pilot? Was the pilot male or a female? Which destination were you traveling? What was the couple age and which year of the anniversary they were celebrating? Anyone? Anyone? You guys had dream about it. I mean, you were with me on the journey. Anyone? I see you
smiling. I dreamed, you said, what did I dream about? That the pilot, how he was? They were happy. Happy. Yes. Africa.
What was the age of the
couple? A couple? I don't think I've seen a couple. I just seen myself.
That's lovely. Now, if you guys would have been really with me on this journey, each one of you would have experienced it differently. Why is it so? Few of you would have been to that place, few of you would not have been to that place. But each one of you would have experienced it differently because our thoughts, our patterns are really influenced, are really shaped up by what we see around, isn't it? And that's where the mental modes are formed. So that's why it's very, very important to understand where we are as is. If I want to go to Burj Khalifa and if I'm looking out for a taxi here, I can't be standing in the Singapore Chai Chi lane and looking out for a cab. I would not get there, isn't it? So it's very, very important to really understand where we are right now as is, where do we want to go, and which direction we would be taking. Define, direct, decide. And that's what we are going to be doing, each one of you. I promise you it's going to be a very exciting journey because it's going to be led by you, and you are going to be one who is going to be on this journey. Each one of you post 10-15 minutes of our discussion here, of our dialogue, conversation here, would be actually be able to identify what are your empowering beliefs and what is something which is limiting you. Yeah? Ideal home. Too many questions, right? What does the ideal home look like? What does the ideal home feel like? Where you feel loved, where you feel welcome, where you feel everyone listens to you, praises you, and are with you. Now just imagine, would you like to stay in a house, in a home, wherein someone is always telling you, is always like, not listening to you, is always looking down on you? How many of you would like to stay? None? Oh my God, but that's what we do with ourselves every day, every single moment. We are continuously looking at ourselves in denial. You are not good. No, you are not good right now. See, look at that other person. You still are not so good. You can't do it. Our mode of living. Now, this is what, based on my coaching experience with leaders, with educators, and with the golden triangle, which I'm very passionate about, which is educators, parents, and our young future emerging leaders. So working with 5-year-old to my wisdom client of 75-year-old, what I have realized is our life typically goes through those phases. And any point, we would be either on, in one of those phases, we would be traveling. So there's something called as you can name it any term. This is what I like calling it. So you can call it as a suppressed or complacent zone. Now, what does we really mean here? This is something, I'm at this zone, Stefan, because I want to be here. I think I'm not good enough, but I don't want to let anyone know that. So I just keep on telling everyone that I'm content where I am, and I feel the world is too harsh. The world doesn't give me an opportunity. I feel like a victim. So this is a zone wherein I'm trapped deep into shame, fear, guilt, a lot of pain, a lot of self-denial. Then comes the survival zone, wherein you're continuously in a response, wherein you're continuously competing because you're trying to prove yourself each day. Then comes a zone of a comfort. Slowly, steadily, I've accepted myself. I accepted the yin and the yang in me. How many of you, I would not ask you to show up hands here, you all would know in which zone are you right now? You are in your complacent zone, or are you in your survival zone, or are you in your comfort zone? So for yourself, I would request you to make a mental note for yourself, because this is going to be the building base for our next exercise, which we are going to do. So which zone do you think you are in? The suppressed, complacent, wherein you are in a denial, or continuously trying to prove ourselves, stuck in that fierce competition, or in the comfort zone, wherein I've accepted, but still I'm not in my zone, so I keep on leaning sometimes. Anything which happens in the environment, I keep on leaning back, I keep on traversing back either to suppressed zone or to the zone of survival. Now, this is my favorite zone. People say that, if you are the growth happens out of your comfort. But tell me something, whatever we invented, right? The air condition, the best gadgets, everything, it's for the comfort, isn't it? Isn't it? Everything we invented was for comfort. So the growth happens when you actually take a leap from the comfort zone. When you move ahead from the comfort zone. If I'm uncomfortable, how the growth can happen? First of all, I'm not even comfortable, right? So the growth happens when you are in your comfort zone, wherein you feel safe, wherein you can express yourself, and you feel enjoy the way I'm enjoying right now with all of you. So what does the power zone means? Power zone means being present in the moment. It means not getting stuck in RNT or ANT. Now, what does RNT and ANT mean here? Repetitive negative thoughts about the past, automatic negative thoughts with too much of anxiety about future. It means I'm present at this moment, the way all of you are present. And I'm not thinking about your stock markets or saving, but you're present here. So being present in the moment. Taking the ownership I'm sitting in the car, I'm on the driver's seat, and I own the key. I take responsibility of whatever I do. Presenting your whole self, wherein I'm not complaining, not comparing, not criticizing, but I'm focusing on being the better version of myself, what I was yesterday than today. Energy, very important. We just don't pay too much of heed to energy, but it's so important to understand, are we governed in our life by energy vampires, energy drainers, or energy givers? Because if there are too many energy drainers around you, you would be completely exhausted. You would not be able to give that energy to your purpose. Then we need to reset ourselves. That what is something I need to change? What is something I need to keep on improving? Now, this all can happen only when you're present in the moment and not. Anyone? A-N-T and R-N-T. Yeah? Now, this is exercise we are going to do together. So, I want you, I think there are notepads here. All right, so let's get on to do with this exercise. I want all of you to look at this car. I know it's not very clear, but most of you would be really aware of various terminologies. So look at this car and think, which part of the car you think you are and why? Which part of the car you want to be and why? Which part of the car, now this is a self-image, okay? You want to be, why, you are, why? Which part of the car you think your family, your friends think of you to be and why? And which part of the car your family and friends want you to be and why? Very simple. Yeah? Very simple. So I want you to think about yourself, which part of the car you think you are and why, which part of the car your family, friends, and if you want to really go a step ahead, if you're really enthused about this, then you can even think in your workplace. Which part of the car they think you are and which part of the car they would like you to be and why. Yeah, I would pick up one volunteer who would really want to work with me on this exercise. Anyone who would want to walk with me? Yeah? All right, great. Yes, my dear friend.
I'm Sashini.
Hi.
Hi. All right. So how do you want to take this? Okay.
So which part of the car you think you are and why?
Okay. So I relate myself to my work life, right? And just for the sake of this conversation, I will say I'm the bumper that avoids all the accident, right? And keeps the entire car safe. The part of the car is actually not here. I'd like to be the steering wheel.
You want to be a steering wheel, okay. And why do you want to be?
That basically gives the control where the car needs to go. And personally, I have control on where it wants to go. Yeah.
And which part of the car do you think you would want to be, where your family, friends think of you to be? And why? Which part of the car do you think they would want you to be? Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Well, personal life is a bit tough.
Anything. Friends. That's right. Family, friends, very wide.
No, because tough in the sense, how do I relate?
You think from their perspective.
From my family's perspective, how do they see me? Right. Mirror.
Why?
Because more than being present, I always worry about things that happened. So I'm looking back.
Wow, that's really deep. And which part of the car they would want you to be?
Probably the windscreen. Look ahead.
Look ahead. Yeah. Now, what is something common thing you could see in whatever you spoke? Is there anything common thread you can see? You said you want to be a steering wheel. who has more control. So when do we lose sight of the control? When do we lose that sight? When we are too stuck about...
In the past, when you're
There
stuck in
you
the
go.
past. Yeah.
So if you would want to make a shift, and whatever you want to achieve in life, you know what you want to do. What is an empowering belief you need to expand?
Be in the now.
Being in the now. So now, again, try to relate for yourself the three zones, the three modes what we spoke about. The complacent, the suppressed, the survival, and the comfort. So you know for yourself in which zone you are and where you need to take a leap of faith. Thank you for volunteering. I so appreciate it. So this is a beautiful exercise. I wanted to give something to you, all of you, so that you could use it. And you could do this for anything in life, whatever you want. That what is something which is stopping you from your growth? I mean, if there is any project which you really want to do it, very simple, you know. Just go to the picture and just think, hey, where am I right now? And where I want to be. If I want to go there, what do I need to make a shift? What do I need to change in myself? Because you can't be standing in a New York Times Square and expecting to hear the whisper of someone in the countryside. You need to meet yourself where you are as is. So unlocking the key of excellence, I'm going to give you 3 C's, which are going to really work. But let me tell you, all these 3 C's starts with self-awareness. All right? So don't tell me later on, Pooja, it didn't work. It all starts with self-excellence. It all starts with you actually meeting yourself. Very important. We make an appointment with everyone around in the world, but we forget ourselves. Very important. We need to look within. Because when you have the courage to look within, to see, to meet where you are, that's where the true outer excellence comes in. Now, what is the definition of courage? Many people have different definition. For me, it's very simple. Courage is not knowing everything. It's really not knowing anything. It's okay if you don't know, right? But what is important is, it's a distance what you travel from your thoughts to action. I can bet you, I have worked with so many CEOs around the globe. Not all the CEOs would know everything about each and every department, but it's just that they have the courage, they are vulnerable to ask. So, courage is the distance what you travel from your thoughts to action. Courage is when you are able to free yourself from the trap of fear, shame, guilt. Second, compassion. I usually, in my coaching, I would often ask people, please write down the name of 5 people whom you really deeply care and nurture. And in my experience over the years of coaching so many different generations, having that honor of being a co-curator with them, I have always seen they would never list themselves. So don't we care about ourselves because we feel it's being selfish if I really care about myself. Self-care is not being selfish. We all know, we have heard it so many times, but I will still want to drive home that even in flight when you're sitting, they always say, secure yourself first. Yeah? So compassion is wherein you draw the boundaries for yourself, not for others. The boundaries are never for others, it's for yourself. Then connection. It's so important to align within yourself. What's going on? Am I okay? Am I not okay? Am I feeling too little about myself? And then you connect externally. So very important. Courage, compassion, connection. These are the keys of excellence. Now, I'm going to share a little bit about myself. What really helped me activate my compass. So my journey started from a hardcore business family. I was the first professional in my hardcore non-English speaking business family. So I used to be a very, very good student and a very good orator back in my countryside. When my dad decided to expand his business, he moved in. And I was so fond of speaking that, and I used to always think that I'm a very good speaker. So back from that countryside, I'm talking when I was like 8-year-old. So I stood up and I started speaking a little bit in my native language, a little bit in English. And I realized that everyone around me is mocking. And at that time, if I would have hung up my boots, I wouldn't have had that honor and opportunity to be present with all of you. So every version of our life would need different and better version of ourselves. We are continuously work in progress. If we believe with that and we approach with that mindset, the life is going to be really beautiful. Don't let the outer noise be your inner voice. So my mom is a cancer conqueror. I call it to be a conqueror, and she is the one actually who drove my interest in personal leadership, because I felt when I was heading the human resources of one of the finest and the biggest MNC in the world, I really felt that leadership is not about the titles. Leadership is all about you as a person, and it first starts with you. So everyone around us said, like, oh, she lost her dad at an early age, now her mom is a cancer conqueror, is fighting cancer, the life is being so unfair to them. If I would have let all that energy drain is inside me, we know where I would have landed. So never let the outer noise be your inner voice. If someone thinks you are not a good speaker, that's their viewpoint. If someone thinks you're not good at it, take the feedback, but add more as a feed forward and work on it. Now this is my favorite. Grass is greener, not on the other side, my dear friends, but on the side where you're going to water it continuously and consistently. If you're going to water it consistently, saying that, I'm surrounded with so many negative people, life is being unfair, nothing is happening, so shall it be. But when you change your focus, when you change your lens, the grass is greener on the side where you're going to water it consistently. Every exit is an entry somewhere. So when I moved my careers from corporate human resource to coaching to be mentored by John Metton, who happens to be ex-coach of Steve Jobs, I never thought that he is going to mentor me on a scholarship basis and I'm going to be the director of his organization. So when I decided to take a leap of faith, moving from the corporate world to being the youngest Master IL, this is what I have understood, that every exit is an entry somewhere. Approach the life with the gardener mindset and not with the carpenter mindset. Now we all have heard about so many different types of mindset, fixed mindset, growth mindset, but this is something my favorite. You just see a gardener, very simple. In the garden there are rose, lilies, so many flowers. I will not say, hey Rose, you are not growing, you are not really nurturing well, from tomorrow onwards I'm not going to water you. No, right? He would try and see, what is something different I can do? How can I ensure that I change the condition around so that it can really nurture? So approach life with a nurturer mindset and not with a carpenter mindset. Try to belong rather than fit in. Because when you fit in, you lose your identity. So embrace who you are and try to belong in. We need to be not only the CEO of our lives, but even CIO of our lives, Chief Inspiration Officer of our life. Now, before I end, I want to end with a very small story. Now, this is a story. Probably we know the characters of the story. So this is a story about Shobit, about Arindam, and about Alanka. So Shobit was really trying to gather people for this conference. And while he was doing this, he was so tired, exhausted. Every time, he was so tired and exhausted, and whatever he would do, he was not able to relax in. And they used their influence, from the health conference, and they tried to visit the best doctor, everything, but nothing was working for Shobit. And then someone said, like, in education conference, I heard a monk. So why don't you go to that monk? That monk has a little unconventional style, but it really works. Shobit was like, a monk? How would a monk really help me here? So he visited the monk because Arindam, Jatin, they all forced him. Shobit, we have a conference coming in. We have a lot of people globally coming in. You need to really go. So Shobit said, okay, fine, let me go there. The monk said, Shobit, hey, there is Shobit. So, hi Shobit, I was just telling about you. So Shobit said, okay, I'm going to go to the monk. And the monk said, Shobit, whatever you're going to see from today, you're going to see everything green in color. Everything green in color. And then Shobit's team really tried hard, and they said everything Shobit has to see everything green in color. And that's where even the monk has visited, and they dropped the green bucket on the monk. And they said because monk had advised whatever he needs to see green in color. Monk being monk, he really smiled at Shobit and he said, Shobit, don't you think the simpler approach would have been, you have used so many resources, you have wasted everything, that you should have changed your lens and you should have made it green in color? So sometimes we want to change everything around us and we feel nothing is working. But the simplest solution, my dear friends, is just to pause, look within, activate your inner compass. Because mindset, personal transformation leads to excellence. Thank you so much for your kind attention and wonderful energy. I so enjoyed working with you in your excellence journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that very energetic talk. Our next presenter is going to be speaking about the art and science of motivation and how to rekindle the fire in the belly. Will you please welcome to the stage Maya Madkour.
Hey everybody, we're just checking about the clicker. We'll find it soon. Okay, we'll get the clicker. All right, how's everybody doing today? Who's ready for some motivation? Okay, we're gonna get that going soon, I promise you. Thank you so much. So how does it work? Just click on the button, hence the name clicker. Let's test it. Okay, that's the pointer. Sorry guys, just some technical. He's gonna come rescue us in 2 seconds. All right, so as we get the clicker going, thank you so much. So go forward that way. Oh, makes sense. Thank you so much. All right, cool. So brief intro about me. My name is Maya Madkour. I am originally from Egypt. And today I hope to inspire you, to motivate you, and to help you rekindle the fire in the belly. I understand that it's after lunch. I've been there. So I completely understand if we're a little, need 6 cups of coffee, completely get it. So today, just a little bit about me. So I'm a positive psychologist. I have a background in the social sciences. I have a BA in political science and a master's in sociology and a recent master's in applied positive psychology and coaching psychology. I am completely driven by the fact that by positive psychology and what it stands for. Just a very brief intro about the discipline. Positive psychology is the study of human potential, of how to create flourishing individuals and how to create flourishing societies. It's about how to activate your inner compass. Excellent presentation, by the way. It's all about how to find your motivation, find your inspiration, figure out what makes you tick, and to pursue it fearlessly. And that is the beauty of this discipline. All from an evidence-based, science-backed approach. It's not necessarily just motivation that is not science-backed. It's all evidence-based, research, very rigorous, right? What else? I'm a sociologist. I'm gonna start my PhD in DBA soon, hopefully, on motivation, you probably guessed it, and entrepreneurship. What else? I am a professional speaker. It's my passion in life is speaking. I hope to travel the world to be able to do this. I am an entrepreneur. I'm a firm believer that entrepreneurs can and do change the world. It's through entrepreneurship that we leverage economies and change societies and inspire people and change the face of planet Earth. It's all through entrepreneurship. Think of all the most influential people that have ever lived, especially in recent modern times. Many of them were entrepreneurs. What else? I'm passionate, as you can tell, about all things motivation and well-being. I believe that, I strongly believe that we're all born with an inner spark, just since day zero. We're all born with an inner spark. We're all born with a gift. We're all born with something that makes us truly unique and truly special. But I think as we get older, and as we assume more responsibilities, and as life tries to change us, to mold us, to shape us, in maybe not so helpful ways, that spark can sometimes go out. And my goal, and my mission, and my soul's mission, and my purpose in life is to remind people of that spark, and to help them rekindle the fire in the belly, and to help them discover it, and to help them keep it ablaze. Okay? Just want to share a very brief story with you. I hope I'm able, I don't know if I'm going to be able to go through the slides, but hey, it's a heart-to-heart conversation. I was in Dubai Mall yesterday, and I saw this beautiful, beautiful little girl who was walking. This was late-ish into the night, around 11 p.m. She was walking behind her mom. She was about like 9 years old. Walking behind her mom and probably her auntie or something, young girl, and she was dancing. She was just walking around dancing. No music was playing. Nothing was going on. Her mom was a little bit ahead of her, so she could have been anxious about the fact that she's not right next to her mom. But she was dancing, and she was having the time of her life. She didn't care, obviously still young, so maybe not aware of that, but didn't care that people may laugh at her, didn't care that people may point at her. She was just having a good time. She was dancing to her own tune. She was sort of channeling her intuition, having a transcendent experience, and she was really going for it. Like, she was really going for it. And I was like, that is motivation. That is positive psychology. I'm not suggesting that you go to Dubai Mall at 11 p.m. and dance. Not suggesting that. What I am suggesting is to listen to your music, is to not die with your music still in you, is to find out what your passion is, what your purpose is, what motivates you, and to go for it with everything you've got. Okay? Looking forward to heart-to-heart conversation. We've already covered that. Okay. This is not going to be a technical presentation. I am a positive psychologist, but I don't want to bore you. I do not want to bore you with the definitions. We're just going to cover some basics, okay? So what is motivation anyway, right? Just a quick caveat when it comes to the study of fulfilling your ultimate potential in psychology in general, and sociology, and the majority of the social sciences, is that it's sometimes quite difficult to come to a consensus about these terms. We all have an understanding of what motivation is. We all have an understanding about what well-being is. But if you are actually going to start to define it, it may get a little bit more complicated. But let's attempt to do that together today. Okay, so motivation is the driving force behind human actions, right? It's why a person does something. And what I want to highlight today to you is the following. If you are one of the lucky ones that is able to actually truly understand your why you're here, what you're here for, your calling, your purpose, your path, your soul's mission, you are well on your way to achieving your dreams. Because once you figure out the why, motivation is just going to be a very, very, very happy secondary byproduct. You're going to find the fuel within. You're going to find the fire within, and you're not going to have a hard time keeping it ablaze at all. Okay? So it's the process that initiates, guides, and maintains goal-oriented behaviors, right? And a little bit on goals. Goals are kind of like your compass, you know, alluding to the presentation right before this one, which was great. So it's your compass. Your goals are where you're going, where you're headed, and the more focused you are, and the more clear your goals are, and the more visceral your vision is, the easier it is for you to achieve it. So goals are, first of all, and this is based on meaning researchers. So in positive psychology, there's like a big sector of the discipline, all dedicated to meaning and meaning in life and how to find meaning in life. So meaning researchers, Viktor Frankl being one of the most famous ones, talks about goals being a great way to find meaning. You know, they motivate you, they energize you, and they help you figure out your why. Okay? Excuse me, sorry. Okay. What else? So motivation includes the biological, emotional, social, and cognitive forces that activate human behavior. So you may think that motivation is is a cognitive process, but believe it or not, once you figure out your why and do the work, because it does take inner work, it does take discipline, and it does take a lot of effort. This is not an easy process at all. I'm not by no means advocating or assuming or saying that it's easy. But once you do the inner work, you will be blown away, and you're going to soon realize, that motivation is actually not just a cognitive process at all, it's visceral. It's on the somatic level, it's on the body level. You're going to feel it in your bones, essentially, right? So it includes the biological, emotional, social, and cognitive forces that activate human behavior, all right? Excuse me, I'm so sorry. All right, so why is motivation important? If everything that I've said beforehand was not enough, let's go on to this slide. So understanding motivation can increase your efficiency. We all want to be efficient. Most of you guys are really successful, suited up business people, so obviously we all want to be efficient. So understanding motivation can increase your efficiency, drive you to take action. Motivation is what gets you going. It's what gets you moving. It's what gets you off your seat. It's what gets you off your couch. It's what gets you out of bed in the morning. Motivation is all of that. It's how to avoid unhealthy or maladaptive behaviors, such as risk-taking and addiction. I saw, just as a random side note, I saw a video by a famous US actor, and he was Michael B. Jordan, and he was talking about the fact that when you're motivated, and he was alluding to the fact that he's built differently. Like all his friends would go out and party, he would stay home and stay focused. All his friends would be doing X, Y, or Z, he would stay home and stay focused. And that's why he's Michael B. Jordan of the Creed franchise, super successful. And that's just one minor example of the beauty of motivation, is when you are honed in, when you're locked in to exactly what you want to accomplish, you become unstoppable. I know it sounds like very airy, fluffy sort of stuff being said on a stage, but it's true. I'm a testament to that, and countless other people. It helps you feel more in control of your life, and who would not want that? I think ultimately, many of us are looking for a meaning, and many of us are looking for control. You want to feel like you're in control of your life. There's a lot of things that are not within our control, but there are things that are within our control, and motivation helps you be able to tell the difference between the two of those things. Obviously, it improves your overall well-being and happiness, and who wouldn't want that? All right, so just a little bit more on motivation. There are 3 elements to motivation, and they're all of equal importance. So number 1 is activation, persistence, and intensity. Activation is the decision to initiate a behavior. So I'm pumped, I just watched the stock on motivation, I'm gonna pursue my dreams, I'm gonna go after what I want, this is it, it's my time, etc., etc. So you're activated. You start taking action. You start doing what you are called to do, and you start actually going after your dreams and achieving your dreams and heeding the call. You start going after your calling. So activation is number 1, followed by persistence, which is extremely critical. You can't achieve anything without persistence. You could be the Galileo of your time, you could be the Michelangelo of your time, you could be the Picasso of your time, you could be the whoever of your time. Kobe, you could be whoever. But you wouldn't know that unless you are persistent. Persistence is a gift that you're giving yourself. If you do the inner work again and figure out your why, and you're not persistent, you're selling yourself short. It really does take a level of persistence to actually achieve what you want to achieve deep within your heart. And then lastly, so persistence is the continued effort toward a goal despite obstacles. And let me tell you, there will be obstacles. Obstacles are a part of the game. They're a part of life. I am a staunch optimist. I believe in hope. I believe in a brighter future. But obstacles are just a part of life. There's nothing that we can do about that. So just being well prepared, being aware of the fact that you will be met with obstacles is half the battle. And just doing the work that you need to do. And lastly, there's intensity. Intensity is the concentration and vigor. Again, energy, pizzazz, persistence, right? Grit. We'll get to grit in a minute. Intensity is the concentration and vigor that goes into pursuing a goal. So as you have probably noticed by now, you need activation, you need persistence, but then you also need intensity. You need all three to continue to be a motivated individual. Okay? So grit. This brings us next to grit. Grit is a super famous book by Professor Angela Duckworth. It's also a TED Talk on grit with over 12 million views. I'm so sorry. It went viral. And she's talking about grit, and it's a really, really interesting concept. And I think, so let's define it first. So grit is passion and perseverance for long-term and meaningful goals. You'll see the word meaning again. It pops up every now and then because without meaning, it's meaningless, right? So you need meaning. We all need meaning. We all need to make sure that we're pursuing something that matters to us, pursuing something that speaks to our core, pursuing something that we have a very strong emotional connection to. So again, grit is passion and perseverance for long-term and meaningful goals. The other key word here would be long-term, because regardless of your chosen path, regardless of your chosen career, you do need to make, there will be obviously a long-term commitment. There's this really famous quote about, there's no such thing as an overnight success. Every single person that we think is an overnight success has dedicated a minimum of 10,000 hours. Are you guys familiar with the 10,000 hour rule? Show of hands. Show of hands, raise your hand if you're familiar with the 10,000 hour rule. Okay, great. Mr. Abundance. All right, so just real quick, there's this idea called the 10,000 hour rule. The 10,000 hour rule basically posits or argues or contends that if you are to be an expert, if you are to be top in your field in a specific sector, whatever it may be, you need 10,000 hours of practice. Sounds like a lot, but it's, I think, around a decade. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's about a decade of experience, 10 years. That's pretty much what it takes. So when we're talking about grit, we're talking about having the grit. And I have to clench my teeth when I talk about grit. It's having that grit, that drive, that desire to keep going despite obstacles, despite a lack of support from friends, despite a lack of support from family, despite a lack of support from loved ones, despite a lack of clapping from everybody you know, because you have a vision deep within your mind that you're going to make it. If you have grit, which is passion and perseverance for long-term and meaningful goals, you will make it. The fact that I'm here today is evidence that you will make it. Just another quick side note is, so like I said, I'm from Egypt, but I'm in love with Dubai. I love this city. I love the UAE. I love it here. Absolutely love it here. So I have always, you may not believe this, but I have always visualized actually speaking on a stage in Dubai. I started recording my talks, posting my talks on social media a little bit over a year ago. And Dubai was always my destination. So the fact that I'm here today is just, I keep telling my friends it's a miracle. But that's grit, and that's what motivation can do for you. So find out what's worth visualizing for, and then have grit towards that, okay? So grit is passion and perseverance for long-term and meaningful goals. But there's, in my mind, a missing P there. So we have P, passion, P, perseverance. I think patience would be the third P that I would add. Obviously, perseverance implies patience. You can't persevere if you're not patient, but I think we need to highlight the fact that it does take a little bit of patience. The whole get rich quick schemes do not work. Most of you are in finance and business, so you're well aware of that. We don't need to keep talking about that for long, but there's no such thing as a get rich quick scheme. They don't exist. Okay? So both, according to Professor Angela Duckworth, who is the authority on grit, both passion and perseverance are not, they trump innate talent. Like I said, you can be a natural-born Picasso or a natural-born Galileo or a natural-born what have you, right? But if you do not do the work, if you do not spend the time and invest the time to do the actual legwork involved, you'll never know. And wouldn't that be really upsetting? You know what I mean? We don't ever want, when we're 95 years old or 100 years old, regret the fact that we did not do everything in our power to find out what's really going on within and to find out who we want to be and who we aspire to be and then fight really hard to get there. So with grit, which is passion and perseverance, they trump innate talent. It's this whole idea of, think of a bulldog holding on to a bone really, really tight. They're not going to let go of that bone. And that's kind of how we have to be if we're going to accomplish our goals. Think of the song, I Get Knocked Down, But I Get Up Again. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that song. It's a bit of an old song. But have that attitude of, I get knocked down, but I get up again. Okay, you're never going to keep me down. I'm not going to sing the whole song, unfortunately. Anyway, so it's the ability to persist in something you feel passionate about and persevere when you face obstacles. That's grit. Because like I said, there will be obstacles, but think of them as hoops. Think of them as an upward spiral that you have to go through to make it. Think of them as a rite of passage, and think of them as, and we're going to talk about this on our panel, but think of them as a purification process. Robin Sharma, who I'm a big fan of, Robin Sharma, speaker, best-selling author, I'm pretty sure most of you are familiar with Robin Sharma, talks about how obstacles are purification. They're a purification process. It's how you are purified. It's how your soul kind of just keeps progressing to the next level. Okay? So 6 ways we can become grittier real quick is clarify your goals. Without a vision, sort of men will perish. Men, obviously men and women, but without a vision, we will perish. Like we have to know where we're going. It's not an, think of like, what's the world's most expensive car, a Bugatti? Anyway, we're in Dubai, we should all know what the world's most expensive car is. Think of a really expensive luxury car, and you're driving it, and you have a gas, a tank full of gas, premium gas, which costs a lot of money, and you're in the driver's seat, and you own this car, and you're driving around aimlessly. What good will a really good car be if you don't know where you're going? So having a vision is absolutely, absolutely, absolutely critical, and it's the first step to being a motivated individual. So clarify your goals, discover your interests, which is the same thing. Practice deliberately. So I just want to allude real quick to points 2 and 3. If somebody's struggling with defining their vision, finding out their true calling, finding out why they're here, figuring out their purpose, understanding motivation, fueling the fire within, if that is an issue, really simply put, just so we don't dwell on that for too long, a really good way to figure that out is through trial and error. In our 20s, or at least in my 20s, it was all trial and error. Oh, okay, I got a job here, no, don't like it, quit. Got a job there, don't like it, quit. Got a job there, don't like it, quit. So it's just a question of figuring things out and understanding life through trial and error. And that can be really powerful. It sounds really simple and really boring, but that's how you figure out what you have a palate for. Okay? So know your purpose, your why, obviously a very big one. Practice optimistic self-talk. Self-talk is incredibly critical. We all live in our minds. We all live in our heads. We don't just experience our surroundings. Everything that we see all around us has to get filtered through the lens of our perception. So every now and then, take off the pair of glasses that you're wearing to perceive the world and try to understand, are you wearing dark shades? Are you wearing rosy colored shades? Are you wearing neutral shades? Just try to reassess what the color of your shades are. Are they dark? Are they white? Are they blank? Are they pink? Are they green? Are they whatever, right? So this is just a metaphor, figure of speech. Just introduce, inviting you to try to understand how you view the world, because everything that our brain has to perceive everything all around us, and it has to go through the lens of our perception, okay? So that's why self-talk is so critical, and monitoring your self-talk is so critical, and making sure that you speak kindly and graciously to yourself is extremely critical, because we spend the majority of our time in our minds. There's a lot of research that confirms that every single day we have, I'm not entirely sure of the figure, but we have around, I think, between 80 to 90,000 thoughts a day, and the majority of them, I would say 85%, are repetition, are just repeated thoughts from the day before. So imagine that. Imagine that. Imagine how much potential we're not tapping into by being deliberate about our self-talk, by being, by using that power and harnessing that power to our own advantage. You know what I mean? So that is really, that's a big one. Join a gritty culture. There's a lot of research that confirms the fact that you are the product of the 5 people that you spend the majority of your time with. So make sure that you join a gritty culture. It's going to affect you in really incredible ways, right? Without really being aware of it, we pick up the cues, we pick up the lifestyle, we pick up the values, we pick up everything, the work ethic, we pick up the ambition, we pick up all of that from the people that we spend our time with. So make sure that you're around people that you want your future to look like and not your past. And vow to never give up. Okay, so there are various different types of motivation. Motivation is a vast topic, right? So there are various different types of motivation. Intrinsic motivation is motivation from within. It's like, I would do this for free, kind of thing. This is how much you love that, right? This is how much you love doing what you're doing. So it's actions that are driven by internal rewards, doing things for pure enjoyment because they make us happy, motivated from within regardless of external rewards. It leads to positive emotions, creativity, mastery, which is amazing. Sounds really cool to be masterful, to be in charge of your environment, to be in charge of your life, meaning and flow. Quick show of hands, who has heard of the concept of flow before? Okay, all right. I'm gonna just introduce it to you guys really quickly. So the founders of positive psychology are distinguished professor Martin Seligman, who people call him Marty for short, and the co-founder of positive psychology is Hungarian-American scholar, the late professor Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi. So Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi dedicated his life to figuring out what makes us happy. He was completely he was in a lot of pain because of the aftermath of World War II. And he's like, you know what? I'm going to dedicate my life to figuring out what makes people happy. So the culmination of his research endeavor has resulted in a book on flow. Flow is this really interesting concept, and I'm pretty sure most of us in this room have experienced it before. Flow is when you're in the zone. It's when you're doing something and you lose track of time. You can't tell if you're hungry, you can't tell if you're thirsty, you don't know what time it is, you don't really care. You're doing a task where your skill level and the challenge level they go hand in hand. So it's not too easy, not too hard. That is flow, and it's a beautiful experience, right? So a lot of artists, so Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, the positive psychologist and scholar, basically would interview like professional athletes, artists, and actors, and what have you. And he would, and his conclusion was that flow is this incredible thing. You lose track of time, and it's a beautiful experience. So intrinsic motivation may lead to flow. Okay. All right. So how can you be more intrinsically motivated? I want to just touch on intrinsic motivation real quick. This is by no means an invitation that we should do stuff for free. This is by no means an invitation that when you're not intrinsically motivated or when you're driven by things like fame and fortune, that there's anything wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And I think it's actually much more natural to have a combination of the various different types of motivation, which we will cover in a bit. All right, so how can you be more intrinsically motivated? That's a really important question, because if intrinsic motivation will lead to mastery and flow and positive emotions, then we all want a piece of it, right? So there's a theory, that's what my master's dissertation was on, actually. It's a theory on motivation called self-determination theory. So this is just one way of understanding motivation. And the that came up with that theory argue that this theory on motivation is universal. It applies to everybody, irrespective of gender, irrespective of region, irrespective of belief system, irrespective of age, irrespective of everything. So my master's dissertation was exactly that. I was testing that. So I interviewed entrepreneurs based in the UAE, based in Egypt, and based in the US, different age groups, different genders, different occupations, different types of entrepreneurship, like solopreneurship, speakers, podcast hosts, what have you, to really test if self-determination really is indeed universal, and the conclusion was yes, it is, right? Not necessarily a cathartic moment because this theory has already been proven before, but I just wanted to test it myself. So what is self-determination theory? Again, it's a theory on motivation. So it outlines 3 conditions for intrinsic motivation. So again, this theory argues that all of humanity is wired the same when it comes to this specific type of motivation, right? Intrinsic motivation. So what are the conditions or what are the requirements that we need? How can you be intrinsically motivated according to this theory? Number 1, you need autonomy, okay? Many of us here are entrepreneurs, and this probably strikes a chord with you because entrepreneurship is all about being autonomous. It's all about being your own boss. It's all about calling the shots. It's all about being in charge. It's all about being responsible. It's all about being a good leader. So autonomy is a really, really, really big one when it comes to self-determination theory, and it's freedom of external constraints. And I think that's what draws a lot of people to entrepreneurship. The second condition that you need for intrinsic motivation, according to this theory, is competence. It's the need to feel capable. And the participants that I interviewed for my master's dissertation all touched on the competence piece. They're like, one of them, an engineer, is like, I'm really good at what I do, by the way. I'm like, yes, I know you are. Another guy, a speaker, he's like, yes, I'm really good. I fill entire ballrooms up. I'm like, yes, I know you do. Every single person that I've spoken to was very, very well aware of how competent they are. And they weren't doing it from like an overly confident standpoint. They were just doing it from a self-assured standpoint. They were doing it from a standpoint of, hey, I know my capabilities. I know I'm good at my job, and I'm not doing it to show off. I just know that I'm pretty good at my job. So competence is the need to feel capable, and we all really sort of need that from time to time, right? Like feeling mastery, feeling in charge, feeling in control, understanding that we're good at what we do. And lastly, relatedness, which is the need to feel involved with others. We're social creatures, we're social beings, we like interacting with other people. Interacting with people and having close relationships energizes us as human beings. And that is the relatedness part. Okay. What are the other types of motivation? You have extrinsic motivation, which is obviously the opposite of intrinsic motivation, which is motivation engaging in a behavior to earn, which is engaging in a behavior to earn external rewards or avoid punishment. So I was watching a video by Alex Hormozi. Many of you are probably aware, American entrepreneur Alex Hormozi. So he was talking about like the perfect mix when it comes to motivation. There must be something, we call that in sociology and in the social sciences, a push factor and a pull factor. So there needs to be a push factor and a pull factor. So the push factor could be fear of poverty, fear of failure, fear of stagnation, fear of being where I am today next year, fear of not growing, fear of a lack of evolution. It could be just fear of anything, right? And then that's the push factor. So that's one way to get motivated. That's extrinsic. And then there's the pull factor, which is intrinsic. It's like, where do I want to go? Where do I see myself? What is it going to take for me to get to my destination? That's the pull factor. So in a perfect, ideal world, you do need a little bit of both. You do need push factors that push you out of your comfort zone, sometimes shove you out of your comfort zone, thrust you into another zone. And then you also need a pull factor, like your vision, where you're going, what you want to do, who you want to be, what you want to become. So you need both to be fully motivated. Okay, so what else? So it arises from outside the individual. Extrinsic motivation, just by definition, arises outside of us, because that's why it's extrinsic, it's external. This is not to suggest that extrinsic motivation is a bad thing at all, which is what I was saying earlier. We can be motivated by both extrinsic and intrinsic motivation, right? So if you're motivated by fear, or if you're motivated by fame and fortune, absolutely nothing wrong with that. And then lastly, which I thought was really interesting, is family motivation. So on days when you're running a little low on either kind, on intrinsic and extrinsic, you can rely on family motivation. So family motivation is when you're motivated by the desire to provide for your loved ones, right? And this is really across the board. It's just how we're wired, right? It's a third source of motivation when intrinsic and extrinsic motivation fall short. So this is based on research where they interviewed factory workers, and they were able to perform under really bad circumstances. They were able to perform when they got little pay, when they got a lot of pay, when they got good feedback, when they got bad feedback. They were just able to perform like clockwork. So it applies to mundane or boring tasks without any rewards for good performance, right? Family can serve as both an intrinsic and extrinsic motivator. So just remember, on the days when you feel like your intrinsic and extrinsic motivation is falling short, you can rely on family motivation. All right, so we can't have a discussion. David, let me know if I'm running over time, because I'm not keeping track of time at all, okay? I am? I'm running out of time? I am. Oh, okay. All right. All right, so should we, can I do this one last slide, or should I just wrap it up? One last slide. Okay, sorry about that, you guys. I just didn't want to bring my phone. I didn't want to get WhatsApp messages and be distracted. I wanted to be 100% present for you guys. Real quick, self-discipline. We cannot have a conversation on motivation without talking about self-discipline. Self-discipline is the route, it's the bridge, it's the pathway that's going to get you from A to B. So it's the ability to override a habitual or motivated response, resisting short-term temptations. There's a lot of research that has been conducted on self-discipline and how it can increase your well-being, how it can prevent you from engaging in maladaptive behaviors, et cetera, et cetera. So it's the process by which we seek to have control over our thoughts, feelings, and impulses. It's effortful regulation of the self by the self. And I will leave it at that, and thank you so much for your time and attention. Thank you. Thank you. That's the clicker. Thank you, David. Thank you.
One more hand for Maya. That was great. I'll see you in Las Vegas in June or July. I'll see you in Vegas in July. You got it. Yep. Okay. Our next speaker, or our next panel, actually, is going to be discussing real estate expertise and financial planning, a winning combination. We have gathered a group of industry experts who will delve into the importance of having a sound financial plan when dealing with real estate investments. Through their insights and experience, they will help us understand how we can make better decisions and ultimately achieve our financial goals. Join me as I welcome Abdul Aziz Al Habib, HR and Admin Director at Saudi Business Center, as our moderator, along with Abshik Jha, Managing Partner and CAO of Hedge & Sachs and Foreman Fiefton, respectively, and Deepa Varghese, Financial and Real Estate Consultant at Gratia Consultancy, LLC. So please welcome me as they discuss real estate expertise and financial planning, a winning combination.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, I'm sure after all the motivational talks that we've heard in the last few segments, I'm not sure how many of you are ready for the financial planning bit. So I want to jump straight into it. I know it's been a very long day for a few of you, but I think we are here as a panel to contribute with whatever little knowledge that we have from the field that we come in. And when the host was just talking about the real estate and finance, I just wanted to say that Abdul Aziz was not able to join us, so I will be moderating this session, and we'll have Colonel Augustine also, who's joined us. He will introduce us as we go through the rounds. Now, some of us always wonder why real estate and finance is always kept hand in hand. It's very, very integrally linked. And I would say from my experience, one cannot survive without the other. So we need to understand what is the connection between finance and real estate in this ever-changing world. So what we are going to try and do is give you a small deep dive or a discussion into how these two are linked. So my name is Deepa Verghese. I work as the Chief of Operations and Finance with Gratia Consultancy. I've been in Dubai for the last 23 years. Primarily, my area of expertise has been in financial planning and analysis, with almost 15 years plus in the real estate sector. I am a chartered from UK, which is the FCMA and CGMA. I also have a CPA Australia and a Master's in Business Administration and in Finance. And I was a little excited when I heard Maya is looking at doing DBA. I'm currently pursuing my DBA with a very focus on, if you are from Dubai, you will know that we had the Expo 2020 last year. So my thesis is on the economic impact of Expo 2020 in UAE. I was also and the reason why I picked that topic up is I was heading the finance for the legacy of Expo 2020 before I joined Gratia Consultancy. I now hand over the mic to Abhishek Jha, who's my colleague. He will introduce himself as a part of the panel.
Hello everyone, and I want to introduce myself first so that we can proceed further. My name is Abhishek Jha, and I'm a Chief Administrative Officer at Hedge & Sachs and Foreman Fiefdom, and Managing Partner also. Now, Hedge & Sachs is a financial asset management company, and Foreman Fiefdom is our real estate arm. We deal with finance and real estate both. So that is what I want to introduce. First, Hedge & Sachs, we have started Hedge & Sachs at 2021, and we started just 4 people, 4 friends. We have started this company, and we don't know about it, like where we are going. We just had a dream and we start working on it. We have an idea and we started working on it. So what I just want to tell you guys that finance and the real estate is the best of the best combination in order to take a valuable growth in your portfolio, financial portfolio. I believe that everyone has a dream to buy a home in their hometown or in Dubai, anywhere in the world. But a lot of people are not able to buy it just because of the financial issues, or a lot of issues are there. So that is all. We have solved this problem, and by doing this, we've made a hybrid model with merging with real estate and finance. So that's helped a lot to people that they can buy a home, and now we have seen our achievements. So we have a lot of good results as of now in 2.5 years. So I just want to transfer this mic to Mr. Colonel Anurag Trivedi. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhishek. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Colonel Anurag Trivedi, retired Army officer. I've taken premature retirement in 2015 from Indian Army, and thereafter I've joined my father's business. We are basically Six Sigma Group. I'm representing Six Sigma Group. We are into infrastructure development, especially the commercial properties, which I will be coming up, like ideas I will be coming up during this panel discussion. Initially, I thought that seeing this thing, I have taken it as a builder, like real estate expertise and financial planning, how the builders are supposed to be. But this panel discussion is for the small investors, how they can benefit from this thing. So we'll discuss that only. The first and the most important thing which I can tell in real estate, that you'll find less of volatility. and risks are very, very minimum. In fact, during the COVID time, like everything was dropping down, the value of currencies were dropping down. However, the real estate market was stable. During that time, people said that no transaction has to be done. But in India, we've done a lot of transactions. People were, in fact, because the prices slightly came down, people were more enthusiastic for going into the real estate investment. And next 2 to 3 years, right now they are into huge profits.
Thank you, Abhishek and Anurag. While I was sitting and listening to both of them, what struck me right now was the 3 panelists that we have, all right? One is someone from the real estate and finance who tries to sell investments, right? They try and encourage you to invest. The other person is actually the one who constructs the real estate. And I'm here doing the planning and analysis of what is, the cost benefit of investing in a real estate, and, whether construction of plan sales is better, or, you invest in after or a ready to move in property. Having said that, I think one of the points that Abhishek had picked up was all of us love to have a house of our own, right? Somewhere that we can go back and say it's our own. Can I just quickly show of hands, have anyone who tells me that I don't want to do a real estate investment here? Or anywhere in the world, don't want to have a house of your own or a property of your own? No one, right? And that what brings me to the question that I want to ask Abhishek is, if you want to buy an apartment here, or a villa here, or a property here, what is the kind of rules and regulations that we need to keep in mind? Because that is key before you actually plan what your financial help is going to be for investing in a real estate.
It is very important to understand the regulatory bodies, what kind of regulations are, what kind of regulations we have in that from the developers we are going to buy a property. So the first regulation that is major, most important, which is RERA. It is introduced in 2008 in Dubai, in UAE, and then 2017 in India. After that, in Dubai, major thing is Dubai Land Department. So Dubai Land Department has will decide that what kind of a service charge, what kind of admin fee a developer can charge. So it is every kind of property, whether it is a real estate in primary market or secondary market, residential, commercial, retail, shops, anything. If you want to buy anything, you have to go through with the regulatory bodies. If there's any kind of doubts you have, you should take an expert advice. Otherwise, you will be paying a hell lot of money and then you're not getting anything. So you will not be satisfied. And after that, later on, a lot of people blame the country, state, cities. It is your fault because you didn't take the expert advice. So I would rather suggest to take an advice from the experts who are in the industry from the last 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, so on. So I would suggest to go through the RERA website or Dubai Land Department website. You will check and you can do the due diligence on it, and then only you'll decide which property you should buy.
So having said that, I feel, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dubai is a safer place to invest, because I've had experiences, and I think when we were quickly catching up behind the hall, Colonel was talking about how there are chances of risks when you invest in any other country than you invest in UAE. Having said that, from a construction point of view, or as a builder, somebody who constructs buildings, do you think real estate is a good portfolio to be having within your investment portfolio?
As rightly brought out by Mr. Abhishek, the Real Estate Regulatory Authority binds the builders and safeguard the interest of the customers who are investing And after 2017, there has been not even a single incidence. All the cases which Real Estate Regulatory Authority of India is taking up is the cases before 2017. After that, whatsoever, because the RERA guidelines and their instructions are so strict, risk generally for a customer is almost nil. But before buying any property, you have to see the website of any country, RERA, the registration of RERA. Then the due diligence you can only do for the cash flow of the company, which is already available in the RERA website, as well as the third most important thing, the due diligence of the lands and the government dues. Like government gives these lands to the builders on concessional basis, as well as on installments. So if the builder is not able to pay the installments in correct time, so that becomes slightly unsafe property. However, government and regulatory authorities and the legal system still safeguard, because in case 3 consecutive installments, 4 consecutive installments are not paid, then the regulatory authority takes up the case with the NCLTs and all, and the property is shifted to some other builder. So these days the risk is very less. However, the returns are manifold. This is I can say.
So having understood what the rules of investing in a real estate is and the risk, I think we all can agree that real estate is one portfolio where your risk is, there is equal amount of risk and return in the portfolio. Now, when we're talking about financial planning, what is it that you think of when you want to invest in real estate?
I can give you several options, but what I suggest or advise, I would like to advise as per my experience. Real estate investment is a major investment you should have in your portfolio. Because if you have a real estate investment, you'll have a tangible asset. The best thing is, because if you invest in finance, I believe you are from finance, so I can understand that, like in finance you have a liquidity. It's a floating money, right? But if you invest in real estate, that is a tangible asset. So that tangible asset, anytime like the recession comes or goes, that property is like always for you. So it's better to invest in real estate, whether you want to invest in apartments, villas, residential, commercial, wherever you want to invest. But if you need my suggestion or advice in order to invest in real estate, then I suggest to invest in off-plan properties, because you will get a huge growth on it. So in like off-plan properties, you'll have a multiple payment plan options as per your pocket allowance, right? So that kind of a thing, it is much needed for everyone. If a youngster can buy a property, and if a senior citizen can buy a property, it is needed. So that is why everyone should think about it, because especially in Dubai, because I've seen 7 or 8 years in Dubai after selling the properties or financial things. So in Dubai, your investment is the safest investment in real estate. There are multiple reasons. You'll get a huge ROI, huge safety, the luxury living, right? So there are a lot of things which is best if you invest in Dubai, whether it is an apartment or anything.
I like to tell, like across the world, generally it has been seen, like when you are making a house, make it a beautiful one. However, in case if you are going for the investment, go for a commercial property, because you will get returns from 2 to 4% in residential properties, and in commercial properties above 8%. along with that, you get a capital appreciation as per the market situation. But like I can talk about Delhi NCR. So Delhi NCR, the capital appreciation is around 12 to 15% every year. So this 12 to 15%, and as well as the ROI which you are getting through the rentals. So it is around 8 to 10% approximately. So your return is very good. And generally, like people may not have a home for himself, but he will certainly like to have a business for himself. So demand of the commercial property is always at a boom, because like if someone wants to start a business or want to have a house, so generally he will say, let's start the business first, and with the profits of that I will be making a house. So always try to invest in a commercial properties. Just see the strength of the builder, and see the location and situation. That's it.
So now I want to ask a question to Ms. How important is it for financial planner to have an understanding of real estate as an asset class?
Okay, like I said, I've been in this financial planning as my forte. I'll just give you a small insight into what is it that financial planners look at when we are looking at real estate investments. So basically, as financial planners, we have to have a deep understanding of any asset class, whatever the asset class is. Like it could be stocks, bonds, commodities, cash, and real estate. So we have to understand what is the risk and return associated with each and every asset class. And accordingly, we as planners will advise, if it is, say, for example, if I'm working for an organization who's a master developer, then I need to understand what their goals and needs are, and then do a risk return analysis and tell them whether it makes sense for them to invest in the portfolio or not. At the same time, we also have a challenge to keep up to date, like what I think Colonel brought out. During COVID, markets went haywire. So we need to understand what is happening in the market, be up to date, look at the trends. A lot of research and analysis needs to be done, because the onus is on us. And tomorrow, if an investment fails, it's very easy to come back and blame and say that you did not give us the right feedback or so. We have a lot more responsibility on us to ensure that, we give the right decisions to the companies that we work for. But at the same time, as individuals also, when we have friends and family who approach us asking, why is it a good investment to do, is an investment to go, which is the property that we need to look at, which is the developer that we need to look at. As a financial planning, the oath that we take is to ensure we give the right guidance. So that we need to keep in mind that also. We also have, like I think I had already mentioned, that we have to understand the cost benefit of each and every investment that is being done, so that we help make the right decision, and also understand the historical performance. So though we look at the future as well, we look at how the historical performance of the developer has been. Is it been worth, do they have credibility in developing or delivering what they have promised? So one of the highest risk is the off-plan sales that Abhishek was talking about. Yes, it comes at a much cheaper rate than a move-in apartment, but you always run a high risk of what happens if the developer is not able to complete it on time. Those are things where we come in and kind of do due diligence of the developer and make sure that you are making the right decision. So overall, having a deep understanding between every asset class is important as a financial planning expert, whichever field that is. But very importantly, real estate, because the investment is huge that you are doing. So we need to help people make the right decision. That is what I would say is the financial planning and aspect of investing in real estate.
That is why the real estate expertise and the financial planning is a winning combination. Just because without financial planning, we are not able to take out the maximum profit from our real estate. If you want to, I've seen a lot of people, they want to buy a property in a distressed deal, right? They are waiting to they are waiting for the recession. Once the recession comes, then only they'll buy the property. It doesn't matter if you merge these real estate expertise, real estate and financial planning, then you don't have to wait for recession, because after adding financial portfolio in your real estate investment, your profit already got doubled, right? So it is not required to wait. So I always say to my clients, my people, that don't wait to buy a property. Buy a property and then wait. Then you will get a huge kind of marginal profit. So that's all I want to say about this.
Yes. Yeah, I like to add one more thing. Like before this, we had a motivation lectures. Don't get so motivated that you block your complete liquidity in real estate. The only bad thing about the real estate investment, though returns will be quite high, but you cannot take it on your immediate requirements. You cannot have your liquidity with yourself, or you are meeting your immediate requirements, because selling a property, it takes one month, 2 month time. In hurry, if you'll sell, then you'll sell into losses.
I mean, like what Abhishek was saying, there's never a right time for buying a property. Now, people laugh at me when I say that I've been here for 23 years and I don't own a property. Okay? Every time we sit and think of, is this the right time to invest? We're sitting and thinking, my husband and I have this conversation, no, what happens to our jobs? No, what happens if one of us loses a job? Are we able to, carry on the EMI? Those kind of discussions come up, and then you get demotivated, and then we don't invest. So after 23 years, now we are sitting and thinking, actually, it is so funny that last week, I was sitting and doing a calculation of the rents that I have paid in the last 23 years. I could have invested in a huge apartment here. So I think I kind of very much agree with Abhishek that, there is no right time to invest. Why wait? Just invest when you have the capability to do it. I think that kind of wraps up all our thoughts that we had. But we are open to any questions that you have, then we can specifically address it. Anything that you can ask any of us from the field of expertise that we come in.
I think nobody have any kind of questions. So
there are a few types of REITs are also available, real estate investment trusts. You may also consider them also for investment for a fixed income, but you will not get the property, but a fixed return, it's like a mutual fund, you can say, but it will never come down, it will always go up. Any questions, please?
Yes.
Hello. Yes, now it's working. Thank you very much for your input. I'm Swiss, and as example, I now think about to invest in real estate in Dubai. I already invest in Switzerland. What step would you recommend me to follow?
The last thing, can you repeat that?
I invest already in Switzerland in real estate, but Dubai would be new for me. So which step do you recommend me to follow if I would like to invest in real estate in Dubai?
Yeah, this is the best time to invest in Dubai, because the first step I want to tell you is, I want to advise you is, you should invest in Dubai, but not in a bigger amount. Just go for the smaller thing, go for a studio or 1 bed or 2 bed, right? Because you told me that this is an investment purpose, right? So
yes.
In Dubai, the best thing is in Switzerland. Ma'am, can I ask you, in Switzerland, how much net ROI you will get from that property?
It's the same here in Switzerland. You have to bring 20% at minimum from
10%.
your own. No, 10. That's very seldom. 20. You have to bring 20%, and it's about between. It depends on the area. I would say the profit per month between 5 and 15%.
But on average, ma'am, I think if you check in any kind of website or any Google or anywhere, the maximum ROI in the entire world is in Dubai. 9 to 11% in residential properties. You can invest anywhere in entire Dubai, like in the main location, mainland, or any like outskirts. But what I suggest, in Dubai, you'll have a lot of capital appreciation chances also, because Dubai has developed in last 20 years a lot of things. The people thinks and Dubai do and did already. So I suggest, I advise to invest in Dubai, not in a bigger scale, smaller scale, with a payment plan, which will help you to manage it with a financial also, merging with finance also.
Always invest through some consultant, ma'am. You must always adhere to this. You must find out a good consultant over here in Dubai and invest through him so that your interests are safeguarded.
I think just to add to what Abhishek and Colonel said now, I think the first step that you need to do is identify the area that you want to invest in, correct? So where do you want to see yourself? No, you're not going to live there, but where is the demand that, because you need to find the right tenants. Now I know of people who have bought, like, as an investment studio and 1-bedroom apartments and struggling to put it up for rent. So it's very important to identify an area where there is a demand for the residential apartment and then invest in it, which then will add to everything that they said. It will automatically come. Your return of investment will come, everything will come. And I also agree that, it is good to go with a consultant who will guide you in the right. So choosing a consultant is also important. The right consultant is also important to leverage what you're looking for.
Yeah, I wanted to ask which area would you recommend?
I would recommend in Maidan side, Maidan, because there are huge development are going on there. Maidan, if you talk about the rentals, then you should go for Furjan, that side, the Jebel Ali side. That is the best area to invest if you want to put your property on rentals. Now, if you want to take out the maximum capital appreciation with a nice view, nice price, then you should go for the Maidan. Because there are multiple reasons to invest in Maidan. But if you don't want to like recurring income, if you want a recurring income, then you should go for Furjan side, like Jebel Ali area.
And the reason we're saying this is, ma'am, because I think about 20-25 years back when Internet City and Media City opened here, I was wondering, oh my God, why would they do a development like this so far out? And those days I used to stay in Sharjah. And in 2005, I used to work in Media City. And I was like, oh my God, why would somebody have something like this? Now it is where Abhishek was saying, Furjan, that's the other side of, towards the end of Dubai, and that is slowly going to develop so much, especially because of the Dubai South and Expo that has happened. You're going to have Dubai is going to move, from downtown to the other. Dubai South is going to be the new Dubai now. So that's why I said, that'll be a good investment area to.
Always, like if you are an investor, always find that area where you have a scope to get the appreciation, right? Now, if you want to invest in downtown, it is already saturated. If you want to invest in Marina, JBR, you're not able to get the maximum appreciation. So why you want to invest there? You will get a huge ROI over there, rentals, let's say. You will get it because already developed, that area is already developed. But if you are an actual investor, you should invest where you can park funds for 5 or 10 years. And after that, your funds will be multiplied by 10x or 15x, at least.
You may also consider India as a growing economy. Like examples are like 2023 February, there was a UP Investor Summit. So companies from 47 countries have attracted around $3.2 trillion dollars investment. As well as the G20 summit. In the G20 summit, the summit has attracted $4.2 trillion investment in India. It's a very growing economy, and especially the national capital region. That is Delhi NCR, National Capital Region. That is also growing at a very huge pace. We are also working there, and investment there will give you manifold returns.
Thank you very much.
Somebody can hand over the mic. Yes, okay. Go on.
You just suggested her to invest in India, right? But I doubt if she can invest in India.
No. There are specific RBI guidelines. So a lot of foreign investment is coming to India, but it will be routed through RBI. There is a proper channel which takes around 15 to 20 days.
That's for majorly the corporate, as far as my understanding
No,
is concerned.
not for individuals also. There's a proper process, so she can also pump in her money there also.
Are you certain about this? Are you certain about this? Are you certain about this? Are you sure about this?
I am 100% sure, because a lot of foreign investment is coming to our company also.
So what are you referring to?
Means referring to means?
I mean, do you are you following any article that can let us know?
That I will, I'll personally provide you.
Because I even have a legal team out there in India.
I have to discuss with my CA. He only keeps doing.
No, there is nothing related to the CA here. As per the law,
it is permitted, but it has to be routed through RBI, and there is a proper procedure for that. Companies are also investing. However, the individuals can also invest.
I still doubt though. But still, I have another question to you three. As we all know, there are a lot of expats living here in Dubai, and whenever they have to make their first investment, they are always ambiguous whether to invest in their home country or here in Dubai. So what would you suggest them?
I would like to suggest advice in this case, because a lot of expats are there in Dubai, right? A lot of people stays on rent, and they are paying huge rentals, right? But if their people belongs from India and they want to invest in India, they can invest. But in India, there are a lot of things which is doubtful. I cannot, I'm not saying which is negative, but yes, you have to wait somewhere, right? And the ROI or capital appreciation, whatever the capital gain you'll get, there will be some taxes that you have to bear. Now in Dubai you'll have multiple reasons to invest. The first reason is this is a tax-free. Whatever the income you generate here, you'll have a net income. Secondly, this is the safest city in the world. Third, there are multiple developments are going on, and a lot of safety is also there. So I cannot be safe. I cannot say that I'm 100% safe in India, because there are a lot of news I've heard. But in Dubai, I've never heard any kind of news where I can see like I'm not safe here. And expats always want to buy a new home in the other countries also, because they are NRI, any which ways. So they have to buy instead of paying rentals. If they are paying rentals of 5,000 dirhams, 7,000 dirhams in a month, they can easily buy a home by paying 3,000 or 4,000 dirhams as a mortgage. And even a lot of people from India also, or from any of the nationalities, from their country, they also can invest in Dubai, because Dubai is open for everyone. Anybody in the world, they can invest in Dubai. But in India, there are a lot of limitations.
And I think also, just to add to that, if you are looking at an investment to live in, like a property to live in, then I would rather have it here, because, I'm spending most of my life here. The chances of me going, unless I retire or they ask me to leave the country, my chances of going back to India is very slim. So when I'm here, I might as well stay in a house that is my own, rather than build a huge house in India where I'm never going to live there. So that's one of the main reasons I would say investing in India here is much better. I think the clock is ticking, so if there's no other questions.
I have one question. Sorry, I got one question.
Sorry, go on. Yeah.
So, if we discount the off-plan market, like you're not making the down payment, but you're actually buying into a real property and at the handover time, how does the property here really make sense? Because what we are talking about is around 10% rental yield, and which comes down to, after all the charges and everything, around 8 to 9% in real terms. Whereas if I invest in indices in the US stocks or any international market, a 10-year average still gets me plus 10%. And that's been history for the last 100 years. How does the real estate market make sense? Because then I'm prone to an exit strategy, because still when I'm exiting from the country, I still have to, it takes time. It's not really on a click of a button. Then I'm also prone to changes into real estate prices, because Dubai is not really a market as opposed to India, definitely, right? Because if I'm investing in India, then I'm looking at a very high capital appreciation, especially if it's a city like Mumbai. So how does it really make sense for someone who is coming in with an investment to buy the property, not an off-plan sale, definitely, because that changes a lot of things, right? Because I don't see real returns into my net wealth. So in next 10 years, if I bring let's say 1.5, 2 or 3 million down here, in next 10 years, I'll be better off having less risk, even in the financial markets, than investing into Dubai real estate. So just a question.
So as if I understood your point is, instead of investing in off-plan properties, you can invest in US market, whether it is equity, indices, or...
Instead of investing off-plan, I'm not even discussing. So I'm saying, instead of investing into US markets or directly buying the property, because whenever I go and buy an off-plan, whether it's post-payment plan or they are offering no post-payment plan, because post-payment plan is just kind of export credit from the developer. Mm-hmm. It's no different than that. But if I'm buying a property here on cash today, I'm way better off investing into international stock markets, way better off. And I don't really have to do except investing into indices, because the average return is pretty much better in indices than what I'm getting here. My risk level is way lower, because if you bring into the economic turmoil, global or regional, I still am prone to the same thing. So investing in real estate here on cash basis, I'm actually losing my value in next 10 years.
Okay. I've not come across anyone who invests in a cash basis here, if I understood your question correct. So your question is that, are you not better off investing elsewhere than this? See, the real estate here, what I have noticed in the number of years that I have been here, has always been, yes, there is turmoils that happen, there is recession that comes in, but if you're able to withstand that turmoil, you always get appreciation in your real estate, whatever the investment is. So for example, I have known of people who have doubled what they have invested in real estate here. So recently I was talking to a friend of mine who told me that he invested in a property at 1.6 million, which is right now is available in the market for 3 million. So if he sells it, he's getting double of what he's invested. So, but having said that, I have had people who have lost money also. But that's a gamble you take in any investment that you do, right? But like we said, the safest is, from every market that we have seen or every asset class that we have seen, I feel real estate is most secure in terms of, even if you're not able to pay the loan or whatever, you have the property as a mortgage with the banks. So it's a safer bet than any other investments that you do. That's how I look at it. I don't know if you're happy with the answer, but...
I'd like to bring out something like mathematics of real estate. As a builder, I'm suggesting it's very, very simple. Like XYZ place is there is already a ready to move in commercial property there, the new builder who is just making the property next to it, in case if it's his vision is also same, so he has to anyhow keep the property rates 30 to 40% lesser. So that advantage is going directly to the customer by the time the property is coming up, as well as the property which was already ready to move in. It is already gaining maybe a capital appreciation of 10 to 12%, 13%. Here, this property will be, because it will be a newer property, it will be a better option for any investor or end user. So he will obviously like to go in for this new property. So mathematics is very good. However, while investing in the real estate, don't go for that assured return wala thing, because the builder is returning your own money to you only. So go for a good concept building. You will certainly get good returns, which will be far, far better, because there are two things, like things which, like in the stocks you will not get, and FDs you will not get, are two things. One is capital appreciation, and when the property is ready, you are getting ROI also. So I will just say, you buy a property, say of 1,000 square feet, say of 1 million. You have a meeting with the builder, and you just tell him that I will give you this property at a pre-launch of $25 profit. When the property is getting launched, you are, as it is, getting $25 of margin. That makes it 25,000 rupees within a 2.5% return in just 15 to 20 days you are getting. Have I made myself clear to you or not? No, it happens. We do it. We give it to the investors. It's a mutual understanding. How will I attract the investors? I can attract the investors by giving my property at a cheaper price, as well as making some arrangements with them. It's a pan word. It's not in India only or Dubai only.
It's better to just give me a minute. It's better to like, if you want to invest. I don't want to advise you to use your entire liquidity, like the full cash payment, if you're buying an off-plan property, because in off-plan, usually in Dubai, there are multiple payment plans. They are 1% every month, 5% in a quarter. So you can utilize your 30 to 40% by paying the down payment, and you'll have 1 year of time, and the rest of 60% you have. You can invest in US market wherever you are confident, so that you will get the both side returns. Because in Dubai, there are a lot of developers give you the rights to sell that property also at the time of possession. Like, let's say if I give you an example of Shobha gives you a property option, like if you buy a property by paying of 20%, which is a down payment, and plus 4% DLD. Rest 80% you have to pay at the possession after 3 years, that too after 3 years. So 3 years you can utilize your funds anywhere you want. It is your funds, right? So you can wait, you'll have 3 years. So at the time of possession, you can pay more 30% so that you will be eligible to sell that property. Because there is a clause in SPA where you have to pay the property price of 50%, then only you'll be able to sell to other person. So that's how you can make a profit. It is best way to, that is the point of discussion we have, that real estate expertise with the financial planning. So merge it, then you'll get the maximum growth in your portfolio. That's what I advise. The rest is up to you.
Well, can I try to answer that?
Yes, sure. Yes, please.
Yeah. Hi. Well, I think every financial market is an opportunity. It could be real estate or it could be stocks. Well, as they're saying that you should buy with payment plan, and you're saying that you should invest in cash. I think invest in cash, but just find the right opportunity in the real estate market where you're finding a distressed deal. Because if you buy from the developer, if you buy from any broker, they're just trying to sell you. Whereas if you try to get a distressed deal and you buy it, what returns that you make is going to be at least 11% gross, say 10% net. That 10% net, you're going to get a single check on the rent. Take that money, invest back in the stock market. I think you'll make more money on that. I hope that answers good one. Well, I think the market gets affected based on which asset class are you trying to invest in. If it's a luxury product, you might lose money. If it's for people that can afford it, I'm not talking about affordable housing. I'm talking about, average type luxury. I mean, if you're buying at like a 1 or 2 million ticket size, it would sell fast as well. And the rentals that you'll make is at least around, 100,000. So looking at that way, and if you want to compare that with, the stocks or let's say the bond market or something, see, liquidity, of course, stocks is going to give you liquidity. But then again, that's opportunity as well, right? Your stocks go upside down. But at the real estate market, you can always get a loan or get a mortgage and then, repay it. Or you could basically take a finance whenever you are in need of cash. I mean, that's a typical classic example. I mean, the Bank of New York will not give you mortgage to buy their own stocks, but they will give you a mortgage to take it on your property, right? So as I'm saying, I mean, you're right in terms of, when you invest in the markets, it's going to give you high returns. But if you find the right deal in the real estate space, I think that's more better off in terms of buying it and then utilizing those returns in the financial market, because that risk is less in terms of, your capital risk. Because if you were to ask me, I will never put my $1 million in a stock market. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen. If Elon Musk is going to put something, the Tesla is going to come down. I'm still in loss as of now, by the way. But yes, I might put $1 million in a distressed deal in the real estate space because I know over the night, at least I'm able to get the same price back. Or at least I could take a mortgage back.
Right.
Oh yeah, I get it. It's the bond.
Right. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, this has been a very lively discussion, but I think it goes to prove that you all are the experts, that we have many, many experts in this room, which makes this conference so worthwhile. And it is great hearing all the different points of view and perspectives. So I think that's amazing. I think this also can lead us to the importance of networking with each other. Because making personal financial decisions, there are so many different elements to it. That I think hearing from as many people as possible is always great, and I appreciate everybody's points of view. Thank you so much to the panel. Let's give them a round of applause for all their information and taking the time with us. You can just leave the microphones there. You can leave the microphones there. We have another panel coming out. Thank you all so much again. Our next panel is going to be Inspiring Vision for the Future of Investing, Lessons from CXOs. So we have CXOs that are coming up to the stage. The moderator will be Nat, who will be a familiar face to you all from yesterday and today, and she will introduce the panel when they come up. But thank you again, and I hope that we can keep these lively discussions moving forward as well.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Today is, I think it's the last session of the panel discussion for today. So, well, briefly introduce ourselves a bit, and then we continue with the discussion. We have about 30 minutes for this session, so it will go very quick for us. Please, Maya.
Thank you. So my name is Maya Matkour. I am a positive psychologist and speaker by profession, author, and soon-to-be video podcaster. It's a pleasure to be here again.
Hi, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rachit Pant. I'm CEO of Hedging Shacks. Hedging Shacks is an asset management firm based out of Luxembourg, Dubai, Mumbai, and London. So our expertise lie in financial advising and real estate.
And good evening, good afternoon to all. And my name is Cristina Ceccato. I'm from Italy. I'm a CFO. And I'm an innovation manager, and I think that innovation is something that is disruptive and is my mission.
Yeah, well, actually this session, what we are going to talk about is about inspiring visions for the future of investing, lessons learned from us, what we have learned. So actually, it's interesting to know your perspective or our perspective here. What would be our perspective of inspiring vision of the future of investment? What would be the factor affecting the changes and the challenges that we actually faced before, and how we actually overcome all those challenges? Can we start with Maya then?
Sure. So we had discussed this earlier, and when it comes to changes, I just wanted to share with you guys that nothing changes. I'm gonna address this from a positive psychology perspective naturally. So I just want to say that nothing changes until you do, and change can be a beautiful transformative process. It's not something to be avoided, it's something to be embraced. And this is how we rediscover our potential and our strengths, and how we uncover our resilience and flex our resilience muscle. And it's important, and you do that by having a really clear vision of the future and know how you know where you're going.
Rashid, please.
Yeah. As per my perspective, I strongly believe, as we all believe, and we are living in a technologically freak world. So, as per the records, we can see technology would be the inspiring vision for the future, as technology has outperformed the past 2 decades, and I can say it has shown us the growth about 50 to 60%. Right, and other factors, I think the EV sectors and the AI, far more, the hotter topics nowadays. And I personally believe, by seeing the current scenario, how the world is changing due to the climatical conditions and all those things, I believe the sustainable projects like solar energy and projects related to energy conservations will be taken in the consideration part. And sorry, what was the later part of the question?
The challenges that you have faced and how you overcome it.
Yeah, since we started our journey, we were challenges are the part of life. You don't have any life when you don't have challenges. So, being a leader, you should take challenges as, I think, as an opportunity. The true leader is the one who takes challenges as an opportunity. And since the day we started, we were already in COVID, and we started with COVID. So that was a major challenge for the world. And as soon as the pandemic was, we were just calculating the aftermath or after effect of COVID-19. Then suddenly the Russia-Ukraine crisis came, and it was a big hit to the world economy. And after that, you can say everything keeps on coming, gives you the turbulence in the economical market, like trade wars between 2 big economies. And the most recent I can recall is that the past few weeks, the recent one was the collapse of Signature Bank, or the Silicon Valley Bank in the USA. So these turbulences hit the world economy, and to overcome these things, what we in Hedge & Shacks, or what I personally feel is, this shakes the confidence of the investor. So what we personally feel is that to regain the confidence of the investor, it's very important you guide, you mentor your investor, or you just give them the final financial literacy. So as part of this, we back a few months back in Hedge & Shacks, we also launched our one product that is called Investor, in which we are just mentoring, guiding the ladies, the urban ladies basically, who has savings but they don't have the financial knowledge to invest the money. So what the criteria is in that, what we just try to teach them, guide them, so that they can make their first financial move in the financial industry. We don't say anything that you just invest. We just teach them the financial literacy, and they by their own, they make their own first move towards their financial journey. So yeah, this is I can say to conclude that these are the challenges we faced.
Yep, thank you. And Christina, please.
But in my perspective, I think that we are in these 2 days, we have been talking about environmental, social, and government, so the ESG. And we have talking about sustainability, so the future of the investment is related exactly to sustainability. So a lot of projects will be financed if they meet this, but there is something, because when we talk about this, the sustainability, we think about multinational companies, but there are a lot of small, medium enterprises, and in my opinion, and I have managed a lot of finance department in small, medium enterprises. I think that they are not prepared. So the investment, before thinking to sustainability, we have to think to digital transformation, because sustainability, it means information. It means that we have to supply a lot of data, and data is another word that we have heard in these 2 days. Data, it means information, it means knowledge, but we have to acquire information in real time, and to do this we need tools. And so we have to, the companies, especially the small companies, has to invest a lot in this. We have heard also that communication is important, so the connection, and until we do not have companies that are digitized, it will be a problem. So we talk about sustainability, perfect, but before sustainability, we have to invest in digitization.
Yep, thank you. Well, what I can heard from this three panelists is like mindset change, technology change, financial tool change, the landscape of the paradigms, everything change. And the last one is ESG, sustainability that we need to concern, and also data and infrastructure as well. But then what left out is people, is human. For me, inspiration, the things that inspire me most is human, because we have creativity. We are different from AI. We're different from the machine. We have creativities, we can network, we can collaborate with each other and create something that is an innovation that is actually help us to be better. Digital doesn't mean technology. It's not equal to technology, but technology actually just a part of it. So it's a key enabler that we can, it help us to do things better, more effective, faster. So those kind of things is inspiring me. For the factors that will affect the change and challenge that I have faced, is all about people. If you have money, you can buy technology. But if the people or your employee or your customer didn't adopt it, it's useless, it's waste. So don't spend money on things that no one gonna use. So user experience, user interface need to be designed and considered that it will be fit your customer, as consider to deliver value to them. So that's the things that is actually what I'm thinking of and inspire me for the future of the strategies that we should focus on. Not just only this topic that we discuss on, just to add on that. And then all other landscape is changing, the paradigm shift, and we can work anywhere in the world. Today, you come from Africa, you come from India, you come from Australia, you come from New Zealand, and you join the stage here. We come together here so we can join our hand together and make something good for our world, something like that. Right? So then we come for the, well, actually link back to what we have just listened to Maya and another ladies about mindset and also motivation. So what is actually, as a leader today and the future leaders in real estate and also financial sectors, from Italy, from Egypt, and from Dubai, right? So what you see all of those in your, how we can adopt our mindset and the change and motivation to improve the future of our sectors, our business. Yeah.
Okay, as we talking about the leader, so it's leader is a leader anyway. So whether it's in sports, whether it's in business, or whether anywhere, so it's not related to real estate industry or you can say to the finance industry. It's not particular. Leader is a leader. So when it comes to leadership, one thing comes to my mind. There are two types of leaderships in the world. one is autocratic and the other one is democratic. So I personally believe that autocratic leadership is it's a kind of a one-man show, and no offense to anyone, because some might have been following the autocratic leadership, but we in Hajin Shacks, we believe in the democratic leadership, because we believe that it's better to have 4 or 5 brains, or many ideas for your future plannings. So you get many things in mind. So talking about the leadership or the entrepreneurship nowadays, so I've seen many businesses collapsing or failing. People are failing. So the term entrepreneurship is a very fascinating term. People, if one of someone's friend has just left the job and he started the business, he's calling himself an entrepreneur. So the other one sees that as a fashion. So what they're doing is they're following the fashion. They're not following the passion. There is a huge difference between fashion and passion. The fashion one, the man who follows the fashion, thank you so much. Let me complete. The man who follows the fashion and they don't have any planning. The man who follows fashion, the other day they got bashed in their offices, and they want to be the leader again, and they want to bash them again. So what happens when you're following the fashion? See, you're not a leader anyway. So once your business fails or something fails in your business, you say that fault lies in the team only. The other day you come with some other failure, you say the fault lies in the situation. The other time you fail, you say fault lies in the situation of COVID, or you can say in the crisis like Russia, Ukraine. So when you fail 4 or 5 times, so that's a high time that you understand that fault lies in you, right? So I'll just take you away. I don't think you guys follow cricket over here. I follow Mahendra Singh Dhoni, the Captain Cool. He has won many trophies, if anyone follows, so he might know. So I admire him as a leader. What a great leader he is, what his vision is, or how his leadership qualities comes into play is that whenever something wrong happens, that his team loses the match, what he says that he just comes in front and takes the responsibility. Whether he has performed in that match, he scored a century, nothing matters. He takes whole responsibility. This is the thing in a fashionable leader who has just come there for the fashion, lacks in them. They don't take responsibility. They don't think that way, that fault lies in them only. So when the real leader comes in, he takes whole responsibility of what is going on. And I don't mind if you're making mistakes. I believe that you should make mistakes every day, but you should not repeat the mistakes you made the other day. Make new mistakes every day. Failures are the best friends. You can learn many things from your own failures. So that doesn't matter. The thing that matters is you recollect yourself, you analyze yourself, what went wrong, then shape up again and collaborate, do it again, bounce back in a bigger manner. So the question was what mindset a leader should connect, whether it should be what was that your mindset?
Sorry?
You were talking about the mindset, right?
The questions is about mindset.
Yeah, so no, the word that you use in the question.
The word that I'm inspiring sessions with mindset and motivation, growth mindset.
Sorry,
leadership style.
Yeah, so sorry, I misinterpreted the question. Yeah, so at the conclude, I would like to say the leadership styles. So we follow the democratic one, and conclude the question. Thank you.
Thanks. It's actually like learn fast. We fail fast and learn first, and then we improve what we actually doing it, right? That's what you're trying to say, right? That was saying, right? Okay, that's good. You already answered that questions, capture it. And then we listen for Christina then.
In my opinion, I think that leading a finance department, to be a leader, it means that we have to pay attention to people. So people first, and during the last month and perhaps years, digital transformation has changed a lot our finance department, and we are in progress of this transformation. So leading a team in which you have some digital natives, so you have young people with seasoned people, is just a bit challenging because sometimes it means to put in place all your strengths about this, because changing the culture and motivate people is too hard. But when you explain that is something for to work better and to simplify, because digitalization, it means simplify and to have information in real time, and not only this, and you explain people, and so your team, that this will simplify their job, this will help. So I think that is this is a challenge.
Is it difficult to create growth mindset, or is it necessary to have the growth mindset?
Then
anyone, please.
The mindset, yes, it's important, and we have learned from the previous that mindset is a fundamental. Otherwise, is difficult, because you mean, if I understand correctly, it means passion. It means that you strongly believe in your vision and your purpose, and so you have then to be able to influence your team, and it means that your team is your followers. So like in Instagram, we have follower, and sometimes I create, one of the things that I made is creating a chat with the team, so we can use it like WhatsApp, and we can share information. And sometimes I wake up in the morning and start to motivate with hey girls, now today is a big day, so we can do it.
So Maya, please.
I love that, Christina. So I think when it comes to leadership, there's several points that I want to share with you guys today. I think that, first of all, I'm a big fan of servant and authentic leadership. I think servant leadership is, oh, thank you, I appreciate that. I think servant leadership is a beautiful thing, and I think authentic leadership is also a beautiful thing, and I think that you can immediately spot it. It's something about people's aura, something about people's energy, something about people's mannerisms, something about people and how they interact with one another. You can immediately spot an authentic and a servant leader. That's the first thing. Secondly, I think there's a little leader that resides in each and every one of us. I don't think leadership is reserved for CXOs or for founders or for entrepreneurs. I think each and every one of us as human beings were endowed with the capacity to lead. It's just a question of figuring out what that little thing is that you were born to lead through. And speaking of growth mindset, I just want you to visualize a little sort of diagram, kind of a little bit like a Venn diagram. Picture a small circle, that's your comfort zone. And then picture a circle a little bit bigger than that, that's your fear zone. And then picture a circle a little bit bigger than the fear zone, that's your learning zone. And then picture the biggest circle of all, that's your growth zone. I think as founders and CEOs and entrepreneurs and leaders and as human beings, I think our journey from birth to death, and excuse me for saying the D word, but it is part of the life journey. I think that journey is all about figuring out how to get from the comfort zone to the growth zone. It can be a very daunting, scary process, but I think once you start initiating those steps and inching your way from the growth, from the comfort zone, a little bit into the fear zone, taking those first baby steps, and then venturing into the learning zone as you learn new things and acquire new skills, and eventually making it to your growth zone, that is a beautiful thing. And as you start doing that, you're going to start conquering your Everests. You're going to start conquering your stretch goals. You're going to stretch yourself as a CEO or as a leader, as a CFO or as a founder. And then guess what? You're going to find a new peak to conquer. And then after that, you're going to find another peak to conquer. And that is the beauty of it all.
So let's say like this, if we fail, we learned it. So we actually stepped out of our comfort zone, right? And then we're starting into fearing zone, and then it's going up and to growth zone. But actually, do we really need the growth, like a growth mindset all the time?
Who's going to answer that first? I think a growth mindset. So, in preparation for this panel, I went through my old master's notes to refresh my memory because I had forgotten this. Carol Dweck is a Stanford professor who, in the U.S., who has she's the authority on growth mindset. All growth mindset really is, it's a buzzword, right? And it may seem like this really sort of sophisticated terminology. All growth mindset is about, it's just a belief in your innate abilities. It's just a belief that, hey, if I work hard enough, if I sweat, if I have grit, if I keep trying, if I fall 7 times and get up 8, if I persevere, if I don't let anything stop me, I will be able to thrive. That is essentially what it's about. A fixed mindset is the exact opposite. It's believing that those are my innate abilities, I'm born this way, I'm probably gonna continue living this way, and there's nothing that I can do to improve. All growth mindset is just about the fact that as you exert more of an effort and as you invest in yourself and as you spend more time learning from your mistakes and iterating and growing and tinkering here and tinkering there and, okay, I made a mistake here, I'm gonna fail forward, I'm not gonna let anything stop me, I'm not gonna let negative feedback stop me, I'm not gonna let apathy stop me, I'm not gonna let complacence stop me. That's essentially what it is. It's just having a growth mindset and believing in your innate abilities and working hard in a sustainable in a sustained way to where you're able to keep progressing. That's essentially what it is.
Rashid, please.
Regarding the growth mindset, in a leader, I will not say that it's the most important part or something, blah, blah, blah. If you don't have a growth mindset, you are not a leader at all. You are just an individual who is hanging around without a growth mindset. So I just have to say this much for the growth mindset part.
And yes, for sure, we have to stay always in growth mindset because growth mindset, it means outside comfort zone. It means that you have try and try again, and sometimes you fall and sometimes you fail. And you have to redesign the idea and you have to change and to be adaptable because you have in mind something, then you want to change something, but during the path you can find something that it was not that you haven't predicted. So you must be quiet and you can redesign. So
yeah. So actually, like what we say to you guys is like we need to learn and don't stop learning and scale up our business. Growth is not just only growth mindset, it can refer to growth our business as well as scale it up and then expand it, scale it to somewhere else. Maybe it's outside of your comfort zone, it means out of your home countries, out of your office or anything. It can be just like that. So being a good leadership doesn't mean that you are having authorities to order someone. Leadership in everyone, right? It should be in everyone. So we can lead our team or our companies or our families to be better and growth in our status. And then we have 5 minutes left. So come up to the last and very important question that everyone of you may like to hear from us. How important it is to have a vision for future as a leader? How can we make sound investment decisions that lead to solid ROI or return on investment?
Start? Okay, as she mentioned that we just have 5 minutes left, so I won't take longer. I'll just say one line. A leader without a vision is... Sorry? Okay. So I'll say that instead of saying a leader without a vision is a body without soul. And coming to the point of planning a solid ROI on your investment is it completely depends on the risk appetite of individual investor. And while I can just suggest a few things while making investment, you should do your due diligence by your own, and you should always have a diversified portfolio and always go for the respected expert of their own fields like Abhishek Jha in the panel for real estate, Mr. Adil for, sorry, just joking, for finance, just joking. So I would say, and the last saying, it's a very, very old learning our ancestors used to say, and from that time it's coming in to us. We've been downloading that saying. It's never put all the eggs in same basket. So this is the mantra for investing, and so stay safe, safe investments. Thank you.
Christina, please.
Yes, it means that it's like driving without having a direction. So it's impossible to be a leader without a vision. So you need to have.
You need vision.
Yes.
Right.
Absolutely. Well put, Rashid and Christina. Just one last thing that I'd like to share. When I was getting my master's in positive psychology, this was kind of like a mini debate that I had with one of my professors, a genius woman. And we were talking about positive psychology interventions that we do as consultants in the corporate space. So I asked her, Dr. Blank, I'm not going to mention her name. I'm like, when we want to instigate change and implement workplace well-being interventions, right? Where do we start? Do we start bottom up or do we start top down? And then she paused for a bit and she's like, nope, you start top down. I'm like, are you sure? Why can't we make change on the grassroots level? That's my old conditioning and my old education, because I had studied political science and sociology. It's all about grassroots change and revolutions and social change and what have you. She's like, no, because change at the corporate level and in the business world has to start top down, because as leaders, we tend to underestimate our sphere of influence. As leaders, whether we're aware of it or not, whether we like it or not, whether we want it or not, just being put in a leadership position in whatever capacity, being CEO or being a mother or being a daughter, if you're placed in a leadership position, you have a lot of influence that cascades down to the people that you serve. I don't like, that you lead, essentially. I hate the word subordinates. I hate the word subordinates. They are people that we serve. Our staff and our employees. So everything from your work ethic cascades down, everything from the actual content, if you use positive words versus negative words, if you are encouraging versus debilitating, et cetera, et cetera. Everything that we do as leaders cascades down in incredible ways to our teammates and our team members. So that's just something to be aware of, because with great responsibility, we need to be, with great freedom comes great responsibility. That's a quote, I forgot. It's by a US president, I forgot who he was. But yeah, so just wanted to share that with you guys.
So leaders always come with responsibilities and also authorities as well. But sometimes we are in the position of leadership, but without authorities. So that you need to be able to make an influence or create influence without authorities. That the things that come with something that is very like negotiation skills, and also some other skill that leaders need as well. But for me, to answer, it's like without vision, that's interesting. I never seen any company, successful company without vision. Everyone have a vision, maybe short, maybe long, but everyone has it. Without vision, for me, is like without direction. Our team, our colleague, or even our partners, our stakeholder won't know what we're going to do with us, how we are going to operate our business or something like that. So we need vision that is actually cascades into strategy, tactics, and objective that everyone, each team in the companies need to follow. So actually work toward the same goals, something like that. So in these eras, in digital as usual eras, everyone can try mobilities to anywhere in the world. And our customers changing every day by days. Anything, anytime, everything, every time that they learn something new. So they change. So that the challenge and that the things that we actually to live with and to see as a leaders and catch up with all the data that we get from either digital platform that we have, or if we don't, research. Go back to the very old stuff that we have, the research, just only research paper, you can get data out of it, like customer data, market research, and things like that. So it could be a good start from that. It's time up.
Time's up.
So any last word that would you like to say to them? No? Okay.
Sorry, I want to say lead from the heart and be authentic and be yourself. I think we live in a cookie cutter, social media driven world. I think it takes great courage as a leader and as an individual to be your true authentic self, and don't ever be afraid to be that in this world. Thank you.
Thanks, Maya. Christina?
And don't forget the heart.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
panelists. We very much appreciate it. Very nice. So I've been learning a lot during this money situation. So I'm going to be selling these waters for $25 American each. So if anybody wants to invest, just come and see me after, and we'll see what we can do with it. You good? Okay. That's it. Okay, so now we're going to move on to our award ceremony, our final award ceremony for today. At this time, I would like to bring up Dr. Michael Connor from AEG. He will be our award presenter. If you can give him a big hand. That was like a medium hand, like a big hand. Like there, yeah. There you go. Okay, well done. How are you? Nice to meet you. Yeah. Cool. Okay, our first award. Our first award will go to an individual who, when they worked at American Express, led the launch of EMV chip cards in Singapore, managed a diverse team across time zones, and achieved aggressive timelines. They are currently the senior partner consultant at Fox & Angel. The Money 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Balvindir Chawla. Balvindir Chawla.
You're having a great time. I am. With the variety of perspectives and ideas shared, it's been 2 good days spent over here. When I got here yesterday, I was a bit jet lagged, but I'm okay now. I've woken up. Just a thought on the award. Take a minute. It's not an end point. It's a culmination of your efforts over career. It can be 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. And it's just a midpoint and a recognition of the work you've done with different organizations. You've been inspired by leaders, worked with different teams, and this is going to be inspiring more to do more and achieve more. Thank you.
Thank you. Good. Our next awardee is the head of capital raising at 79th Global, leveraging his expertise in fixed income and private equity to fuel projects in the UK and the Republic of Guinea. He is trusted by numerous global partners and boasts CISI qualifications and deep knowledge of financial regulations. Money 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award to Benjamin Rockwell.
Pleasure to be here the last couple of days, and very humbled to have won this award. But to be honest, as the previous gentleman mentioned, it's a collaboration of efforts, especially from my right hand, Patrick, who's sat over there. Appreciate what he does. But I think with our vision of being the provider of choice in asset management for our clients, our partners, the employer of choice locally and globally, we've really positioned ourselves well in the alternative asset space, so in the UK property, in the fixed income, and also the natural resources and our private equity offerings as well. So thank you very much.
Our next awardee is the founder of CJ Investments Pty Limited. With a top investment platform in Australia, his e-learning platform provides entrepreneurship and business skills training. Recognized by Stanford's Who's Who in 2012, he advises on marketing strategies and partnerships for financial success. He co-founded the African Language Academy of Australia and supports charitable organizations like CareFlight, Peter McCullen Cancer Foundation. The Realty 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award to Charles Vincent Kalawasha.
Thank you very much. I'm very proud to be here, and I would like to say thank you to the 2.0 award for nominating me to be one of the participants in this program. And I would also like to say thank you to my family, because without a supporting wife, you cannot progress. And also would like to say thank you to everyone else who's been here, and I've enjoyed a lot and I've learned a lot. This is the beginning. As a vision leader, I'll continue going forward. Thank you very much.
Founded in 2021, Global Investment Management Company, this global investment management company is boasting 150 plus employees in 2 Dubai offices. Committed to inclusivity, it's backed by founding members Rashid Pant, Shivans Rashid, Adil Akhtar, and Akalik Jha. They've expanded into India and launched Invest Her, a unique women-centric financial service affirming their dedication to simplified, accessible investing for all. 2.0 Outstanding Organization Award to Hedge & Sachs Financial Incorporated.
Feeling blessed. I don't know, after so many years, I'm holding an award. I used to hold it back when I was in university or school. That time, it was not about the awards. I was not interested in awards. I was more interested in the rewards that comes with the prize money when you outperform in sports or curricular activities. But yeah, I would like to thank MoRE 2.0 for this honor, and I would like my partners, my brothers, my family, Mr. Abhishek Jha, Mr. Adil Akhtar, Karan Luthra, please come on the stage to share this moment with me. And I would like to specially thank my Hedge & Sachs family, all the team, each and every one out there who have just shown their hard work and worked day and night with us for this movement. And this is my promise. This is just a beginning. We have more and more awards to come on our way.
As the director and CFO at Giant Inc., a food tech startup, this gentleman recently was appointed as CEO of Greennovator Japan Incorporated. He is developing agricultural and IT ventures in Japan and Asia while focusing on ESG initiatives and impact-weighted accounting. The Money 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Kenichi Asuji.
Hello everyone. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for this wonderful occasion. I'm Kenji Osugi from Tokyo, Japan. Actually, I'm not from real estate industry, but after the career in Japanese International Aid Organization JICA in 90s, I'm currently engaged in ESG and social impact investment as a certified fundraiser in Japan. So this award has given me a lot of courage, and accordingly, on this occasion, I'm determined to change the world from Japan to Asia and work for better and sustainable world for the future, together with you all. Thank you so much again.
As the CEO of Sunita Infrastructures P Limited, with a bachelor's degree in computer science and extensive experience in many areas, this next awardee is known for his strong leadership skills and extensive network of contractors and subcontractors that continue to contribute to his company's success. Realty 2.0 Conference Outstanding Award Leadership goes to Laxmi Narayaya Palapu.
Thank you, MoRE 2.0, for this opportunity. My company, Sunita Infrastructures Private Limited, is into infrastructure services in India, do 3 verticals: road projects, buildings, and industrial projects. I dedicate this award to my wife and my lovely daughter and my employees who supported me to come all this way. Thank you very much.
Our next awardee is a seasoned finance professional and serves as the operations lead at Hedge & Sachs. He is also the founder of Foreman Fiefton, a Dubai-based real estate company. The Money 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Shivansh Rashid. Is a deal here? A deal is going to accept for him? Okay, we'll accept it on his behalf. Our next awardee is a resourceful entrepreneur since 18 years old, has spent over a decade bridging gaps between multinational organizations. His unique multicultural perspective on business consulting has garnered this person the award, the Money 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award, to Sujan Sankar.
Thank you. Thank you for this great award, and thanks for everyone for setting this up. I should probably thank my parents for bearing with me for 35 years. I kind of feel sorry for them. And I don't want to miss this opportunity. My co-founder, Michael Ono, CPA, he would probably want me to market the company, so I'm just going to throw this out there. We have a nice collaboration in Japan with Alt AI. We're working on some financial obviously finance products. We have a collaboration in India, where we're working with IIT Madras Research Park. That's health. That's why I have 2 of these. So if anyone wants to reach out and collaborate with us, we're open to ideas and hope we can work together. Thank you.
As the CAO and head of cost management at HSBC Bank Middle East, this next awardee is a business and finance process improvement evangelist specializing in cost and profit optimization and corporate strategy development. Currently, she leads the regional operational management function within corporate services, Middle East, North Africa, and Turkey, overseeing 9 markets at HSBC. Money 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Sashini Koramaj.
I just want to thank MoRE 2.0 for this recognition. I am thankful and humble. And I want to dedicate this to my family and to everyone who has helped me come along this far. And especially to all the ladies who are killing it out there. Keep breaking the glass ceiling. Thank you.
Our next awardee is a business consultant and president at Space Club, an accomplished business professional, best-selling author, and renowned motivational speaker from Saudi Arabia. This awardee has authored over 50 books in 2 languages and was recognized as one of Forbes' Middle East Top 100 Influential Twitter Icons. The Money 2.0 award goes to Mohammed Bahrain. Again, we will accept it on his behalf. Our next awardee is an AUP of Taxation at Noon, a digital ecosystem of products and services with a decade of experience in the e-commerce industry. His previous work includes Flipkart. The award goes to, Kalai A. Rasan Manohara. And we will gladly accept on his behalf. And the final award is for a seasoned visionary and strategic thinker who serves as the chief creative strategist at Love Place. And this award goes to Sebastian Bueller. And we will accept on his behalf. So,
Thank you very much. I need some seconds to integrate it. I feel very honored and pleased and humble. Yeah, Assalamu alaikum, shalom, servus and hallöle. And I'll use the last 30 seconds to dedicate this crazy shit to my family, my parents who never stopped believing in me. And always give the best to let me grow, and my son. Always keep in mind the order is people, planet, profit, and not fucking vice versa. Thank you very much. May I add one? And please to the whole V-Flow crew, you are the best.
And we actually have one more award. This is a Realty 2.0 Leader Award, and this goes to Vanki Kandar Swami.
I want to thank the organizers for having me and having our partners here, and it's really been exciting to meet a whole lot of enterprising folks and trying to change the world, and I really appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
And now for a few words from Dr. Connor.
How about a round of applause for everybody, our award recipients today. I am Dr. Michael Connor, CEO and founder of the Agile Evolutionary Group, and essentially what we do is we redesign and transform education education organizations, teacher learning organizations, education technology firms, to be more aligned with our future-driven focus, which is the economic demand of what we are seeing. And the last panel that I heard, very compelling and profound, because we see an alignment with vision and leadership. And today's award recipients, one component, or I should say one element that I saw that was an underscoring theme, was around thanking the individuals that got them here today, whether it's family, whether it's your teammates, whether it's different stakeholders or constituents that made your organization or company successful today. Right here, you acknowledge those people. That's true leadership. And continue that leadership as you continue to reach your vision. So congratulations to all of our award winners, and keep on, as we say. Leadership does matter. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to come up. If we can have everyone who won an award today come on up for a group photo, we'd appreciate it. So all the award winners from either this morning or this afternoon, come on up for a group photo, please. That music always sounds like Star Wars to me. Yeah, let's give them a round of applause. Oh no, hold your award, hold your award. If you have it, yeah. Yeah, hold it. Yeah, go get him. And then, hang on, and then if we can have all the attendees come on up, we're going to try to take a group photo of everyone. So everybody come on up on stage, please. There you go. Yeah, not as tall people. Have a seat on the foot of the stage. Go ahead, Maya. Have a seat down center. Oh, okay.